Morning. How goes it?
I'm doing well, friend. How are you doing?
Amazing.
Great.
Absolutely incredible. I am splendid, stupendous, exceptional.
Just going through your vocab here.
I think that's it.
I don't really have anything to add either, so I mean, I can't really,
I peaked way too early.
Stupendous. That's about where I end as well.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.
Geoff Ulrich, Emerson Lotzi here with you. Andrew on the ones and twos, producer Madison with us. Derek from the ops team. Full 6-game slate today. On the Dream Stream. Morning, DK Sim fam. Miss ya. So we got 49ers. We got the Saints here today, dude. Yeah, we're back to it feels a little weird because we're back to weekends now without like real football,
right,
which is where the Dream Stream comes into play.
It does.
We need each other right now. We need this.
It's true. We're very like we're in this like sort of like we're almost through the the tunnel, like it's almost spring again, vaccines are being rolled out. You can see that like in a couple months, maybe we'll be able to go to movies again and stuff like that. But for now, we've got to just huddle down, hold hands, and really sport each other. And that's why we're here to do the DK Sim morning show here. So
the DK Sim fan. Well, were you?
I like this. I don't get to do enough early Sims, and I really like coming on the early Sims with you. So this is great.
Was this like prime nap time probably for your roommates?
Or my roommates don't nap anymore, Emerson. They're just constant terrors all the time. So,
what did you build a lineup?
I did.
So I made a contest like super last minute, so I only made it 50 spots, and it looks like it filled out. But
I didn't get in that one. I did get in the free. Well, I got in the free roll. So I have a lineup. I put Michael Thomas as the captain, Brees, Kamara. So I went heavy. I just rostered all the Saints studs, and I went Mostert, Dominic Pettis. And I threw Jordan Reed in there because he's really cheap and he's probably not going to catch any passes, but whatever.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I was for that like punt play. It was either going to be Jordan Reed for me or Josh Hill, and I said I'm going Josh Hill, and I'm glad I did because I want to be the opposite of you because that likely means I'm going to be successful. And so Emmanuel Sanders in the captain spot for me, Drew Brees, Jimmy G, Michael Thomas, George Kittle, and Mr. Josh Hill. Pretty stacked, ridiculous lineup. Like I'm feeling top 5 potential.
I'm glad that you finally realized that if you go do the opposite of what I say, you'll probably be successful. So it's taken like 5 years, but we're here. That's good.
I've learned that. Yeah, I learned that very early on. We started working together almost 3 years ago here at DraftKings. So I really like this guy. He's got a personality, dog guy. We're kind of the same where we forget things all the time. But I'm starting to pick up what he's putting down. So if I go opposite of what he's putting down, then maybe I'll be picking. Everybody, I see everyone's active here early on this Saturday, wherever you guys are watching, however you're watching. Thanks for making us part of your Saturday. I'll be on just the noon today. You're going to hang around and be joined by Kaufman coming up for Washington at the Bills. Chiefs at the Rams at 4, Bears at the Dolphins at 6, Lions at the Titans at 8, Packers at the Patriots to wrap things up at 10 o'clock. I'm ready. I'm so ready for this. This is a good matchup to start off for a noon.
It actually is. It's a pretty good matchup. I was kind of undecided which side I kind of wanted to stack. Obviously, I'm with the Saints sides because I feel like their studs just have a bit more fantasy upside. But, I mean, Mostert's obviously a really good running back too. So, good sim teams. Rossi just posted a really good tweet of his kid running around. I think he's already taller than Rossi too, so you guys should check that out.
Oh, no, Jimmy G. Come on, dude. What's going on, man? Well, Cam Jordan sacking him, who is an unstoppable force. He's an X factor, so 3rd and 14. Coming up here, opening drive of the game. I'm going over to his Twitter now. His kid is still wearing Christmas clothes?
Christmas pajamas. Yeah, what's going on here, man?
What is... All right.
Wow.
Yeah. Rossi strikes me as the guy, too, who would still have his Christmas tree up, although I know he does not. because we would see it behind him in his Sims. But you can't be putting your kid in Christmas stuff right now. It's like, isn't that like fooling your kid?
It could be one of those situations where the kid just refuses to take them off. Because, like, I'll tell you something. When a kid decides that they're going to wear something, like, you really have no choice but to let them wear it. Like, for some reason, clothing with kids is like my kids will eat weird things. You know, you tell them to get ready, they'll do it, clean up. They're pretty good. If they want to wear a piece of clothing, like it's like the Alamo. Like they will do whatever it takes to, like, you know, wear it like 3 days in a row. So it could be one of those situations. Maybe just really into the Santa pajamas. I'm gonna guess that's probably it. Who knows? Either that or Rossi's just insane. I don't know.
I feel bad because that kid probably thinks like Christmas is coming.
Christmas is coming
in like 4 days. It's like, oh my God, Christmas was like 2 days ago, and now it's going to be here again in 3 more days.
That's the other thing.
The ones that... Go ahead.
I was just going to say that's the other thing kids tend to do. They tend to start planning for things like really early. Like my kids started making like Christmas lists for like 2021 Christmas, like the day after 2020 Christmas ended. So
great. Here's what I didn't get this year, but I already went for next year.
Exactly.
Oh, what's that? Yeah, here, I made a list on my notes app on my tablet. That's great. Drew Brees to Michael Thomas, 22 yards. Andrew on the ones and twos says, I hear Rossi's kid calls him Jason instead of Dad. I've also heard the same thing, dude.
He calls him Rossi.
I mean, I call my parents now by their first name. I'm like, Emerson, what's up, dude? Moby. But when I still want something when I visit, I'm like, Mom, can you do my laundry for me, please?
I started calling my dad by his first name when I was like 20. It really pissed him off. I think I did it mainly to piss him off.
My dad definitely did not like it either.
No.
I'm like, dude, it's your name. Figure it out, bro.
That's right. I'm not a kid anymore.
Highest owned in this free showdown, Kamara 65%, Mostert 63%, Michael Thomas 58, Brees 56, George, Kittle and Bits 48%. Luke Murphy says, what's going on, Emmy? Good to see you, goof. Love you too, brother. First time playing Fortnite. It's the DK SimFam streams. 2 most photogenic announcers. Wow. Look at those defined jaw lines. Oh my God. First time playing Fortnite. Wow.
And I didn't want to say anything.
I know. It's Valentine's Day weekend. So I don't know if he's trying to send us some extra love, but it's working. Whatever you're doing, it is working right now.
I'll say I need all the compliments I can get today. So
Darth Dracul says, what's up, DraftKings squad? Thanks as always for these sims and y'all's hard work. Let's get this cheddar. Woo!
Well, Drew Brees RPO action there, taking on the handoff. Don't see that very often. Yeah, Brees option there, DK SimFam. No kidding.
I like Brandon Garcia's comment here. If you two mix names, this can be the Jeffersons. Ooh, that's good.
A good one.
Jefferson's with a G. Rossi now streams from the kitchen inside the microwave. This must be on YouTube. Let's go, Kamara.
Dump off.
Yeah, I thought it was a really bold strategy on my part, fading that guy. But there is so much talent. I think you mentioned that. I didn't know what the hell to do with my lineup.
It was a little tough. You had to fade a couple dudes. Like I basically faded the entire San Francisco passing game. So if that goes off, I'm screwed.
Okay.
But New Orleans controlling the pace here early. Drew Brees is really solid in this game.
He really is. Oh, we all know who that is. Traquan Smith.
Heard he went to UCF.
Yeah, he actually did. That's a really good point. Right there at the top of his LinkedIn page. North of 300 people watching now on YouTube. Drew Brees, by the way, in the early classic, $6,500. That's how much he would have cost to roster. 19.5% owned. Traquan Smith in the free showdown, 37% owned. And on the 7-yard line, almost picked off. I don't know who he was looking for there, but did not find him. Am I right? Second and goal coming up.
I think that was Michael Thomas.
What is up with Drew Brees? Like, when do you expect that official announcement to come that there's no way he's coming back, right?
No, I'm pretty sure the big issue was, well, if he comes back, he gets $26 million or whatever. So
there you go. He's not going to be able to.
As Michael Thomas.
Retires. Yeah, he's not going to be hooking up with Thomas. That's your captain, right?
That is good start for the Moose lineup here. But yeah, Drew Brees. I mean, the big question was, well, everyone was like, well, he might actually come back because he's got $26 million sitting there if he does, and he's not going to make that announcing, even though he's going to make a pretty nice sum. $26 million is $26 million, but they reworked it, right? So it's not really an issue. Like, they spread over the cap hit, whatever. So yeah, that was like the one stumbling block, and I'm pretty sure that I think he's going to do it before the draft. If I had to make a guess. So I'd guess sometime in the next couple months he'll probably get it. Maybe he just wants to be like 100% sure too. You know, it's obviously a big decision. You can't really come back from it once you're at this age. So I would expect it in the next, like I said, before the draft. Maybe just like a couple weeks before the draft. It's probably when you're going to hear about it.
Breezus, king of the Drews, sitting back, questioning his future in the National Football League. So, is it Jameis Winston? Do they go the Taysom Hill route? Let's say Drew Brees is out of here and joins the Sunday Night Football booth or whatever he's going to end up doing for NBC Sports. Who's it going to be? Because Winston's a free agent, is he not?
Yeah, he is. Obviously, he's got the continuity with New Orleans, and I think if New Orleans gives him a shot and says, gives him a decent offer, he'll consider it. But you also got to consider, like, he's obviously going to be in a QB competition if he comes back to New Orleans, right? Like, you taste it, like, they're not just giving him the job. There's no way. Not with Taysom Hill there. They've committed money to Taysom Hill. Taysom Hill looked okay and, better than people thought he was going to look as a starter too. So, I don't know. I don't know what I think with Jameis. It's going to be. Are there other teams that get desperate and give him an offer, like the Colts or maybe the Bears? So,
or maybe the Patriots are like, yo, come on down.
Another team. There's probably a couple teams I'm forgetting off the top of my head, but there's a few spots like that, right? So, yeah, I think that the Saints will probably end up making him an offer, but I don't know if it's like necessarily a lock he goes back there. I think there's a couple other teams that could offer him a bit better situation. Maybe the Texans as a bridge QB once they get rid of Deshaun, something like that. So I think Jameis could be like a wait and see thing. Maybe New Orleans just decides to go in a different direction. Maybe they draft a QB and go with a young QB in Taysom Hill. So lots of different things could happen. It's like I said, I've said this a couple times, but I'm pretty excited for this NFL offseason. Like, there's going to be a lot of movement.
Me too.
The draft is going to be fun. It's going to be awesome, man.
Yeah, we talked about it a little bit yesterday on the Noon Sim with Zach Thompson. I was saying this has the feeling of like an NBA offseason where there's going to be rumors and rumblings and trades because there's so many quarterback needy teams, and there are a good chunk of quarterbacks out there, especially those who can kind of bridge it to the next generation.
Yeah.
I was reading an article earlier this morning, like, could the 49ers pull off a mega trade for like Deshaun Watson?
Yep.
And could John Lynch, the new Hall of Famer, pull off a blockbuster and get the only star left in the city of Houston? Because with Jimmy G, man, it just, like that feeling when a relationship is over. I know it's been a while. Like we probably, you and I probably have to go back to our college days, but like when a relationship is over and it's just dragging on, sure, like you could fix things, but you already know it's going downhill. They pretty much have already told you how they feel. That feels like the relationship with Jimmy G in San Francisco right now.
Yep. Yeah, it does kind of. You're right. I mean, obviously with the rumors in the offseason, and it definitely, San Francisco, I think, is going to, I think they wanted to pull the plug on it last offseason, but they couldn't, or they just weren't committed, like you said. I feel like they're going to be committed this year to doing it. So I think that at some way, somehow that's going to happen. And you're right, like comparing to the NBA offseason, because the players are starting to have more power too. And like Deshaun Watson's forcing trades. You might see like Aaron Rodgers get into play too. So it just makes it way more exciting. And I mean, I like watching the NBA news, but I'm more of a football guy. So to see this kind of stuff come up in the football arena now, it's good. I like the fact that players have more power. And I want to see some of these guys go to better spots, man. I want to see Deshaun in a better spot. There's a better shot for Aaron Rodgers to win somewhere. I want to see that. So,
do you think this hurts some of the teams that are not viewed as like a go-to, like one of the top-tier destinations? You know what I mean? And like, I kind of go to like, Jacksonville. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily a destination where guys around the league want to go. Now, these teams can kind of rebuild their image for sure.
Yeah.
Like, you bring in a quarterback like a Trevor Lawrence and actually show that you have some capable leadership in the front office. But I feel like everyone's just going to want to go build a super team elsewhere.
In a weird way, it might actually help them, because a lot of times these teams, like you said, non-great destinations have to overpay for free agents anyways. So instead of overpaying for free agents or trying to make these trades where they give up 4 first-round draft picks to get a guy, they're just going to draft. They're just going to build from within, and they're going to build good teams. And it might take a year or two longer, but that's generally how it works better anyways. So I know we're all about where the free agent guy's going to go, but realistically, the better teams in the NFL have built from within. The Rams at one point were terrible, and they drafted Aaron Donald. They drafted guys like that. And that's how they kind of built their team back up. And a team like Jacksonville could easily do the same thing. So they did do that with their defense at one point. And then, Doug Marrone just, kind of put all that in the trash. But they could do it again, right? That's the point. So I think it actually helps teams like this, because they're not going to be so heavily focused on free agents, which really just, unless you're in the right kind of situation, kind of like Tampa was last year with Brady.
I was going to say, I would never have guessed that Brady would have gone to Tampa Bay.
I wouldn't have either, but in retrospect, it did make a lot of sense, just the situation. They had a good defense, Godwin, Evans, Bruce Arians, the right type of offensive coach. It really was a really good fit. And I agree. I did not expect it either. I was just there's no way he's going to Tampa.
No, everyone's like Tampa.
The fourth biggest city in Florida or something?
Armpit of Florida.
The armpit of Florida.
No offense. I'm a Florida guy. I can say that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Coming from you, that's fine. If I said it, I'd be canceled. But
people would make their way to Canada and burn your house.
It's not even from Florida.
People, a bunch of dudes
seen an alligator in his life.
And their tank tops and mullets and mustaches. I'm basically just describing Gardner Minshew.
Yeah, I know. I was going to say. It's an army of Gardner Minshews on my doorstep. But yeah, it seemed weird, but the situation was really legit. And I think it's kind of similar to what the Rams did with Stafford. You think, wow, okay, well, the Rams have a good team. Why are they trading? Why are they sacrificing to upgrade a QB? But the pieces are all there for the Rams too, I think, and I think they did need to upgrade a QB. I'm not saying it's going to work out the same way, but it could. I think it was. That's why I think that people always want to bring up Matt Stafford's win-loss record. He's still an upgrade over Jared Goff. I don't care what people say. It's just insane to think it's not. He's not. So.
3rd and 9 here. Second quarter is underway. San Francisco on New Orleans 10-yard line. Jimmy G just waiting for someone to get their tail in the backfield and take him down. And your wish has come true, Jimmy.
I wish too. I don't want any Jimmy G touchdowns. I faded Jimmy G, so I think the 49ers are about to fade Jimmy G. So
well, Garoppolo's going to make his way back
now. New England, though, I don't know.
Oh yeah, so going back to that, could a reunion be in the works, in the cards? Because I know the Cam Newton experiment, it has failed in New England. And Patriots kind of left out in the cold a little bit while Tom Brady and Gronk partied a bit too hard on the avocado tequila. But Really, if it weren't for Brady, Garoppolo would still be with the Patriots today. He knows the offense. Belichick, Josh McDaniels both have experience in coaching them.
Yep.
You know, we would also eliminate the process of teaching and learning a new offensive playbook for both the Patriots and Jimmy G. Could make a lot of sense.
You could. Somehow, some way, it would not shock me. And the other thing is, like, you look at the list. I went over this yesterday. I think it was with Glash, but you know, the list of free agent quarterbacks. You got Dak, who's probably going to stay in Dallas, but he is a free agent. He'll get franchise tag though. Mitch Trubisky, Cam Newton, Jameis, Fitzpatrick, Brissett, Tyrod Taylor, Dalton. I'm not even going to name the rest because they're not worth talking about. But you know, who are those guys? Like, who of those guys are the Patriots going to take? I don't know. I think they're probably going to explore trade options, and Jimmy G is probably going to be in the mix for that.
I think it was Todd McShay this week in his mock draft. I'm pretty sure he had like 4 quarterbacks going in like the first 4 picks. It was insane. And I know these things change every week, but to see that and to think about the possibility, I'm like, hot damn.
It would not shock me though. I think that he's on to the right page. It might not go first 4 picks, but like there's teams out there that, you know, they've got to be looking at it as, okay, we could sign one of these free agents, but like, we got a top draft pick. Like, why are we not moving up and just grabbing a young prospect? Like, the college guys are so much better prepared these days than they were in the past, that like the 4th best QB isn't a project anymore. Like we saw that this year. Like, Herbert was the 3rd QB taken, and he was legitimate. He's the rookie of the year. People were like, oh no, Justin Herbert, he's got to sit. He's terrible. Did you see him play at Oregon?
Yeah.
You know, he's nothing. He can't do anything. Like, he's rookie of the year, like the 3rd best QB. So that's got to get teams thinking, like, this dude's probably, you know, more prepared than we think, and they are. Like, they just are. The college players are way more prepared, and so it would not shock me. I think you will see something similar to that. I think you'll see, because there's legitimately 4 guys who, I think you'll see them probably at the very least go in the top 10. Absolutely.
I will say this, like, Herbert got pretty lucky with the whole debacle with Tyrod Taylor and that medical team.
True.
Though.
It is true.
Like, I don't know if he would have had the opportunity as early. I'm sold on the idea that he was eventually going to just be thrown in there, because I don't know how much Tyrod Taylor would be able to get the job done. Although he's not a bad quarterback. He's another guy who's rumored to just kind of fill the quarterback spot in New England. Yeah, he can't. Yeah. I mean, he doesn't turn the ball over. I don't know if he doesn't really take many chances, but yeah. So like he benefited from that, and that was just disgusting. Everything that happened to Taylor there behind the scenes. 1st and 10, and hot damn, Drew Brees and Michael Thomas are
they're cooking
really on the same page, and Thomas is in the zone, and that's frightening stuff for the San Francisco defense here. When Thomas is in the zone, so he's got max security. That's his X factor. A high success rate on possession catches. You just toss it up to the guy, and he's going to be able to pull it down.
But yeah, I mean, I think he would have got in there eventually. He obviously wouldn't have won Rookie of the Year, because he probably wouldn't have got into like game 8. But the Chargers were so good at losing games that once they got out of it, I'm sure they would have just turned to Herbert. So, but you're right, luck had a part to do with it. But I think there'll be more teams like the Chargers where, you know, like the Lions are a good example. Okay, they have Jared Goff, a veteran QB, but like, are they just committing to Jared Goff? Like, you know, we don't need a backup plan. Like, no, they still have a draft pick. Like, they got more draft picks now. Like, yeah, they'll be in the market. Indy could move up and try and steal someone at, like, you know, a higher pick. So there's so many teams that could just make moves that I think the QBs will go real quick again.
Well, New Orleans right now has decided to hop in. It's Toyota Camara, as they are now inside the 5. And knock it on the door here, dude. We're already riding a 7-3 lead, about 3 minutes to play here. They're on the 5, 1st and goal. And lights, Kamara, action, 3-yard gain, down to the 2.
My friend had a Toyota Camaro, and I'll tell you, he drove the pants off that thing, and it never broke down. What a reliable car.
Toyotas are phenomenal.
Oh, phenomenal. Actually,
they never break down. I think, pretty sure my, father-in-law, they've had, this Honda in their family for, 40 years. Damn thing is still going strong.
Yeah. My wife's Toyota, her first car, it had, well over 300,000 kilometers on it. Mm-hmm. But the engine didn't fail. It just started rusting. So we had to get rid of it because it was the gas tank was rusting.
Yeah.
But the engine was fine. I would start that thing at minus 30. It didn't care. These things were fun.
I feel that. So my best friend and my roommate in college, I mean, even my senior year, I'm talking 2007, guy was still driving an 88 Volvo. I mean, Volvos are ones that just last forever. That thing was a tank. And into the end zone.
Is that Latavius?
Yes, it is.
Oh, no.
I know, dude.
Caca, Vulture.
But the good news is he went to UCF, so we'll allow it. But it's crazy, dude. It's crazy how some of these cars just last forever. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tiger said
the same car forever if it lasts forever.
Tiger says he's got an 04 Toyota Corolla with 220,000 miles on it. That's a lot of miles, dude.
Yeah, dude. I feel that. Almost 500 people watching. That's a lot of people. Up to about 60 likes. You guys are kind of just enjoying life in general. Not even us. If something right now in this moment in time in your life makes you happy, again, doesn't have to do anything with us. Appreciate that thing by hitting the like button.
Got the Twitch open today, so hello, Twitch fam.
Wow.
I've been really bad.
What's your name on Twitch?
What is my name on Twitch? Oh, I'm not signed into my account. I gotta log in here. It's the Fantasy Grind.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh God. Now they're asking me for a security measure. What have I done?
Oh no, dude. It's
dear Lord.
The worst. No. The worst is those words and numbers that are kind of scrambled around, and they're type in what you see. I don't know if those are worse or if it's pick the pictures that have a stop sign in them, but then there's a picture that has a piece of a stop sign, and that doesn't really count, so then that screws you, and you got to do it over again, and you got to find the ones with a stoplight in them. It reminds me of a game from back in Nick Arcade.
And some of them have a stop light in the very corner, but you're not sure if you should be counting that or something. You know?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God, they send me another one. What is going on here?
I don't know. Then it's they ask you they'll ask you a security question or something you set a long time ago, and I'm and by now I've had so many dogs. It's I don't know which was my favorite dog. I don't know. Ripping through all my dog names. What? Just terrible. Why did I select that? Oh. Nobby Roble in the chat, the evil doppelganger of Robbie Noble, Congo Cab, Choker. Choker says, click all images with crosswalks. Now, idiot. That's so true, dude. And I feel so pressured. And I panic every time. And it's honey, come over here. Help me select the right pictures. I'm just trying to get back into my AOL account or something. Jared's here today. Chris B, Bills fan. Sean Griffin. What's up, guys? Eric Court, Bonzo, Buzz Killington, David, Stephen Roche, Luke Murphy. Good to see everybody here today. Alex was asking, what do y'all think about the news with Russell Wilson? And I hit on a little bit earlier this week. I think like obviously all of these quarterbacks want to be protected, and they're not sexy picks when your team makes them, but you build to your teams inside out. It doesn't matter if you have a quarterback out wide, running back, you don't have an offensive line, and on the defensive side, like you're not going to be able to, your DBs, safeties, linebackers aren't going to be able to do anything if your defensive line sucks. But I think to a certain point though, Wilson, oh, he dropped it. All right, 7 or 10 now, 75 yards for Jimmy G. But I do think Wilson deserves a little bit of the blame here. Like, it's just it's your playing style too, dude. That's why you get hit a lot.
It's true. I think the biggest thing with Wilson is he wants to win, right? And I think he recognizes the fact that, like, they need to improve in that area. So I think it was more of a thing of like a, I guess it was, you could say it was a little passive aggressive, but it was more of like an ultimatum to the team. Like, this is what we need to improve on. Like, I want to win, improve the offensive line. Like, so I think it was more of just calling out the team a little bit more than anything. You're right, though. I mean, there's a little bit of like, you look in the mirror, pal. But at the same time, I mean, Russell Wilson has given the Seahawks a lot of years already, right? So yeah. I feel like Wilson's Deebo Samuel almost came in. I feel like Wilson's in the position there now where, like, he should be calling the shots. And quite frankly, like, if Seattle isn't going to let him call some of the shots, like, he should get out. Because do you really want, like, to be in the situation where Aaron Rodgers is in? No championship appearances for, like, 15
It's like 7 years or something. 7 years, I think he hasn't been in an NFC championship game.
Your team refuses to go all in on you. Like, I think Wilson just sees that situation and says, I do not want that, so you better start adding here. Or the next time I make a demand, like, it won't just be, oh, yeah, through the press, it'll be me saying I want out or else or something. So I think Wilson is a really smart dude. I think he knows that. I think he wants to win. And I don't think he'll be shy about wanting out or doing it. The dude's like, he's got Sierra there to manage his affairs. If he sees a better situation, like, he's going to take it. So I think he's just putting Seattle on notice, which I think in his situation is completely fine. And I think it's warranted too, because Seattle is they're dopes. I mean, they want to run the ball more. Like, give me a break. Ridiculous.
I mean, dude, he's on a short list of best signal callers in the game. And I think, just to be clear, the Seahawks would be foolish to trade this dude.
Yeah, absolutely.
It really would be.
But they shouldn't even be in the situation. Oh, yeah, here we go.
We have ourselves another vulture.
27-inch wingspan. The vulture. Kyle Juszczyk in there, folks. 27 inch, 27 feet. How about, Jeff? 27 meters. So we can go.
It's all good, man. I didn't understand. You started talking about, like, gas tanks and kilometers and stuff earlier. I'm just sitting here nodding my head. I'm like, all right, what about miles, bud? But yeah, so Russell's camp obviously has grown increasingly frustrated by the Seahawks, the inability to protect the 8-time Pro Bowler. What was kind of crazy, though, is the Seahawks in return appear frustrated with Wilson.
Yeah.
So, like Dan Patrick said, a source told him the Seahawks management is not happy that Russell and his camp were talking to the media, and that the current situation is not sustainable.
Honestly, I kind of hope that Seattle blows this. I don't want to see Russell Wilson waste away. I like Wilson. Wilson's he's probably my favorite player in the NFL. If he's not my favorite player, he's like top 3 for sure. But I'm getting to the point where it's like, I do not want to see this guy waste away anymore. He could be so good. You put him with, like, Andy Reid in that KC offense, I swear to God, he'd put up Mahomes-like numbers. So I want to see that. I just want to see it. And Seattle just refuses, man. And it's really, really grinds on me, especially now that he's getting up there, like, in his 30s. Like, just let Russ cook. I mean, the guy's amazing. So I hope Seattle blows this. I hope it does come to fruition this offseason. Probably won't. They'll probably have one more year there. But if the management is trying to, this is the great thing. This is like where the NFL is coming more like the NBA. I think I was talking about this with Kaufman, where the players are getting more power. Like the management there, it's all owner driven, and they're trying to take control and be like, yeah, you can't talk in the media. Like, what are you going to do if Russell Wilson comes to camp being like, trade me? What are you going to do as a Seattle management? You're toast. You're going to let Russell Wilson, your best asset, sit on the sideline, which he could because he's a millionaire. He's got Sierra backing him. Like, you've got no leverage in that situation as a Seattle management. So I hope it comes to fruition, and he sends those dopes, like I said, to the well, I don't even know where he'd send them, but you know.
All right, so we're at halftime, bro. We're at halftime.
Okay. Sorry, I was getting a little heated there.
14-10. You are. Look at you. You're looking all moist and hot and bothered. 8 of 9, Drew Brees. 102 yards. Kamara here on the ground, 8 for 49. Mostert's basically matched him for 6 for 46, but it's a use check. 1 carry for 3 yards and a touchdown. Latavius Murray, 1 carry for 3 yards and a touchdown. Drew Brees, 1 carry, 3 yards, not a touchdown.
Okay.
But he has found Michael Thomas 4 times for 65 yards and 1 touchdown. Kittle's got 4 for 19. Debo Samuel, 3 for 32. Pettis has 1 grab in there. Okay, 30 yards. Torrey Smith's on the board. I'm here for it, dude.
Yeah, not a bad little game. Close. Drew Brees playing well in his retirement.
Yeah. This is, I guess now you can look at it, guys, as this is Drew Brees' farewell tour.
Definitely. Yeah, because we won't have him in the game next year, will we?
Mm-mm.
I guess not.
Ciara says Russell Wilson's sexiest trait is the father in him. And then the question after that is, are dads hotter? Do you feel like once you made other mini Jeffs, you became more attractive?
Oh, absolutely, man. Just I don't know. I don't even know how to answer that question.
Yeah. I tell you what, when I'm out on walks and
I don't know. I guess like people see you like fathering children and being, like holding your kid's hand. I guess it's definitely an admirable trait, right? Being a good dad. So yeah, I'll say yes. I think that's actually a fair assessment. Sure. But it's the same. It's the same with anything. People see you with your dog taking good care of it. It's the same kind of deal.
It's a her. It's not an it.
I'm sorry. Dear God, I'm sorry.
82 likes. 82 likes. Can we just get 18? Get us to the century mark, and then we'll get out of here. When the game's over, we'll get out of here. Yeah, must be. I said Torrey Smith. I meant Traquan Smith.
Torrey Smith.
I was like, when I said it, I was like, that is definitely not right.
Torrey Smith is like a good example of how long I've been playing fantasy football, because I remember drafting that dude when he was a rookie, like the Ravens. Torrey Smith.
Yeah.
Not even in the league anymore. God.
No, he's not. Still a 2-time Super Bowl champion. Yeah, went Ravens, Niners, Eagles, Panthers. Michael Thomas's X Factor is still lit up, but instead, yeah.
Congo Cab says with Brady winning, I think Drew might want to come back too. I mean, he hasn't announced that he's done. Maybe he just gets cut from the Saints and goes to like the Colts or something. I guess it could happen. I doubt it, but could.
DK Simpam, you got any bold predictions for the offseason? Give me your boldest prediction.
I like it. Like craziest, even if it sounds crazy, because it is the NFL and crazy stuff can happen. So
it's true.
I'm gonna actually think of mine. What's yours, Emerson? Do you have one? Like a crazy one?
I am thinking that I'm thinking as I talk really slow. No, I don't have one right now.
It's okay. No, that's okay. I don't really have one either. That's why I asked you, so I could think of one, but now I'm going to have to think.
Look at us. We're using our weaknesses to benefit each other.
Exactly.
They're like, this guy can't think of anything in a hot minute.
Look at this idiot.
Oh, God.
The thing is, there's so many legitimately crazy scenarios that could play out. Like, look, we just had Stafford traded to the Rams. Nobody saw that coming. So, Nobby Roble says, Brady to the Jets for Darnold. That is crazy. It's not going to happen, but it's crazy.
Yeah. All right, so Must Be says Winston in New England. See, I was thinking the Patriots would make a trade for Gardner Minshew.
It's interesting.
Patriots make a trade for Gardner Minshew. Patriots still draft their guy, and then that lucky rookie will be able to learn and sit back and watch the legend grow as Gardner becomes the next Tom Brady in New England. That is my bold prediction. I am not kidding, because I do think Gardner Minshew will be on the move.
I agree. That's a name that, like, you just forgot about, isn't it? I mean, he had a really good rookie year. I was pretty big on Gardner Minshew at the start of the year, and I don't really think, the season going the way it was much of his fault. Jacksonville just had, protection issues. They're just a bad team, right? So.
Ooh, yeah. Wentz, Ali Smith says Wentz to the Saints. Scotty Too Hottie says Dak with the Bears. I love these guys. You guys are dropping some sick, bold predictions.
Wentz
this stuff's fun, too.
Wentz is another guy I keep forgetting about, yeah. Wentz to the Saints. I could see it.
Andrew Luck comes back. Spencer S.
I think this is one. I think this is one I kind of agree with. Fantasy Hawk. Rodgers to the 49ers. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen.
They're going to have to rework his contract. That's for sure.
Yeah. The thing with Rodgers is, again, Green Bay is really close right now, and I know management has basically given him the double bird just because of what they did with Jordan Love and stuff and not committing. But you've got to figure with them getting so close, they go all in this year. So, is Rodgers going to San Francisco really going to give him a better shot to win?
No.
It's just such a tough division. I like San Francisco. I think Shanahan's a great coach. They do have really good weapons there with Deebo Samuel, Ayuk, Kittle. They're a really good offensive unit, but I still think Green Bay is in a better place to kind of get the division win again. They gotta go all in. If Rodgers doesn't like the moves they're making, then yeah, I think that could definitely happen. But who knows?
Wilson to the Jets. That's from Darth over on Twitch. Energy 311. Russell Wilson to Dallas. Dak to New England. CJ71. Emerson is the starting kicker for the Jags. No, dude. That's Lamborghini, bro.
Yep. Yeah, Fantasy Hawk makes another good point. Jordan Love, first-round draft pick. Teams don't sit on first-round QBs for long, so they're either going to trade Jordan Love or trade Rodgers pretty soon.
Yeah.
Probably something's going to happen with those guys this year. So,
my guy Aaron L says, my Jacksonville Jaguars will win the Super Bowl worst to first. That is the most boldest of the bold. I'll say this. There'll be a playoff team this year as Kamara.
Oh, wow.
That's right, baby.
The Jacksonville Jaguars, hey, going to be a playoff team. All right, that is a bold prediction. Well, I mean, Houston's going to be terrible, beyond terrible. So that's a free couple wins. Who else you got there? Tennessee, backwards a little bit. Derrick Henry does own the Jacksonville franchise, so that's a little bit.
Yeah, he's going to be more broken down. The Jags will be a playoff team. I'm saying that right now. They'll be in the Super Bowl in the next 3 years. Go ahead.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Wow.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, say wow. Say wow all you want, buddy, because you don't have a rebuttal because you know it's true. So get out of here. That poor attitude of yours.
I wasn't even disagreeing with you. I just said wow.
I know that, but I know what you mean when you say wow.
Look, they got Shark. You got C.J. Henderson. I still think he's going to be a really good player. T. Lawrence.
Quan says 5-11 at best. First off, pal, 17 games next year, so 5-12. Dart says Juju Smith-Schuster to the Jets. I don't know what his contract situation is, or he's a free agent, but he definitely fell down that like Ben Roethlisberger go-to list. Like, they're so good at drafting wide receivers. They could get rid of him. They'll probably draft someone in like the second or third round again, and he's going to be incredible.
Yeah, it really doesn't make sense for Juju, for the Steelers to re-sign Juju. They got like O-line issues now with Pouncey brothers retiring. I'd be pretty shocked if they brought him back. I mean, I know he's like a good community team guy, but I actually could see the Jets. I actually kind of like that call. You know, you trade for Deshaun, you sign Juju Smith-Schuster. It's not a bad little offseason for the Jets. Rework their offense, so could happen. Will Fuller's a free agent too. You got to figure the Packers are going to be on one of these wide receivers now, like Godwin, Allen Robinson, Curtis Samuel. Curtis Samuel would be great to the Packers. Antonio Brown's a free agent too. Who knows?
Yeah, I saw the idea. I think someone threw it out on ESPN, one of the analysts, of OBJ joining Tampa Bay.
OBJ, really?
Yeah, like the Browns shipping him off to Tampa Bay.
It'd be a good fit from the perspective of Arians loves to take shots downfield, but
Spencer S. AJ Green to Kansas City.
Yeah, I don't know how much AJ Green has in the tank, but he could go somewhere for sure. Because Sammy Watkins is a free agent, and there's no way Kansas City's re-signing him. So KC don't have much cap space, and they gotta do something with that O-line though. So they're not. I mean, AJ Green would be a cheap option for them. So yeah, that could work.
Yeah, Fantasy Hawk says the Jets need to take one of the Alabama wide receivers, Waddle or Smith.
Yeah, I mean, if you got like Smith and brought in Deshaun, I mean, that'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I guess the question is who's going to be playing quarterback for him?
Exactly. They got to figure that out first before they go all in, but they definitely could use an upgrade on wide receiver too.
On 2nd and 4, I don't know what the hell's happening. He was refusing to go down. Raheem Mostert, 3rd and inches, got about 60 yards now. Minute and a half to play. New Orleans, a minute and a half to play in the third quarter. New Orleans riding a 21-10 lead.
So we got a Latavius touchdown, we got a Thomas touchdown, we got a Kamara touchdown. So it's been pretty spread. Then we got the Juszczyk touchdown. So 2 vultures. Oh, he's wide open. There you go, Mostert.
Oh, doesn't
didn't want to take on the contact. That's fine.
No, that's okay. I get it.
Save yourself.
You want longevity in the league. You want longevity, in this game. Says, I'm not doing it. Under a minute now to play. Nowhere to go on the rush for Raheem Mostert. Fantasy Hawk says, I don't think it's wise to give up on Darnold unless you are getting Russ or Watson.
Sam Darnold's interesting too. Yeah, like if they do bring in a big QB or they draft a QB and they decide to trade him, I mean, I think in the right spot, Darnold could definitely produce better than what he's been doing. It's a good buy low candidate kind of guy for a team. Colts maybe.
I think he is going to benefit so much from just a change of scenery.
Yeah. He's very much just been put in that like David Carr kind of like helpless situation early in his career. Probably lucky that he's not like more like injured or banged up than he already is. So I know Sam Darnold says the right things, but you got to figure he's like just praying that he gets traded. Hopefully not to the Texans, but it could be. That might actually be worse. So I don't know. Colts would be a good fit.
Yeah, they could use someone. Of course, I hope they don't find anyone. I hope they just crumble in the AFC South. What is going on here?
What is going on? Brees with 155
yards.
yards.
Producer Madison, who's on this game, is sending me memes on Instagram right now at the same time. What's going on? Focus. Do you see how dialed in I am to this, Producer Madison? I expect the same effort out of you.
What were the memes?
Well, let me open it up.
Yeah, I mean,
it's appropriate to share.
Let's get this out in the open.
Okay, give me a second here. Well, I was in the process of. Okay, hold on a second.
It's okay. Michael Thomas has 7 catches, 90 yards, and a touchdown. Everyone else is terrible. So that's all you need to know for the receiving.
Video. Oh, that is incredible. So these are all like fake little Valentine's Day like cards. Remember the cards that would have like the clever little saying, and it's like to and from.
Yeah, my kids get those in like preschool. They just had their Valentine's Day party.
I don't know. This one is like using a weather reference, saying moist and unstable. Is it the weather graphic? No, it's, it's weather verbiage.
Yeah, sure.
And it's as if we're in charge of coming up with a Valentine sentiment. Oh God, that's incredible, dude. That's good. What is final quarter of play? What is everyone doing tomorrow? Like I don't know if I hate a holiday in air quotes, more than I hate Valentine's Day.
It's really terrible. I'm glad you're on this board. I'm glad you're on the anti-Valentine's Day bus.
I'm worst day. It's just a Hallmark holiday. Like we're just making it up so people go out there and
buy cards.
Cards.
Support your local flower shop. Why isn't it just called Support Your Local Flower Shop Day? You know, like
because I do that all the time anyway. I'm always screwing up and having to buy flowers.
Every day is Valentine's Day here. You know, the fantasy grind, Moose household.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, Drew Brees, easy there. It's an 11-point game because San Francisco doesn't know, and Robbie Gould doesn't know how to make a very long field goal. But yeah, so are you doing something? Because you still have to do something too. I feel like it's like this day comes around the same day every year, and I don't know what to do. I never know what to do or how much to dive in. What did you decide to do? Anything?
No, definitely didn't.
Bro, you need to do something.
Do I?
Yeah, you actually do, man. It's become easier because I have been sent. I love it, and this is what we do for Christmas too. Like, just send me a few recommendations, maybe some ideas, kind of get the wheels churning in my head. Just say, great. If you point me in the right direction, I cannot fail.
It's fair. I'll do something. Of course I will. Always have to. But, yeah, it's begrudgingly because I really do dislike this holiday. It puts a lot of pressure on people, unneeded. You know, we don't need that. We don't need more pressure in our lives. But, yeah, no, I'll go with a little gift or something.
Well, have you purchased it yet?
No. I still have like 12 hours, man. I mean, I'm good.
Well, so you're just going to run up to like, CVS or Walgreens or something, or?
Could go a little higher than that. Walmart, maybe. I don't know.
Walmart's great because a lot of those wacky cereals that I love, Walmart carries it. It carries them. So if you're there tomorrow, yeah, you can get some of those oatmeal.
I got Amazon Prime. It'll be here in time. Don't worry.
Oh, I don't know, buddy. This could be bad. This is actually something I'm looking forward to hearing how it ends up. It's just like a train wreck.
When you've got 12 years or whatever of precedence of you screwing up holidays, like it really just, anything I do at this point is going to be viewed as a positive. So
yeah,
set the bar low, Emerson. It's the playbook.
Oh
wow.
Diggity damn. The man built by UCF. Not to be confused with Torrey Smith, but Traquan Smith. Pushing New Orleans' lead to 17 points, extra point incoming. Oh, Andrew on the ones and twos. Lucky son of a gun. Says, we're both working. I got the built-in excuse. But he did get flowers. Luke Murphy, congratulations. 3rd place currently in my contest, which it was Moose Muffin's return. 50 people, 50 spots, all of them filled up, and your boy's sitting in 43rd. Damn, in the free showdown, there's a 20-way tie for first place right now. Well, anywho, yeah, gentlemen and ladies, do not forget, it's a one thing, too. I feel like, what about me? You know what I mean?
It's true.
Like, it goes, it's a two-way street. Like, I'll take, some candy or something.
Too.
Yeah. I like feeling special and loved.
I like bubble baths,
Yeah.
Bath salts.
Yeah, like the bath bombs, drop one of those in there. Yeah. Gosh, it's great for your skin. You'll be glowing. You get out of there. Smell good. Smell like you've been just chilling, passed out in a field of flowers.
Let's turn it into a route here. We got 18-point lead, 5 minutes to go. So I don't know what. Drop us in the chat what you guys are doing, or the best Valentine's Day gift you've ever got or received.
Yeah.
I mean,
I like Lisa's comment here. It says it's better when you do something for your mate, like make them something or spice things up in your own way. Then it's original and doesn't cost $1. It's straight from the heart. Okay.
There you go.
I like that too.
Well, I'll make my wife a card.
Again, I
one of
cannot
my
wait to
patented
see
drawings.
Yes, you are an incredible artist. I don't know, but the real talk, we'll probably just chill and watch the Daytona 500.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of chilling. It is about minus 1,000 here. Did I tell you about what happened to my garage door on Wednesday night?
Uh-oh. Hook me up with it, buddy.
So, wife comes home from work, drives in, garage door opens, then she went to close it, splits apart in two as it's closing. The hinges were so cold they just broke. The panels came apart.
The door splits in two?
The door split in two. It was insane. It was like my garage was hanging there in two pieces. And the craziest part of the story is we're panicking because it's minus 1,000 out and we can't close our garage for the night, and I don't want to stay up all night with a pellet gun guarding my garage or something. And so call some dude, finally get a hold of some guy. This dude's like a wizard, straight out of Harry Potter. Came in, he got the garage door down with a little bit of help from me. Then he put it back together. This thing was split in two. I'm like, I'm definitely need a new garage door. He's like, no, I'll fix it. Fixed it in minus 30 degrees weather. Had it running in 2 hours. I was like, he sent me a bill. I legitimately sent him an extra $50. I was just like, dude, you have no idea how appreciative I am of you. A, even coming out here. B, actually fixing it. Is insane.
Because had that remained open, that would have probably made your house super cold too.
Exactly.
Right?
It would have made the house colder. It would have just sucked everything. So never been more appreciative in my life.
You would think that doors in Canada are built to withstand 50 below temperatures.
The door is 14 years old, so things do break over time. But you're right. He even said these hinges on that door were they weren't good quality. So
he just put new hinges on.
Yeah, he put new hinges. He had to replace a cable or something. I don't know. I'm not a garage door expert, but he got it going, man. Works better now than it did before. So, like I said, this guy was a wizard.
The wizard, baby. The garage door wizard.
Very stressful week, anyways, but
it sounds like
glad it's the weekend. And I just got worried.
You You haven't left your house at all, which I don't blame you.
No, it's so cold out. So cold.
Shane Payne Gaines. Happy Valentine's Day to you and Olivia. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you lovers out there. I feel like I'm Delilah right now.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, if you guys need any kind of relationship advice, Moose is the man to answer them. You have just a few minutes left in the fourth quarter. Stuck on what exactly to do tomorrow.
Let's do a Valentine's Day Q&A here, for the last couple minutes, because this game's over. So, if you got any last minute questions, advice, what to get your significant other, how to approach it, last minute gift advice, where to go. I'm your man for that. I mean,
what to do if you're looking as Jimmy G is
you need excuses, excuses.
Yeah,
I'm good for those too.
Akeem says this sim is painful to watch. Akeem, this is win right now. I know you could be struggling with what to do tomorrow. I don't know what your relationship status is. If you have a significant other, what to do. If you're searching for a significant other, how to approach that.
Hey, I mean,
maybe how to send them a gift without looking too psychotic.
Can you buy DraftKings gift cards yet? Can we do that for real? I don't even know. Probably not.
I thought like in some states, but I'm not 100% sure. So
maybe you can buy them contest tickets. You can buy contest tickets. No. I don't think you can transfer them between accounts though. So this is all a terrible idea. I should shut up now.
Definitely do that. Hey, we do have ourselves a touchdown.
The Kittler.
Hey, Kittle cat. Ooh, Kittle cat. Kitty cat.
In 6th grade, this girl bought me lunch for Valentine's Day, and then I broke up with her. Says first time.
You're a savage.
That is just.
And you know what? Good for you. Great power move. All right, Scotty Too Hottie. What do I do when my wife wants me to turn off the Sims? Especially this tomorrow. You divorce her. That's exactly what you do. You stand your ground and you say, we are a family. And she's either part of it or she can pack up and leave.
That's right. You should, I think a good Valentine's Day gift is introducing your significant other to
bring her in.
Roles. Get them to make their own account. Again, don't share accounts, but get them to make their own account and introduce them to the beauty that is the Man Sims.
Okay, so a little less aggressive than my idea. Go Jeff's route. Go Jeff's route 100%. But yeah, I support whatever you decide to do. Should I? First time playing Fortnite, buy your girlfriend a Millie entry. Do it. Oh, baby, I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'd imagine that scene from Happy Gilmore. You're going nowhere, Happy, and you're taking me with you. And then he's on, like, the intercom system outside. It's like, I want to kiss you all over and over and again. Lady knocks on the door. You don't want breakfast? Ooh, Buzz Killington. I was at my mom's the other day and threw the sim on her TV, and she actually liked it. That's probably because we're not really talking too much about like sports and stuff. Yeah. We're here to.
That's right.
We're here to support.
Just make sure you don't put a one on with Kenny, and she'll probably continue to be a supporter. So.
Well, yeah, maybe that was the sim she tuned into, because wasn't he the one talking about tea?
Oh, maybe it could have been like the tea. Yeah, the one with Kenny and I on the tea. I was gonna say maybe it was like one with Rossi, because he likes to talk about wholesome stuff. Who knows?
It's true.
I could see Rossi having like a big like 60 plus age like viewership like getting solid ratings in there.
Yeah.
I like this Jason Rossi guy.
You know, he still dresses his kid in Christmas onesies, and it's May 10th.
Wholesome kind of fellow.
Just wholesome content.
Uh-oh, someone at my door.
Wait, was that really a doorbell?
Oh, yeah, it was, yeah.
Oh my, maybe it's the garage door wizard, and he's back to say thank you for giving me an extra $50. Oh, speaking of that, yesterday, I'm big at giving back, people. I'm big at putting other people before myself. So yesterday, I had multiple people come up to me because it's Girl Scout cookie season. And yesterday, I dropped, and I'm not kidding you, I dropped $100 total on Girl Scout cookies. Now, okay.
I think I heard some chiming in back there.
Yeah. Now I'm not going to eat all those cookies, but I do like, support. Like these families come to me, they say, "Dude, we know that you're the highest paid employee at DraftKings. Please help my kid. Please help the future of their troop. Their troop is relying on you and your appetite." So I did drop an ass ton of money on it, but I'm going to give the boxes away. That's my plan.
Oh,
so
wow.
Help them, then give the boxes away to people around the neighborhood. And I feel like everyone out there should emulate my greatness and wholesome heart. You know what, Madison? I don't think, and I did the same order twice. So I did 2 8-box orders, 2 Thin Mints, 2 of like the peanut butter patties, 2 of the caramel delights with 1 shortbread. Wow. And I saw there's like a s'mores one. So I did 8 boxes, and I did that twice, 2 different people. And I threw a couple extra dollars, and I said, "Here, tell the troop that Emerson."
Couple bucks, kid. Just yourself a new
go buy yourself a new garage door, kid. Drew Brees had only 1 incompletion in this game. That's crazy. Wait, Madison is still a Girl Scout? I don't know if she's a troop leader or something. Okay.
She's a troop leader?
Yeah.
Oh, I was a Girl Scout for 11 years. Wow, 11 years.
Dude, that's like half your life. you have a Krusty Coffin player of the game?
Let's just give it to Drew Brees since he missed like 1 pass. Good game for Michael Thomas too, but I'm going to give it to Drew Brees. Who cares?
Yeah, Nabi Robles says, "What's worse, Sanders 0 or Bourne 0?"
I'm going to go Sanders 0. So we'll give it to the babysitter Billy, not my kid award, to Emmanuel Sanders today.
Okay.
I heard a lot of people in the chat complaining about him too, so I think it's well warranted.
I had a great time with you today.
It's great, man.
Chat.
Great little morning chat.
I feel like we helped repair a lot of relationships out there. Mm-hmm. It's kind of what happens when you and I come together.
It is. I mean, perfect morning show duo here. I mean, answering questions, life questions, helping people become better humans, and just giving great fantasy advice as well along the way.
Winter Bold says they look like bald brothers. If anyone who ever wants to compare me to you and your ridiculous good looks, I am fine with that.
Okay, good. I'm glad.
Like, that's the greatest compliment you could ever deliver to me is, hey, call me Jeff, or say I look like Jeff, or I sound like Jeff. Compare me to the GOAT. I'm cool with that. Okay, guys, so we have 5 more Sims coming up today. That is next up. You're going to hang around. You're going to be with Kaufman. I'm sure you could share your garage door story again and the wizard. Yeah, Choker, you did take me down in our contest. In Moose Muffin's return. Who ended up winning that? Yeah, Choker. Big win for you, my dude.
Congrats, Choker.
Big win. Must be. Appreciate the love, my friend. What about the free showdown? Let me see who's chilling in that one right now. Oh, wow, there's a lot. Yeah, so 11-way tie for first place in the other free showdown. So if that's one of you, you're taking home about $9.54 right now.
Congrats, Alvin Kamara in the captain spot there.
Have a great rest of your weekend, everybody. Thank you, producer Madison and Andrew on the ones and twos, and Derek on the ops team for helping us all out. If you guys have any other questions about what to do for your significant other for Valentine's Day, find me on Instagram or Twitter. I'm happy to help. Seriously.
Yeah.
I'm like Dr. Phil.
Do not contact me on social media about Valentine's Day. I will not respond.
The garage door situation, you run into a
absolutely
little pickle.
You want a good garage door guy, you come to the Moose. So at the fantasy ground, I'll give you all the info you need. But I'm gonna see you guys in like an hour here. I gotta do a sim with Kaufman. So anyways,
thoughts and prayers. Love you guys. Have a great weekend. I'll see everyone back here on Monday. Peace.
Well, if you are just joining us, welcome to the weekend. This is the Dream Stream, and of course, if you have already been with us for the first simulation of the day, welcome on back. Good to see you. You know this guy already, Geoff Ulrich. I'm Adam Kaufman. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well, man. Doing good. Second sim of the day already. I can't believe it. I don't even know what to say. It just feels weird.
Just rendered
speechless.
speechless.
Like before lunch.
Get up
here.
nice and early, yeah.
It's early where I am. I don't mind it. I mean, this is good. Like I said, a little
gonna...
morning sim action. But to hang out with Emerson, and I get to see you.
You're gonna
I'm a lucky moose. I'm a lucky moose.
You gonna make it? I'm
gonna make it. I'm good.
This is really very early for you.
It is.
Did you
moose are nocturnal animals too. So.
Is that a fact?
No, it's not. I don't know. Maybe they are. I don't know.
This is the Madden Matinee. The Josh Allen will be captained at 50% free roll that we've got going on here between, of course, Allen's Bills
100%.
and the Washington football team. You think it'll be 100% captain spot for Josh Allen in this one?
we did a Lamar Jackson free roll last night, and he was 100%. So I'm kind of thinking Josh Allen, same deal. He'll probably be like, I'm sure there'll be some bozo.
Well, 100% own, not
Allen.
100% in the captain spot.
Right, yeah, not 100% in the captain.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah. Okay, right.
So if he was 100% owned, what was he in the captain spot, Lamar?
66.
Oh my God, I've never seen that before.
Yeah, they were playing a really crappy team. It was a really bad game too. Who are they playing? I can't even remember. Doesn't matter. Anyways.
Wow, those are some big numbers. We'll see if Josh Allen can top it because there are just not a lot of appealing plays here in this one.
No.
As lineups prepare to lock, I'll tell you what I've got, and then let's hear yours. We've got Josh Allen in the captain spot on this side of the screen here, along with J.D. McKissick, Steven Sims Jr., because, hey, it's a sim. You got to have Sims. Jeremy Sprinkle, Tyler Bass, Dustin Hopkins. So in honor of our pal Jason Rossi, stack them kickers along with Josh Allen in the captain spot. How about you? Did we lose Moose? Did he freeze? Did I freeze?
You hear me?
Ah, you froze. Yeah, okay. I was wondering. One of us froze.
I think I just plugged my hard line into the internet. It probably messed things up for like 5 seconds. Now I'm all over the place here.
What's your lineup? Give us your lineup.
What is my lineup? I put Diggs in the captain spot. Here we go. I actually skipped the kickers and I went with the Washington defense. I figured Josh Allen fumbling.
Sure.
Might lead to some turnovers there. And I used McLaren instead of Sims because McLaren was cheaper. So, seemed like a good opportunity.
High Road said, El Moose is gone. No, the Moose has been found. We have discovered him. He has returned. Mad said, hanging out with Emerson just a bit too much. It's just the Emmernet took over, man.
The Emmernet.
It's transferable.
Infiltrated my house.
Thousands of miles away. It's a tough blow to the people. Thank you for being with us. We're looking forward to getting this one underway. Virtual Bills Stadium, no longer New Era Field in Buffalo. Same place, just a different name. That happens in the NFL and other sports as well, obviously. Those naming rights, although this one nice and easy to remember. Bills Stadium. So with Geoff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. We got producer Madison. We got Drew, our technical director. We got Derek, Game Op Squad, and we are happy to have all of you here with us. Spencer, thank you for the birthday wishes. You are a delight, sir. Aaron says, woke up late, seen that Sanders didn't get a catch. Was that the previous sim, I assume?
It was, yeah. Got a big goose egg for Sanders. Someone else put up a goose egg too. It was pretty decent, but Sanders definitely was the DFL Babysitter Billy Award winner of the last sim.
Yeah, Matt says Sanders was the not our kid.
Yeah, definitely was not my kid.
John, appreciate the kind words. Thank you. He's writing about Glash in the DraftKings conference room as we are underway. Have you had the opportunity? Or I guess I use that term loosely. Opportunity. Have you taken it upon yourself to check out our own Brendan Glasheen's TikTok?
Yeah, his TikTok debut.
He's done a few now. In fact, yesterday was
one?
It was a twofer. Yeah, usually you got to pay extra for that. He put up 2 in one day.
All right. Well, I didn't know I was missing content here.
Yeah, he did one, ahead of the slate, and then he did one mid-slate.
I saw his first NBA betting guy won. Betting thoughts.
That's what they all are. They're all NBA betting guys. It's the same. That's the shtick. That's what he's got. Josh Allen is 87% owned in the larger free roll, by the way. We'll see what he is in our smaller, more modest one here for the Madden Matinee. I had said Josh Allen will be captain at 50%. Let's see. No, I'm way off. Highly owned, 90%, but in the captain spot, just 27%. Yeah, so he's got a few videos.
Wow. Okay. Well, interesting. Check those out.
Although, you know what my favorite part is, though? I don't know if you happen, or anyone out there, if you follow Priv, Glash's girlfriend, Sarah, Priv. If you follow her on Instagram, she loves to put up stories that are the behind the scenes of all of his, stream shenanigans, or obviously in this case, his TikTok guy. And so he's in the other room, filming this thing, and she's in the bedroom, like filming it from 15 feet away, and just quietly just filming him doing his thing, and he has no idea, and then eventually realizes it and flips her off. But it's pretty good. It's like it's like all my wall of DVDs here. These are the bonus features. These are the director's cut elements. It's terrific.
Yeah. The alternate endings, so to speak, or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So, or the bonus features. Yeah, it must
Ira
be
says,
quite.
Cops a true friend promoting Glash's TikTok. I'm absolutely bring attention to it. Let's pound those views, man.
It's good production quality. I like the TikTok. Like I was telling Glash this yesterday. I like the TikTok. I like it when people put effort into things like that. There's funny stuff coming out of it. I like the TikTok. My favorite is the TikTok investors videos that are coming out. Did you see the video? The people who say, "Oh, we just wait for a stock to go up and then we buy it and wait till it goes up more."
No, I didn't see that. I just want to know what Glash's end game is with the TikTok, though. Like, we always knew kind of what the goal was, what the approach was with the dressing up in Sarah's clothes as Tom Brady or Cam Newton. We knew what he was trying to achieve. But what is the end game with the TikTok betting guy videos? That's what I want to know.
I don't know. Good question.
Trying to get a fight with Jake Paul. That's true. Maybe Glash wants to be a TikTok celebrity.
Definitely. Look, people have gotten their own shows and stuff out of TikTok, and if you're their own pay-per-view fights, I guess, out of TikTok. So
yeah,
who knows, man? Could be coming soon.
Smash Lana says Kaufman actually seems excited about it today. LMAO. Smash Lana was concerned that I was teasing the TikTok the last time I brought it up. I love when Glash puts himself out there in these types of videos, which is all the time, by the way. I mean, the dude shaved his eyebrows for just likes on a YouTube stream. He is willing to put himself out there, and I'm here for it. I am here for it. I want it. I want more of it. Meeker says Glash is just trying to be funny. Leave him be. Second and 16, 3 minutes gone, scoreless opening quarter. Bills and the Washington football team pitch from the 47, and nowhere to go there for J.D. McKissick. Lost a yard on that attempt. Yeah, Meeker says, like Seinfeld's weird first season, you got to give him time to grow his legs.
True. Simpsons started slow, too. They increased the animation and the storyline.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely.
That's right.
Some of the voices changed.
Yeah.
Evolved over time. Got to settle in. That's a great point. 3rd and 17 on the way from midfield here as we approach the midpoint of this opening quarter. Nabi Rebel says people are going to lose money listening to Glash. Well, see, that's the thing. I don't think he's telling you which way to throw your
Yeah, he's not doing that. He's doing it after the fact, isn't he?
Right. He's just reacting as a guy who did fictionally put money on these particular props, and how he feels about it, whether he's celebrating or whether he's not doing well. So it's really a different spin.
I've got the losing money thing covered here, folks. You know, if you want to lose money, come read my articles. But Glash is just for, you know, for the fun and the entertainment.
Yeah, for giggles, for S's and G's, as some might say.
On that note, my DK NHL article should be up if you're looking to play on the slate tonight. Pretty big slate of NHL games. A couple games I like. I like the over in Chicago and Columbus. You can check that out. Check out the DFS plays mainly, though. Anyways.
Which games do you like tonight? I know, what do we have, a 7-game slate in the NHL?
Yeah, well, I like that Chicago Columbus game to target for DFS. You got Laine there. That first line's killing it. Roslovich, cheap option. Atkinson's is cheap. Blackhawks give up a ton of points. Like Kane on the other side. Both those teams kind of suck defensively, so good one to target there for DFS.
I gotta build my NHL Classic lineup for later. Maybe a Bruins showdown as well.
Bruins ruined me last night. Rangers didn't even play bad. Like it's held the Bruins to 1 goal.
Good night to have Jarro Halak, though.
Yeah,
if you did. I didn't, but if you did.
Tried to take the value with the Rangers. Shesterkin. Again, these guys didn't even play bad, but it's like, God, you just can't. The Bruins are just...
Oh, they're a wagon right now. 1 regulation loss through, what, 13 games? First points coming from a kicker. Hashtag stack them kickers. Dustin Hopkins on the board, folks. Hope you've got him. This is interesting. Fantasy Hawk, who I know has been accused of being my alias, Moose, says, boxing match, I'm taking Koff. Street fight, I'm taking Glash. So what's the assumption then? If we're playing dirty, Glash wins, and if we're on the up and up, I win.
Yeah, no, it's like you're the more technically sound fighter, and Glasheen is just like the brawler.
So where does that put if we're in the octagon? If it's MMA, then what happens? Because that's a little bit both.
Well, if it turns into a stand up, you probably give the edge to Glasheen. But if it's more of like technical battle, or you get him on the ground. You probably
roll around and grapple a little bit.
That's right, yeah. You'd probably be able to outsmart him there on the ground. So there you go.
We'll have to ask our DK contributor, Tim Finnegan, to set some odds on that. Yeah, Giggle Pig says Koff's a calculated boxer, and Glash is a flailing brawler. Jordan says, I'm taking Glash either way. Koff can't fight. Man, how do you know?
I don't even think Koff knows that he can fight. So
I had a couple semesters of karate in college.
Karate. I believe it's pronounced karate.
Karate. It was a wonderful 1-credit elective. Giggle Pig says Glash is gonna come at you like a spider monkey. He would have those crazy eyes. No, John says that I'll humble him with a whooping of epic proportions.
You do have the dad strength, which is a big factor.
Dad strength should not be overlooked.
Yeah, it's a real thing too. Trust me. It's like this higher gear kicks in.
It's the the adrenaline when like you see in movies, like someone who in dire straits flips over a car and to save somebody's life. So same dad strength that operates the same way.
Yeah, and I think if you I think it comes from like stepping on like enough Legos or like your kids breaking walls or something that it's just all coiled inside you. So when you really need to reach deep, it's there, the dad strength. So don't overlook that.
Drew says Popeye with his spinach. There you go. Hyro's he's looking to set some lines. What's the chat think? Who wins? Koff or Glash? Brandon's coming at my shoulders. It's not. I don't have coat hanger shoulders. I'll tell you that. Jealous of the people that do, the nice broad shoulders.
Chat's in agreement. Dad strength, real thing.
Hulking up, says Fievel. JJ Fat says Glash is younger. He wins.
I don't know about that.
I don't know if age comes into play here when it's not like I'm 50.
Yeah, that's the other thing, right?
Fantasy Hawks' dad strength is real. I won't challenge my dad until he's at least 70.
Exactly. Like my dad's over 70. I honestly don't want to go there. I'm getting embarrassed.
Jordan says it'd be a great idea for charity, Cough. Steven says Cough would hurt Flash. It's not a fair fight. I want to know, I'm happy to read these comments. They're funny. They amuse me. But I do want to know if all of you would be saying the exact opposite if Flash was on the call right now instead of me.
No, I actually don't think they would be. If
Yeah,
anything, there would probably be more Kaufman support.
Come at him even harder. Allen on the run, slides. He's shy of the first out to the 26. 2 for 14 for him, 2nd and 2. Still 3-0 Washington late in the
I don't
first.
think this is a case of, just whoever's on, let's support who's ever on. I think this is a case of
Luke says Kaufman takes criticism the second best among commentators behind Rossi. Rossi's really good at taking it. You work in media or in this type of format long enough, you better have a thick skin. I'll tell you that right now. Because there are a lot of anonymous people that are looking to bring you down a peg or two. And I have had some terrible things hurled my way in my early years that I did not know how to take. but no. You grow from it. You don't really have a choice. But I'm sorry, you were starting to say as we've reached the quarter break.
No, it's an interesting conversation. I know when I first started doing like public articles and stuff like that, you're like, what the, like it's a jolt to the system. You're like, okay.
Oh yeah.
Like now I'm the target. Now it's not just like you can't just comment on things in sports. Now it's like, okay, your comments are getting dissected and you're getting dissected. So yeah.
And I was a columnist for a few years, and the first thing that you do is, at least me, is you look at the comment section, right, and people get personal, they get mean, and obviously it's the vocal minority. Like very rarely do people feel a need to comment in the comment section of any sort of article, no matter who's writing, to say like, this is really good. Yeah. It's the people who don't like it or more. What I also realized is, and I'm sure you ran into this more often than not, people don't even read beyond like the headline, maybe the first paragraph, and then just start to tear you down.
Oh, totally.
They're not going to read the full thing and then come at you. That's a waste of their time.
Yeah. No, it's a breeding ground, commenting anonymously. People take out their frustrations regardless of their right or wrong in it. So yeah, you develop a thick skin pretty fast. I like the way Rossi deals with it as well, even though the DK Sim fam is pretty relaxed overall.
Yeah, I think overall it's a very supportive crew.
No, honestly, and like,
obviously,
other than the odd incident, we could say, like this is like where we it's a safe space. It's like the hugging tree here, or whatever you call it. I don't know, the trust tree, as Will Ferrell would call it.
Trust tree with the nest, are we not? Ed Zone Dan says, hi DK fam, I'm here and the like button is smushed. Good. Smush it, smash it, do whatever you want. We're happy. You got 400 people plus watching the dream stream here on the YouTube, up over 100 likes. Let's get to 150 by the end of this quarter. We're really only a few away. We're well on our way. So hit that like. First down pickup for Singletary. 4 for 14 on the ground for him. 1st and 10 on the way from the 11. Going back to that fight conversation, Drew, our TD, says, I'm 100% sure my dad would one-punch KO me. No thanks. John says, I got Kaufman capped and Glash is too expensive. So what are we saying then? Glash is the favorite? Obviously salaries are determined based on who's in a good spot. So am I more of a value play in this situation? Silly Sally wants to play, says Tom Carroll looks like he'd be a handful. Always happy and goofy means that when he gets ticked, he goes over the edge.
I think Tom's a pretty big dude too, and like I don't just mean like
not just the huge noggin he's got on his.
I think he's like actually pretty big, like
yeah,
like
Well, Mads could tell us. Mads knows him personally,
right?
So she could tell us how big a dude he is.
I have no idea. I've never met him, and I'm just going off what I'm seeing in the chat, but or the camera, but yeah, he'd be a handful. I'd put him at like minus 150 to like take down a DK Sim host analysis person tournament. So El Paso wants to see Ducey and Rossi. Juicy would get absolutely creamed in that. I mean, I like Kenny, but like Rossi would just like mop the floor with him. Again, you got to factor in dad's strength.
I don't know. Rossi's low to the ground though. Remember, he's like 4'6",
exactly,
200 pounds.
Meager has a good idea.
And incomplete.
Inflatable sumo suit wrestling match.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. See that? Like, I would be, admittedly, Jordan, and for anyone else trying to push this thing, I would be reluctant to actually get in a ring and fight Glash for charity or whatever. If we're talking like, if we're talking like sumo suits and that sort of thing where no one's really getting hurt, it's just a spectacle where everybody stinks and you're just chuckling the whole time. So in.
Look, we're all somewhat relying on our looks here, just from the fact that we're on camera. So we can't mess up the money makers here.
It's the Anchorman rules. Remember,
it's exactly the Anchorman.
Nothing
rules.
Above the shoulders.
That would be the Anchorman. That would be like the DK Sam fan. Nothing above the shoulders. It's okay if you rip each other's arms off, but I can't kill the man
with a trident.
You should lay low for a while.
Runner Travis says, you can't sit at the Dream Stream all day and be tough. You guys aren't fighters. I mean, in fairness, Runner Travis, none of us, I won't speak for everyone. None of us that I've been a part of broadcasts with have ever claimed to be tough.
That's why we're pitting each other against each other.
Yeah, I'm not sitting here saying,
outside.
You guys are afraid. You don't want to come at this.
There's no actual outside, like actual tough people allowed. It's just the soft underbelly of the DK sim announcing and analysis crew. The producers wouldn't even be allowed in. God. Those guys are the real warriors.
Eerily quiet. So I don't know about this chat. I don't know about this conversation. Andrew says Glash would bite off Koff's kneecaps. Going all Lions head coach on me. Matt says she's just letting us have fun discussing hypotheticals. How do you know this isn't real, Mads? First down toward midfield. Haskins, 79 in the air. Still 3-3 game.
Oh, it was England there on the catch. Second catch for England.
Brooklyn Dodger.
Yeah, the kicker stack going well.
Let's see. Yeah, Brooklyn Dodger in front by a half a point here for the Madden Matinee. Bills DST in the captain spot. Also has the Washington DST, along with Diggs, McKissick, Haskins, and Allen. Joker says, when JCVD movies are your favorite, you better have a thick skin.
Maybe that gives the edge to Kaufman and I. We could bring out a little kickboxer,
Yeah, right? Feel like that scene in Time Cop where he leaps, does the leaping split in the kitchen onto the countertops. You better watch out. Not get shocked over here.
A little subconscious, Built it. Ooh, you just fucked up the corner there. Maybe we've subconsciously, mimicked his fighting style.
Picked up a few things over the years. So Lisa says, and now I'm starting to question whether this is in fact Lisa's account versus maybe her, boyfriend or significant other, says, it's okay, Koff, if you don't know how to fight. I don't either. And I've been in 3 and they were awkward, but I won. Lisa out there busting heads?
Don't fight unless you have to, and if you do fight, win. It's a pretty good rule.
Apparently. Jordan says, yeah, Jeff's right about the chats and comment sections. Not too much of that here, though. I may mess with Koff sometimes, but I'm sure he knows I'm just joking when I do. Jordan, don't worry. We're good. Ira says Glash will be swinging as he cries, reminding Koff of all the times that he hurt him. Why? Every single sim. Why are you picking on me? Boom, boom, boom. Gigglepigs, Koff, when are you going to start that wedding commentary business? The day you decide to, I'll be the pepper to your cotton any day. That's gold in the making. Yeah, who was I with? Was it Rossi or who was I with the other day when we were having that conversation? We were talking about doing play-by-play of weddings. Here she comes. She's walking down the aisle. Oh, look at the flower girl. Just adorable. Cute little Tommy, the ring bearer. Better keep a close hold on that thing, kid. It's gonna turn ugly if you lose it. Oh, he stumbled. He stumbled on the carpet. He recovered. He didn't fall. He didn't fall. He's okay. Mads wants the bouquet toss. Here we have all the single ladies lining up left to right, wondering where their lives have gone to where it has come to this moment. Wondering for
when
Stephanie over here
to walk
to
down
throw
the aisle.
bouquet. Now you have to wonder if Steph has a favorite in mind. Is she going to angle the pass in one particular direction? Has this been worked out in advance? Does she know where Tiffany's going to be standing? We know that she is hungry for that ring, and her boyfriend of 3 years has still yet to propose. It's getting ugly, folks.
You've got Carly over there with a 20-inch vert. Now Stephanie,
don't forget Carly.
Giving up a little bit of a height advantage, but she did come through with 20 bench press reps in the combine, so could box out Carly if it comes to that.
Carly was an all-state volleyball player.
Division 4, first teamer.
Drew says the bridesmaid combine. Oh, so good. Three. Haskins passes to the left, incomplete. There's a shock. Yeah, there's a lot of potential in that business, and damn it, Giggle Pigs, I want in. I want Geoff alongside.
Caroline on the outside, the long shot. She's a scrappy underdog, though. Grew up on a horse ranch just outside of Idaho.
The ball's completed inside the 20. You don't really want to... You can't count out Monica. She has a history of terrible breakups, and she is scrapping trying to get that ring. Have you ever seen Leslie tie one on? She has come prepared.
Definitely the favorite
in the heat here today.
Definitely the favorite in the who's going to make the bad decision or who's going to make the worst decision of the night category, Leslie.
Drew says, I don't know why you guys are calling it like it's golf, but it makes it that much better.
I don't know why we're doing that either, but it is better.
I just feel like it's one of those things that you can't take too seriously. Like, unless you did it like a real, cotton and pepper dodgeball sort of thing, right, where you have like the even-keeled, straight man play-by-play guy, and then your analyst is just all over the map. Caroline finding her footing, using those hips to try and push people aside here just to make sure she has the room that she's looking for. This is gonna be great, don't you think? Oh man, she's kind of cute too. If this doesn't work out and she catches the bouquet, I might go up and introduce myself.
Oh yeah, that man open. What are you doing, Haskins? There we go. And McLaren.
Legacy Law golf claps too. Shane wants Sims or McLaurin for the TD. David says sprinkles do, sprinkle in a touchdown. Brian says, Koff, can you describe the ones and twos? It's an old DJ term. Is where that, for records, that's where that comes from. Another incomplete pass. 3rd and goal from the 4. Final 40 seconds here of the opening half. I'm way behind the chat, but I'm looking forward to catching up, especially on this conversation that we just had. Third and goal, what you got? Haskins keeps it himself, finds an opening. Touchdown! First of the day for Dontrell Inman.
The former Charger, the former Colt. Apparently he's on Washington now. He's been around. Isn't he on the Patriots for a bit? Inman? Am I remembering
Inman,
that
no.
correct?
No, you are not.
Yeah, I am not. Just making up stuff now. Okay, it's fine.
Fantasy Hawk says, I could see Emerson getting knocked out the first 10 seconds, but says, I'm not buying Jeff. It looks like he did a few Ukrainian special ops missions.
Oh, man. I've seen things, folks.
I've seen things. Mars Brightburn says, Koff could talk himself right out of a fight. Honestly, if I did have a strength in terms of fighting, it would be that. Let's try and put a little levity in this situation so I don't get my buns handed to me.
Avoiding fights, generally the best strategy, folks. That is true. Generally.
Jordan, that's what I'm thinking for Glass. You didn't give me my $5 back. Bam. Very good. As we near the half, 10-7 Washington in front.
Did you see that clip of the mom who tackled the peeping Tom that was looking into her daughter's window?
No, that sounds awesome though.
Yeah, no. I guess they saw this guy obviously around their house, so they were all out on the lawn waiting for the cops, and the dude tried to run away, and it's just got the mom just took the dude right down to the ground, just like took him right on, like dude's down for the count. It's great.
Charles says, Carly's in a serious relationship and has been for 3 years. Wonder what in the world he's waiting for. This could be the omen that pushes him over the top. No, that sounds great. Listen, I mean, that's mom strength right there. That's like with animals, protect your young. Yeah, fearless.
That's a whole other.
Dad strength can't compare to mom strength. No chance.
That's true.
Second and 8. Allen takes off. Oh, Drew just sent us the video. I'm going to need to watch this. Sorry for all the people disappointed with McLaurin and Sprinkle in the chat. Mad says she is a no-nonsense woman. Textbook wrap-up.
Yeah, it's a real textbook tackle, too. Like, it's legit.
Oh! Yeah! Now we're talking. Yeah! I mean, like you read about. The footwork there.
Yeah, no, like sign her up, man. You know,
give her a contract.
Invitation to camp right there.
Giggle pigs. There's a reason the wild, when mama bears get upset, the papa bears wait to pick up the carnage afterwards.
Yeah. It's like
Rob says, great form on the tackle, better tackle than Deion Sanders ever made.
Ooh, burn.
Burn.
That's a nice pass. There's McLaren.
Last Sunday, says Mars. Folks, hit that like just about at 150. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yep.
Moose, Scott, Mads, Drew, Derek, we're all here for you, baby. Having a good time.
Little extra McLaren garbage time action there if you had him. 10-3, Washington. Inman with the only touchdown from Haskins. Haskins not having a Yeah, actually, he's not having didn't have a bad half.
No, 146.
Yeah, with a tutty.
Touchdown, pacing toward a bonus. He's doing all right. Allen, not great.
No, Allen's terrible.
Well on his way to the babysitter Billy. The child watching William Award if things don't pick up for him here. McKissick 7 for 15. Allen 5 for 62 on the ground though. Could be
that's right. He had that big game on the ground. So he's approaching the bonus on the ground.
Mm-hmm. Singletary just 15. We'll look at the pass catchers as well. John says, I saw that, Jeff. Excellent takedown.
Yeah.
Aubrey Rebel, that was not her first tackle. Who knows? Yeah, maybe she played. McLaurin 4 for 61. Inman 4 for 33. 2 for 29 for Diggs. Sims 2 for 25 as well. David says he's sitting 19th. Lord Silverman is first right now. Lord Silverman, about a 2-point lead at the last update. I am sitting 97th, which is bad. Very, very middle of the pack right now, whereas TD Drew is top 15 at the moment. Good for you. Keep it up, fella. How about you?
I faded Haskins, so I'm not in a good spot here. Let me see what the where am I here? Oh, this isn't the right contest. Dear God, what have I done? I don't know where I am. Not doing good. I got Diggs in the captain. I got I'm in 28th place. How am I in 28th place? Did I roster Inman? No. I have Diggs in the captain, Allen, McKissick, McLaurin, Beasley, and the Washington defense. So I guess Washington D 7 points, kind of keeping me up there.
Got that going for you.
I guess Diggs has a couple catches.
Koff, you gonna do the last minute NBA today? Yeah, I will. I'll throw that out a little later. I think lineups lock at 7:30. Brian says, Koff, can you say, hey, Alexa? Sure, wait, let me add to it. Hey, Alexa, please play Apache by Sugar Hill Gang. I don't know what happened in all of your houses. Second half is underway. Geoff Ulrich, Adam Kaufman, producer Mads, Drew, who's sitting top 15, Derek and Game Ops. Hey, here's a question. So Mads here mentioned last night, ladies' night, naturally on the Dream Stream. I don't know how often you're with us on a Friday, Jeff. Friday is ladies' night on the Dream Stream. And Mads, her boyfriend, has super secret Valentine's Day plans for tomorrow.
Okay.
She doesn't know what it is. Doesn't know if it's, if she's going somewhere, if something is coming to her. Anything could be involved. I mean, about the only thing we know probably is that, he's not going to get her a dog because she just did that. So I want to know from the chat, if you were in Madison's boyfriend's position, you're in a pandemic, it's Valentine's Day, it's your first one together, what are you doing? Because you can't really go anywhere. There's not a lot that you can do. What's the gift? Do you order something off Amazon, something really special?
I mean, I'm the wrong person to be asking this because I'm like the most uncreative person in the world when it comes to this stuff. But maybe we'll be announcing Madison's wedding next year.
Fumble!
Oh, no. Haskins. I was just about to say, Dwayne Haskins, you don't see him run too much. Guess that's why. Dwayne. That's your real name.
If that's your real name.
Who got that? Did Washington get that back? No, it doesn't look like it.
Captain Blood. Hey, Alexa, can you set an alarm for 3 a.m.? Alexa, play the Dream Stream on YouTube. Legacy Lock. Oh my God, you set off my Alexa.
Alexa, subscribe to the DK DraftKings YouTube channel.
Must be says, I would totally buy Madison a cat. Well, yeah, I mean, somebody's got to buy a cat around here. Glass isn't doing it. Picnic date, says Shane. Although you got to remember we're in the Northeast, so it's not out of the question, but you got to dress warm. But a picnic date is nice.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's probably got some kind of, nice dinner set up, Probably not going to make it himself unless he's a cook and I'm wrong. But, I'm sure he's got something planned like that. And that's about it, man. That's like about all I can think up. So
is Valentine's Day much of a thing in your house? Like Madison, the new relationship, first Valentine's Day, that's a thing. But, what about for you who's been
I mean, I was joking about it with Emerson on the other stream, on the other sim, but like Valentine's Day is barely a blip in our house.
Same.
And I know a lot of people are like, well, she says that you shouldn't get her something, but like, we just agree. Like, it's a dumb holiday. Like, my wife agrees. Like,
yeah. Same here.
It's not like trust me, guys. Like, I'm not like, I've married I'm very lucky.
Low maintenance.
It's part of the reason why I love my wife. I mean, like, she agrees with me on stuff like this. So, she can, I don't care if she likes sports, but like when it comes to stuff like this. So yeah, well, I'll probably get her something, a little something, but like, it's barely a blip. It's like we got bigger things to deal with, man. Like Valentine's Day. Even in a good year, it's ridiculous.
Even in a good year.
I just don't like it. I don't like it from a societal point. It puts pressure on relationships, like these kind of things, like, it's a special day. Like, people judge each other over it. I think days like this, honestly, like, put more stress on people than they do good. So that's just my take on it. I'm all about doing nice stuff for, for your significant other, but like, it shouldn't be a societal thing where it's like pressured on you. You should either do it or you don't. And if you don't do it, then you should, you shouldn't be, you should move on or whatever if you're not into doing it for your significant others. So,
well, that's the thing. Like, look, I'd like to think my wife wouldn't probably agree with this all the time, but I'd like to think that I appreciate my wife every day. Exactly. Why does Valentine's Day have to be this like big over the top hoop? We were talking about. Can my kids hear me? No, I don't think so. We were talking about this earlier, and because I said to her, I was like, hey, just like, do you want anything for Valentine's Day? And she is, like you said, she's not gonna just say, oh no, but what she really means, no, it's not that we've been together for like 15 years. She's gonna tell me what she thinks, and so she's like, no, I don't want it, but we should get something like for the kids. I think we should make it some acknowledgement for it. Like, I think she has plans to, pick up some balloons and buy some chocolates, some candies, just to, acknowledge it as a day. But it's certainly not one of those like,
it's a fun day.
I'm gonna present her with this lavish, box of flowers and chocolates and bath oils and all these things. No, get out of here.
It's really a better holiday for the kids. You're right. Because like, at school, sometimes you can give out Valentine's. That's pretty much fun. As it gets older, it gets more stressful because you're like, does this person actually like me? But like, these Valentine's Day dances and parties and stuff. So it really is like fun when you're a kid. As an adult, it's a joke in my opinion. So, but
I'm with you. Jordan wishes he could go out for Valentine's Day, meet the single ladies. Now we understand that Jessie here met her boyfriend Jordan on Valentine's Day out at the bar. They had a great time. Some question whether he knows her last name, and they've been together for 3 months. Here's hoping she doesn't catch the bouquet. I don't think he's ready. Jim says, that's what my wife and myself used to do. Buy for the kids, see their smiles.
especially in this year, right? Like,
especially in this year.
Yeah, I mean, there ain't much going on, so you might as well just have fun with it. So,
no, like I'm not even.
My kids are super into it. They had a Valentine's Day party at like preschool, a couple days ago, man. They love it, man. They got.
Yeah, no, my kids were excited coming back from school and showing off all the Valentine's little cards they got from their classmates.
Like a mini.
It's fun. Yeah,
like a mini Halloween too. Like they get candy and stuff. So
right. Foghorn Leghorn says Valentine's Day's for losers. I love my wife every day. Brian says I pay more attention to the chat than I do the game. Is that normal? Well, if you're judging it based on the commentators, I'd say it's probably pretty normal. And with that, 10-3, 2 minutes to go, third quarter. Yeah, like I'm not going to CVS to buy my wife a card for. She wouldn't want me to. It's a pandemic. Now I might write her a note.
Send her a text.
Send her an email.
Dear wife.
Auto signature. Love, Adam Kaufman.
DraftKings sim play-by-play.
Dear wife. Yeah, Drew says send her a head-to-head contest. Fumble. Where's the fun in that? I mean, you know, one, obviously it's not like she has an account. I know Drew was being facetious, but I mean, then you're just, you know, then it's just money within the same household. You're just giving away the rake.
Taking away from yourself. Yeah.
That's it. Nobody's winning anything.
Oh. Set her up in a head-to-head against Glash, and then she can, you know.
Oh, Drew says he plays head-to-heads with his fiance, bragging rights for the week. Well, I guess if you do free rolls, you could do that. Or, I mean, maybe you guys play for real money. I have no idea. That's I like that. I like the bragging rights. Free roll. Yeah, he says free roll. Also, I think this is the first I'm learning that Drew has a fiance. So congrats, pal. That's exciting. Alex, I'm not going to read it, but I see where you're going. Final 30 seconds of the third. As long as we all know Glash would have read it, that's enough for me. Silly Sally wants to play. Cards are so expensive. Just take a snapshot of one and send it to her. If there is one thing, like obviously I don't know how you feel about this. I'm sure it's final play of the quarter. Can he go? Can he go? Catch up. Zigzag. There you go. Down at the 10. Josh Allen, 123. Good gain right there out of Devin Singletary. I was just going to say, we'll look at some stats, but I mean, it's fun to receive a card, no question about it. Like you like to, but cards to me are just what a colossal waste of money cards are. 1st and 10 from the 10, start of the fourth quarter. More time, more sim, less us. Madison says, I disagree. I like cards. So here's where I will sort of, I don't know, whatever the right word for it is. She says, as long as you add a handwritten sentiment. Thank you. So if you're just going to buy a card for somebody and write like, happy birthday, love you, like, keep your $6.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're Josh Allen rushing touchdown, but if you're going to write somebody a nice note that someone is then going to save the card, sure. Like, yeah, then I can support that. But if it's just a note, if it's just a card for the sake of like putting in the effort to spend the money and mail somebody a card or hand somebody, what's the point, really? You know, just either write it, view it like back in the day when we were in school and, you know, kids would sign each other's yearbook albums, you know, like write a message.
Yeah.
Or don't. Like, just signing your name, what's the point? She says,
It's true.
Madison says,
Cards
I always
are-
date them and keep them. I keep cards too, the ones that actually say something, for sure. But they don't say anything. Why even buy them?
The whole card business is weird.
Racket?
The card business made more sense when there was an email and stuff like that, and social media. But like, dude, if you want to send a message, just send an email or something. Or you can even get like digital stuff you can send now. Doesn't cost as much. There's no environmental impact. You don't give someone a card if they have no idea what are they supposed to display it on their fireplace or something. Have some kind of card binder they keep from like years past. I don't know, man. Seems like a lot of work.
10-10 game. We got a flag. Working 6 to 7. Valentine's Day is a good excuse to do something nice for each other and spend some time together. If it has you on the defense and feeling pressure, then your relationship's got issues.
If it was just that, I wouldn't disagree with that. But,
Jordan says, I pick out the great cards. Not to brag, I do pick out the best cards. Not an easy feat with some of the abysmal cards you see in stores. And yes, Madison, always include a personal note. Stats are updated, by the way, through 3.
McLaren, 84 yards. Yeah, he's on bonus watch. Allen up there with the rush TD now. I guess Singletary's having a good game. I don't know because I don't got him in my lineup.
CEH says, I like cards with money in them. Yeah.
Yeah,
Singletary has about
great.
a dozen points.
Getting those cards from Grandma and Grandpa, when you were young.
Yeah.
Yeah, $10. Maybe they'll put a 20 in this year.
Woo! What a day!
Nah, man. Big time day. So it was like growing up as a kid, though, without the internet. Being as big as it is now. Gotta wait for that mail.
Lisa's into the role play. Lisa writes, go to the club, sit down at an empty table, slip off that wedding band, let the first guy buy you a drink, and then when your husband sits down, you slide your husband the drink and say Happy Valentine's. Turning back the clock, making romance again. It's like right out of Modern Family. That's what they like to do. I don't remember the name they would use, though. Silly Sally says, just take pictures of cards inside and out, and then print them off your computer. Problem solved.
You go. I like that. Initiative.
McKissick gets to the 30. 20-yard pickup. Haskins up to 220. Robbie, get out of here, Robbie. Gonna make us blush. Ten all, halfway through the 4th, almost.
Yeah, we got a close game going.
We do. Not a lot of offense, but we are tied. Haskins, little dump off. Good enough for a first and more, though, out to the 15.
JD was a dump off machine this year. I wonder what Washington does for a QB. Is Alex Smith a free agent? I got my free agent list here that he's not on there. I guess he's not a free agent. Could have sworn. Guess not. Could still get cut though. Washington with really, I guess they signed Taylor Heineke.
True. I don't know. Obviously he performed well in the postseason.
Yeah, I don't think
he's going to serve a real role next year.
I think it was mainly just as a depth move, right, to make sure they have someone under contract. I'm sure they'll be looking. I mean, their name's been bandied around and some of these other people, so they could be making a trade. Who knows? Maybe they'll make a move. I think they connected to Dak a little bit. But nothing can be that far-fetched. Nothing should be like crossed off 100%. I mean, I don't think most people saw the Rams making a move like that. They pulled it off, so who knows?
Quickly, too.
Very quickly. Washington made the playoffs last year. They have an emerging defense. It's not and Ron Rivera's there to like bring stability. I know their owners are, whatever, but the franchise is at least headed back in the right direction. I mean, it's a weak division too. Keep building that defense. They got McLaren. Add a little bit more. Could come together pretty quick. Team like that.
Winter Bold says, if Koff checks Twitch, I'll go buy a lottery ticket. Time to go to the store, Winter Bold. 3rd and goal from the 3. 2:45 to go. Clock ticking here in regulation. 10 all game. Haskins sacked. Out of nowhere, Milano. Todd's looking for advice from you. A little hockey advice.
Oh, okay.
Muzzin or Sergachev needs a value D-man.
I'd probably go Muzzin. Sergachev's more of just like he either gets a point or not. And Tampa doesn't have Stamkos in the lineup tonight. I think their offense is going to dry up a little bit. Panthers pretty good opponent. I'd rather go with Muzzin. Jakob Muzzin. Jake Muzzin.
4th and goal from the 10. Dustin Hopkins again. And nice little easy chip shot from 27. Second field goal of the game. It's a 3-point contest in Buffalo. We'll have an opportunity to drive down the other way. Spencer says, Adam, ask Jeff about the wizard that came to his place.
Well, I told you about my garage, didn't I? I think I already told you. Oh, my garage door snapped in half on Wednesday night because it was so cold here.
Seriously?
Yeah, no. Opening and closing it. Wife went to close it when she came home and just like cracked into.
Oh.
So it was like 30 degrees Celsius below out here for like the past 5 days. So had to get some.
Awful.
Yeah, so I called some dude. Finally found someone. Came out. Yeah, I call him a wizard because he got it. I don't know how he put the garage. I mean, I helped him get the garage door down, but then he put it back together and got it working again in the same night. I'm like, man, like.
You didn't have to replace the door? He was actually.
No, I know. I was just committed to spending $2,000 on a new garage door. Instead, I spent $200, and I gave the guy an extra $50 because I just
Yeah.
I was just happy someone came out.
I'll say. That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been a quick fix either in that temperature.
No, I mean, 2.5, 3 hours, but quicker than I thought. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Went from a stressful situation to a positive. Garage, and it works better now.
It works better.
It does. Not as loud, so I don't know.
You got the 4-car garage out there at the compound?
No. Nothing crazy like that.
Who needs this one? We have so many more.
Right. So many garage doors.
This is the one we just used to walk in and out of with our tools. No car comes through this door. The help uses this one to enter and exit the house. Shane's looking for OT to get that McLaurin bonus.
Little bees.
Well, getting into range, man. Yeah, Cole Beasley. Cheaper guy in this one. 1st and 10 on the way from the 39.
My bladder is on the side of hoping that we don't get OT, but
yeah, I can relate to that. In fact, I felt that way when I sat down for the sim. So you can imagine how I'm feeling at the moment.
That's not good. Oh, Josh Allen might save us here. Don't fumble, Josh.
No!
Or do fumble. Actually, no, do fumble. There we go.
Do fumble. That's fine. Do fumble. Landon Collins with the recovery.
Oh, and I have the Washington defense.
Boy, everything's coming up Moose.
That's right.
And Choker is in the lead, leading our more modest Mad Matinee free roll.
Choker didn't Choker win the last one or something, folks? I can't even remember.
Could be.
I don't think
Rossi in the chat says hello. Says looking forward to seeing all you greats in an hour.
Oh.
spend a little time with the family. Yeah, Rossi and I will be together. I bet Rossi's got some thoughts on Valentine's Day.
Rossi drop-in action. No, I bet you Rossi's like a Valentine's Day pro. He probably puts us to shame.
Well, I mean, buying
Not that that's hard to do, but
buying your spouse a card, it sounds like would put us to shame. So anything that he has planned, it wouldn't take much.
True.
James says, "Boo! Damn you, Moose! Rooting for that fumble."
Sorry, guys, but I did drink an extra cup of coffee before the sim, so.
You got to remember, he got up at like 6 a.m. his time to do these sims. It's crazy how long he's been up.
It's not that bad. It does feel weird doing them early, though, but I kind of like it.
Oh, you got your whole day ahead of you. It's beautiful.
Right.
Ed Zone says Rossi's busy on Valentine's Day with all his Cupid gigs. He's Cupid just shuffling around, giving everyone everything they need.
Should have kept the beard and then just dyed it pink, yeah. Still passing. I think that was Sims there. A little extra. Yep, Sims, 4 catches, 48 yards now.
Guys, we got to celebrate Choker. Hey, Alexa, put on Winner by Carrie Underwood and Ludacris. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's Champion, Alexa. That's why you couldn't find it. It's called Champion. Put on Champion. No, I know Winners by Justin Timberlake. No, Champion. I want to hear Carrie. Put on Champion, Alexa. Alexa. Hey, Alexa. Champion. Okay, fine. We'll listen to Winner, Alexa. Fine.
This is a real thing. I'm going to start ordering things for people, you know, like, hey, Alexa, buy a new PlayStation 5. Send to Geoff Ulrich at... No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah. Careful. You might glass your address.
That's right, yeah. He did that on, like, the 3rd stream, dude, didn't he, or something?
Yeah, it was early. Final seconds here of this one. 13-10. Washington looks like it's going to prevail. Lucci Rivera says, wow, Ludacris and Carrie Underwood, terrible. I disagree, actually. I like that song.
Could be good. I mean, those kind of, mashups.
Compilations, yeah.
It's like the Aerosmith Run DMC.
Right. It's a strong walk this way. One of the great Super Bowl performances of all time. I think that was, I don't know, 99 maybe?
Yeah, it was definitely a while ago.
Britney was there and Sync was there. That was a time. That was an experience. That was one, before we were committed to one artist more often than not. You had a nice variety. Not that the weekend was bad. The weekend actually was pretty good, but
I didn't even see it.
Well, you can Google it.
I will.
Steven says, great. My Alexa's going nuts right now. Paul says, you just made my Alexa start talking about pizza leftovers. LMAO, my Alexa just tried to buy one. Thanks, guys, says Trey.
Okay, I'll stop.
So good. Hey, Alexa, get 1-800-Flowers on the phone. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day. 260 for Haskins, a touchdown. Allen, 153. Patrick, hey, Alexa, burn Moose's coffee for jinxing my lineup. Meager's in a tough spot. Captain Sanders last sim, 0 points. Captain Lee this sim, Lee Smith, 0 points. Tough break.
So should we give Lee Smith the Babysitter Billy award?
Well, I mean, you could. What was his ownership?
Yeah,
I had him in my lineup at one point in time, and I switched him out, fortunately. He was owned 28% of lineups. Let's see.
Well, that's enough for me.
Yeah, and our small one, 41%. Yeah.
So we'll give it to Lee Smith.
Goose egg.
It was 6,200. It wasn't cheap either.
No. Now, how about your top guy? I mean, Allen had about 20 points. I think he was the leading performer, but of course he was 27% in the captain spot, 90% owned. McKissick.
I'm gonna give it to.
Haskins had about 15 points, and
Actually,
he was only 25% owned.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to Inman.
Okay.
He's in Choker's lineup. He's in the winning lineup. He's only 24% owned. He's 6,600. Yeah, and he's like 5 points over his season average. So we'll give it to Dontrell Inman. The
like it.
Play of the game.
Babysitter Billy Lee Smith.
Yeah.
What do we have? Lucci says, I'm on your side when you give Glash hell, and then you notice the Carrie Underwood comment. Well, I think I support all of it. What else do we have? I feel like a parent that's yelling, don't listen to him. He's yelling at his Alexa. Hey, Alexa, turn on Risky Business, says Lisa. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Navi Robel, Born and Lee in my classic. See you at 6 p.m., guys. Win, win, win. Very good. So here's what you got going on the rest of the day. The early bird special, a little less than an hour from now. Rossi and I will be with you for Chiefs and Rams. Looking forward to that. Should be fun. We did not talk a lot of football in this one, but I think we had ourselves a good time. Bears and Dolphins, Rossi and BK, Brandon Cristal at 6 to kick off the late classic with the happy hour sim. And then prime time and Madden After Dark will both feature Brendan Glasheen and Matt Lamarca. Lions and Titans, Packers and Patriots will be on the way for that one. Make sure you guys all ask Glash all about Sarah's Valentine's Day gift that is on the way. I know he is really excited about it. For Geoff Ulrich, who is when are you returning? Let me get the schedule up. Moose is back tomorrow. You're back tomorrow. We'll be together for the 2 o'clock, and then you'll be with Rossi for the 4. So 2 more sims tomorrow for Moose right here. Thanks to Mads, thanks to Drew, thanks to Derek. Moose, pleasure, buddy.
All right, man. Have a good one.
All right, come on back, fam. We'll talk to you in a little bit. What's up, DK Sim fam? Welcome back. Third of 6 simulations here from Madden over the course of this Dream Stream day. The man who is cheersing you through Zoom is Jason Rossi. I'm Adam Kaufman. Back for another. We say goodbye to Geoff Ulrich, who was, moosing along the last couple of sims. Lineups locking momentarily for what should be a fun one between the Chiefs and old look Rams, because Jared Goff is still there, not Matt Stafford. How are you, buddy?
Hey, that's not an official move yet, so no, don't blame them. I am doing.
That's a good point.
I'm doing fantastic, dude. I'm having a great day. It's Saturday. We're in Dream Stream land. I'm pumped. I'm pumped to be here. I'm excited for this really action-packed, hard-to-create lineup.
Well, that in mind, lineups have locked. What'd you decide to go with for what we call the early bird special? The will J.J. Watt join the Chiefs or Rams free roll, which we can get into a little bit later.
Okay, I won't spoil my answer then. For me, you got to go big three, right? It's like, there's been many versions of the big three, mostly in the NBA. Here, for Dream Stream purposes, the Chiefs have it. Tyreek Hill's in the captain, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Tyler Higbee, Sloman, because you got to get a kicker. It's indoors. Don't be crazy.
Have to.
And then Malcolm Brown, just because he's so cheap and every so often can just score you that one touchdown you need. I know Henderson will take on bulk of the carries, but that's my lineup construction. Smells like a top 30 finish.
So I don't know how my lineup will do compared to yours. Obviously, it's impossible to know that. But what I do know is this: I like your lineup better than mine. I like that lineup. That's a good sounding looking lineup on paper. We'll find out how it translates to the sim. I made the very difficult decision to fade Travis Kelce, and I don't feel good about it. Here's what I did. Patrick Mahomes is in the captain spot. I do have Tyreek Hill and his 50 touchdowns in Simland just in Madden 21, which is absurd. Along with those two, I have Sammy Watkins, Josh Reynolds, Demarcus Robinson, and like you, a kicker, but the other one, Harrison Butker, is in my lineup.
Yeah, I hedged my bet. I like to split 3 and 3 because I think with both offenses, we're going to see points. You took some risks there, I think, with Robinson especially, but the price value points. So wait, who's your captain?
Mahomes.
Okay, so yeah.
Much like I did in the actual Super Bowl and could not have been more badly burned.
Yeah, dude, let's just very quickly on that. I had the worst. All the lineups, I had Sammy Watkins in several captain spots. I had one with Gronk.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I had one with Gronk.
That's good.
I had a couple with Robinson in the captain spot. And then who was my other dart throw captain? It was another, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Like, not that that's a dart throw, but I'm like, maybe it'll be one of those ones where he rushes in 2 scores from the 1 yard line. Safe to say I'm not a millionaire today.
See, what really bums me out, and you know this, and the chat knows this because I've said it enough times, is Mahomes.
Cheese?
We get our look at him. No, I love cheese. What bums me out is we spent a lot of time talking food last night, though. BK didn't know that I don't eat pizza and all sorts of different things. We went down quite a rabbit hole, let me tell you. But
that's good.
I'm very much a one lineup guy. I like to know what I've got and who to root for, so I don't like multiple lineups. And BK, speaking of, fumble seconds in, and the Rams get it right away. If you got the Rams DST, hats off to Aaron Donald. And just like that, the Rams at the 22 and the offense coming out.
I want you to get to your point. I just want to say this quickly. Several times over the last 2 to 3 weeks, like Tyreek Hill just had like the second highest points scored the other night in the history of Madden streams. He's right below Lamar Jackson. He had like 80 points in the captain. But
my goodness.
Sometimes the Chiefs, that you can actually fade, like what you did with Kelce. I've seen people fade the entire big three we went over, and it can work out, and the opposition's defense can score. I don't know why it happens, when it happens, but occasionally it does. There was one game where Chiefs only scored 6 points. That might have been back like 2 months ago, but still it can happen. So could be when a game starts like this. I just mention it because who knows what we're in for here.
Smash that like. I know we're in for that. Getting close to 200. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button on the DK YouTube page. We appreciate you. I will finish that point. But first, 2nd and 10 from the 22 as that ball is caught, and only a 3-yard pickup there by Jared Goff, his first completion. The Rams DST is only owned in less than 5% of lineups, 0.6 in the captain spot in the larger free roll. I will check out our more modest, smaller 166 entry free roll that we've got going on. I am near the bottom of right now. 1.8% and not captained at all. So that's a nice start there for the Rams DST owners. Goff looks to the right, short completion. Looks good, should be for a first. Goff picks up 11 now. Gets the ball to the 12, 1st and 10 on the way. It's Reynolds with the 8-yard catch. Steve says, I also faded Kelce, but also faded Mahomes. So I got to think he probably went in the direction of projecting a Rams win, which, who knows? Early on, you might be feeling pretty good about that.
I'm going to ask a question that should have been asked off camera, but I'm asking it anyways.
Uh-oh.
How do you see the entries in, like, the private contests, the ones we create? Like, the percentage, not the entries, like the percentage on
If you just go, so when you're checking out how your lineup is doing, where are you normally doing that? Are you doing that? You're just looking at your lineup. You're not looking at the whole contest then.
Well, I can look at the whole contest, yeah. But I don't know how to see, like, 30% owned, 40% owned.
So I don't I guess I'd have to look at my phone, look at the app, and see what it shows me there. Is we got a touchdown for the Rams.
Is that my guy?
And is
roll over.
Stop playing dead.
No.
Henderson with a touchdown.
No.
Roll over.
It's like a dog.
Send Henderson right over. I look at it on the computer. I've got the contest open on the computer, and it shows me, minutes remaining are obviously irrelevant in a showdown because everybody has the same relevant in a classic. But it shows all the different draft percentages and scoring in everybody's lineups. That's a lot easier place for me to look at it anyway. I don't look at it in the app.
Got it. Makes sense because I've heard
that out.
Yeah, because sometimes Kenny will say stuff, and I'm like, wait, is there like something I should know? But yeah, I'll just open up on the web. Anywho, totally irrelevant. Sorry, DK Sim fam.
So all I was starting to say, going back a million years ago now, I don't like to have multiple lineup builds. I like to, and maybe that comes down to me being more of a cash games guy than a GPP guy, and those that enter GPPs and multiple max entries, whatever it may be. Everybody's different. Everyone has a different philosophy. Neither is right or wrong. This is just what I do. I like to know who I've got and who I'm rooting for, but bigger than that, inevitably, the lineup that I care less about is just going to do better. It's just going to do better, and then I'm going to get ticked. And so that was the case of the Super Bowl, as you well know, and you were part of it. I play all these head-to-heads, and this was the lineup I feel best about. This is the one I'm going to put against everybody. And then BK says to me, he's like, "Oh, how about we do just a second head-to-head for fun? Just totally different lineup build than your first." All right, fine, whatever. There are other combinations I could have talked myself into. Let's do that. And so, of course, the lineup that I had against BK that I would have beaten like everybody in the head-to-heads had 30 points better or something like that because I had Gronk in that lineup and I didn't have him in the lineup that I cared about and so on and so forth. It left me angry. It left me upset that I didn't go the other way.
You broke your one rule.
Yeah, and I paid for it.
And he's just going to say, you somehow win, but you lose. Now, I'm
Brian
all about
says,
those multiple lineups.
Brian says, Rossi and Koff, my favorite, most professional, yet childlike broadcast on the Dream Stream. You two are the best. I'm not sure the two of us have ever been described better than that, actually.
I appreciate every single one of those words. Who said that again? You say Steve?
That was from Brian C.
Brian C. I love you, bud. I love everybody. Don't get me wrong, but that's cool. Appreciate you.
Tracy says, probably saying it much easier, says, Rossi, you can click on the contest, click on your entry, click on the down arrow next to the points a player has, and you will see the percentage. I still think it's easier just open it up on the web.
Oh, so Tyreek Hill in ours is 25% captain. Mahomes.
That is correct. Yep, that's correct. And 77% owned.
Yeah, but see, I don't see that. Oh, there it is. Draft. Oh, look at you, Tracy!
Tracy!
Oh, I love it. I love this. I'm so excited. That just made my whole day. I'm going to be so much smarter in the next broadcast with me and BK. I'm going to just be dropping knowledge about just our contest.
He'll be dropping names and you'll be dropping knowledge.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful.
Things are going to be falling to the ground like you read about.
Seriously, everybody watch out.
Madison says it's like Rossi just saw color for the first time.
Actually, can I tell you a funny story about that, Madison Kaufman?
Because you are colorblind.
Well, no. Hey, Derek. I went to get my eye tested. Have you, Coffee, you a glasses, contacts guy?
I'm not. Fortunately, okay. I mean, luckily, because everyone in my family, at least, my family, I'm not including like my wife, everyone in my blood family has glasses. And so I do feel like it is inevitable, but I'm not there yet.
Well, I completely suggest if you don't need to get your eyes tested, don't, because not that it's painful. It's actually a really good exam. It's very healthy. I'm joking mostly, but I got it done
years, maybe a decade.
I couldn't tell you the last time, but they dilate your eyes at the end with these drops.
Yeah.
I had a dream stream at 8 p.m. on Thursday for anybody that was here. I couldn't read. I needed Tom to read. Michael and Daniel were posting things for me in the Slack chat in big, bold letters. It was brutal. It lasts like 5-6 hours. You feel like very trippy. So, but I will be getting glasses soon. So I will go from the short, pudgy, funny guy to the short, pudgy, looking intelligent, funny guy.
We got a touchdown, Chiefs, evening things up. Very nice.
Oh, look at this.
Big part of that drive right there. Big part of that drive. None other than DeMarcus Robinson.
Oh, you said you liked my lineup better, but yours is paying off quicker than mine is so far. Yeah, Robinson does get in on the action. Yeah.
Lisa says Rossi has the sexiest bearded Cupid I know, so maybe he'll just be that much more with.
Oh my gosh.
With the glasses.
Should I do like the Cupid look tomorrow? I got a 4 and a 6. Just go straight diaper tomorrow.
If you're around on Valentine's Day, just don't fill it.
Huh. Yeah, I won't fill it. Don't worry. It'll probably be a white T-shirt. Like, I might have to. Who's doing tomorrow? Yeah. Oh, God. Moose wants me to dye my beard pink?
Yeah, we've talked about that in the previous sim when somebody compared you to Cupid. He said, yeah, maybe he should have a pink beard.
I don't remember Cupid having a pink beard, but I'm always down for a gimmick. Huh.
Did Cupid have a beard in general?
No, maybe the like weird adult version of like creepy Cupid, but Cupid's like a little baby, isn't he?
Maybe.
Cupid's just a baby. Yeah.
Matt says you're with Jeff at 4, BK at 6 tomorrow.
Oh, I got my whole week scheduled. I already know all my tag team partners.
Gickle pigs. Rossi just learned to walk in front of America.
Yeah, the me being short is now bled over to like Twitter and into like my Instagram. Yeah, because I posted like today. Like I don't do a lot of like I'm really bad, and I'm not like jealous. Like everyone uses social media differently, and like I don't know what it is. Like it was just me and my son for a while today, and the kid's just bombing around. He flies, and I'm sure
you saw that on the gram there.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know what
speed demon.
He really is, and that wasn't even as fast as I just always noticed. He's pretty quick for a little dude. So I'm like, let me post one. And it's funny because then Glash is like, he's even taller than you or something. And then like the whole DK Sim fam is like makes little comments about that. And it's like, man, this thing it's really bled over. And you know what? I'm all about it. My little fire hydrant body.
I feel like if there's one thing that the Glash especially, I've been praising Glash all day. You know, first I was big on his betting guy TikTok, and now I'm gonna do it again. If there's Glash more than any of us, really, I think does a really solid job of bleeding over his dream stream, you know, identity, for lack of a better word, into his social media, especially Twitter. Like the two real, you know, like he's out there tagging Raheem Mostert. He's posting videos of shaving his eyebrows. He's really, you know, Twitter. The people, there are a lot of people in the DraftKings conference room that follow Glash on Twitter and know what to expect. You get him there, you get him here, you're going to get the same guy. Like Reed, you wouldn't even know he's part of these if you look at his Twitter. He's never done a sim in his entire life. Moose probably a little bit similar. Me, I might retweet if somebody like advertise, like Tom Carroll's really good about, hey, there's I'm doing a sim coming up. I'm with Koff for this one. I'm with Glash for this one. I'll give it the old retweet. Yeah. But I very rarely will be out there advertising it myself. Glash does a really good job of doing that, of making sure that people know what he's up to, be it in the fam here, the Twitch or YouTube fam, or out there on Twitter as well.
That's a good point. You know, he does a great job, and he's, you know, he and I don't want to take this as like I don't care, you don't care, but he just brings so much more like life into both sides. So I agree with you there. Reed. I love Reed. I'm telling you, I've said it once, I'll say it again. Anytime you get to do a broadcast with Reed, it's like dessert. Can't have it all the time.
Football knowledge, man.
Oh, and he's just so easy to work with.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's that Hawaiian nature about him.
It really, and he's like
just a kind guy.
Mellow, chill, knowledge. Like his whole thing, remember, don't forget, he was like King Hot Takes a while back with his Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Oh yeah, that's
remember
right.
that was like a big thing. Everyone was like, you gotta bring this up again.
I do remember that.
I love it though.
Beyond midfield, 7 all game still as we near the end of one, as Goff is up over 50 passing, and nice catch right there by Higbee.
Wealth of tight end talent that Matthew Stafford's going to be heading over to LA with Higbee, Gerald Everett. I know there's a lot of, you know, we still need the trade to be confirmed and all that once like the league free agency trades over.
It's not going to fall through though. It's happening.
You never know, Koff. You never know.
This isn't the NBA. Nobody's going to, you know, hold him hostage and lock him in a room and not let him out until he re-signs or something like that.
You say that, But Josh McDaniels also was going to be a Colts head coach and then wasn't. And you could say this isn't like the NBA, but I don't know. This offseason's giving me a lot of NBA vibes. It's like every quarterback somehow like is on the trade block. It doesn't like Derek Carr. There's like his brother's like, yeah, people are calling the Raiders about it. Like, what's going on here? Are people
we are definitely. I've spent a lot of time on the Dream Stream talking about this with Moose in particular, Zach, with others, probably some with you, BK, and I tweeted about it the other day that we are definitely heading to a point where, the NFL has always been known as an owner's league and, and a coach's league. It's certainly not a player's league, especially with the way the contract situation and the, salary cap and the PA and, the ultimate power that players have. And it's just way different from a league like the NBA. The NBA, I mean, that is a players driven league, clearly. But we're heading toward a blend here. We are heading toward a blend when you see guys like Deshaun Watson forcing their way out. Brady, recruiting literally whoever he wants to Tampa with him to come sign us, win a Super Bowl, even when, as we got a field goal good by your guy Sloman.
Yeah, baby.
Even when, as we reach the end of one, even when like the coach openly doesn't want a guy and he still ends up getting signed because Brady wants him. In the case of Antonio Brown, you got Adrian Peterson, not that he's like super team anymore, where these aren't primetime Vikings days, but Adrian Peterson out there saying like, sign me, Bucks, sign me. Like I was talking to Tom the other day, I played for like, I want to go win a ring. Yeah, I'll go to Tampa. Let me go to Tampa. Can I go to Tampa? Like these guys are trying to, form these, Peterson again doesn't apply here, but form these sort of super teams in the NFL and write their own ticket and determine where they're like, there's no, I know there was a big cap saving, so that is part of it. But like in most universes, the Texans aren't just outright releasing JJ Watt and saying, go wherever you want. They're trading him so they can get something for him. That's the way that normally would work. But now you are having owners start to kowtow a little bit just to avoid PR messes and let players kind of have their call. And where we will have full on like just nut show explosion of just
epic proportions.
Just bananas land is if, and I don't think it's going to happen, is if Seattle actually did trade Russell Wilson. And there's no way it's going to happen because it would be like a $40 million dead cap hit. But if that actually did happen, then we have obliterated the way that we once knew football.
Aren't we kind of close, though? Like Jared Goff, the contract he signed, he got traded. Carson Wentz, we're just waiting on the moment that he gets traded. Those guys both signed similar style contracts without winning Super Bowls very young because these teams said,
there's always crazy money given out in the NFL.
I agree. But they didn't even finish that contract. Now they're like, yeah, we got to get rid of this. Like, I'm not saying I disagree, and teams need to do what they need to do. It's football. Like, you need to quick. Everything's so quick in the NFL now. We don't have 5 years to wait on a coach or quarterback. But I just think this year, if some of the rumors are out there, even like Deshaun Watson, do I believe he's getting traded, Koff? No. Do I think he should be traded?
I think you will.
No, see, I don't think the team can do it. I don't think, because what are you as an organization that you give up on a guy like that, even if he wants out? You find out a way to please him. If they get rid of him,
he threatens to hold out.
Go for it, dude. You enjoy that. I'll steal all your money. There needs to be some power still in the team, and that's my opinion. Because I've seen the NBA, as much as the NBA is fun, right? But like once it gets down to it, you're like, do we really want this to happen? Do we really want all these teams? Because the NFL is all about the parity. If this continues, we're going to be seeing like franchise teams because they're just everyone's going to bunch like what you said about Tampa. Whatever the next Tampa is, maybe it's Kansas City as they like have to fluctuate that cap over the next 2 years. People might just be like, yeah, I'll go play at Mahomes. I don't like it.
I think the trading guys early in big contracts just isn't new though. And so where I'm coming from is more of the player side of things where like if Wilson was trying to force his way out of Seattle, Watson obviously is in Houston. If Rodgers decided, you know what, enough, I want out of Green Bay. Like that's one side of the table. The other side of, if the Eagles want to move on from Wentz, it's not to move on from Wentz, because this guy wants out. It's because we want Jalen Hurts. Stafford obviously wanted to go, so you could put that more on the Lions side of Stafford more so than the team, although it seemed like kind of a mutual parting. But, Goff didn't necessarily want to leave LA. He wanted to be a guy. He wanted respect. He got dumped. He was salary dumped. But where I'm going with that is like your guy Drew Bledsoe is, but like this was 20 years ago, and it was the same thing. He had just signed the massive contract with New England, that 10-year deal was. Right. But the Patriots decided, you know what? Turns out we got a younger guy we'd rather play. We're going to stick with this guy, and we're going to unload Bledsoe. It wasn't Bledsoe forcing his way out. So that's the difference. In the same way that, like, if the Eagles go to Jalen Hurts as opposed to Wentz, that's so much different than the Wilson, Watson, Rodgers thing, is my point.
I don't disagree. I just don't like the idea that these players are now going to be like, I don't like it here. I got to go. And I don't think that was the Goff. I really don't think there was any beef on his end. I think at the end of the day, they saw what they had. They saw the maximum capacity, what he could do with this team, especially this year. That defense was playing the best it's ever played and kept them in that game against the Packers. If they made a couple of, look what the Buccaneers were able to do against that same exact Packers team that they had turnovers, all that. They were able to make the stops, but they took advantage of the turnovers. And obviously the Rams were not able to because Goff, and injuries aside, I think we saw as soon as they were going to start the Wolf in that first playoff game, and Goff must have been like, okay, this isn't good. This isn't what I wanted. Then the Wolf gets hurt. He howls his way to the sideline, and they say, we got to make a move here. And I understand it. I don't want the NFL to turn from what I believe is why it's the best league, is because you know who players are, you know where those players play. And yes, when they become free agents, it's exciting, but I don't want every year to be like, oh, look at this class and everybody start moving all the time, because I think that's a problem with the NBA a little bit once the season starts. And I think that's a major issue that obviously we don't have to get deep into it, but baseball, you don't know anybody anywhere aside from the real big marquee players, and they're in their town for a certain amount of time, but now they're starting to move. I don't know, maybe I'm simplistic, maybe I'm a little dumb, Cough. It's okay to say it. I like things. So.
Nope.
I want
do that.
You can think it, but I like
would
things
never.
Simple. All right, I know. Okay, Patrick Mahomes. Unless something drastic happens, injuries, of course, but I like when there's like franchise players in the right position, and so, not for every team, but I just think like Russell Wilson, you're a Seattle Seahawk. Like let's be honest. Don't break my heart like he just broke some ankles.
Stopped at the 7 on a rush for 20 plus. First and goal on the way. The Chiefs trying to take a lead, and something tells me they're going to do it with that high octane offense. Alana says nothing like some hot chocolate and cough after an afternoon of sledding. What could be better than that?
Is Alana? Wait, I need to know. Is Alana your wife's burner account?
No, I mean, look, I think she likes me better than my wife. Alana is of the Kilgores. Alana.
No, I know who she is.
With my young goddaughter, Madden Samantha. Well, but if she were my wife's burner, what does that make Jared? I guess. Like, am I quietly like, am I Jared's burner going back and forth with Alana during the chat?
I don't know.
I've been accused of worse. Someone told me yesterday that they thought I was Fantasy Hawk because I type in all caps sometimes.
Yeah, I used to do the all caps for a while, but then I started misspelling so many words because it doesn't catch it the same way as if you write in lowercase. So I had to stop.
Do you know why I don't think I even addressed this with the Fantasy Hawk accusation yesterday from Kenny and Jeff. Do you know why I do the all caps as we have a second and goal here from the 1? It is deliberate. It's not like I accidentally left the caps lock on. As Clyde Edwards-Helaire, nice easy touchdown as the Chiefs take a lead. I do the all caps to let the people know what I have to say. I know that if I write in all caps, it's less likely to get lost in the shuffle of the chat. And if I want something I don't post a lot, and so when I do, I want to announce my presence. Here is what is on my mind, fam. Here's what I need you to know. When I jump in and say, hey, last minute NBA contest is posted, I don't want you to gloss over that. Here it is. Boom. Last minute NBA contest. It's there.
Jimmy B says, I type in all caps so people like Jason Rossi can read the text easier on their phones. Appreciate that, Jimmy B. Much love, brother. Appreciate. Listen, my eyes are trash. All right, we've come to find out. My eyes are trash, but we'll be getting better. But yeah, no, I agree with you, Koff. Listen, do whatever you want to do. It's not yelling. I never take caps as yelling. That's like a 9-year-old. The people who think caps is yelling are the people that think you spelled the artist the weekend with 3 E's. All right, caps is just another way of typing.
David says, Rossi, that beard is killing it, by the way.
Thanks. Appreciate it. It might be pink tomorrow. If Moose wants me to go pink,
You've been challenged.
Yeah, I don't know how to do it. Like I did the white thing but I was like high off of fumes throughout that whole sim. But I bet you I can find a way. I'll do something. Just for Moose.
Speaking of Jared Kilgores, we're halfway through the second quarter, and obviously Jared, like us, is a Patriots fan, so this is Patriot-centric here. Says, Koff, Rossi, thoughts on Tyrod coming back to the AFC East and competing for the QB position in New England? What do you think?
First thought is sure. I like what you said. The most important word he said in that entire thing was competing. If you tell me as a Patriots fan, very quickly, I know sometimes we dig deep in our hometown, but I would say if you tell me Cam's coming back, Tyrod Taylor's in there as competition, you bring in a rookie, I mean, because the pie in the sky ideas are gone. Matthew Stafford, had my car ready, had the backseat, my Poland Springs water, what it means to be from Maine, everything was lined up. But unfortunately, he did not want me to pick him up at Logan Airport and become a Patriot. He decided he's going to fly to LAX and become a Ram. So that was what I wanted. So at this point, I'm just in Bill we trust. If he wants to bring in Tyrod to be competitive with Cam and a rookie, ooh, baby. What about you, Koff? What are your thoughts on good old Tyrod coming back east?
I would find it underwhelming. I agree that competing is the right way to put it, because if you were to just say, like, Tyrod Taylor's your starting quarterback, he has been handed the job, that would be especially underwhelming. I just don't, and I like Cam very much as a person, as a competitor. I love listening to him. I think he says the right things, he does the right things, he's clearly a hard worker. He's been praised in every possible sense from Bill Belichick teammates and past coaches and teammates and others. This is not about Cam the man or Cam his work ethic. I just don't think Cam can play anymore. I don't think he can. I don't think he can throw a football anymore. And I don't know how much of that is reality versus, obviously he had a bout with COVID last year. He missed a little time. Maybe the way the offense was drawn up, it was very run heavy. I mean, there's a reason he only passed for a handful of touchdowns the entire season, and was benched multiple times in games as well. But I don't want any part of Cam Newton coming back next year. I don't remotely believe that your ceiling with Cam is what I thought it was, before the season started last year, when I was really high on the Cam Newton edition and thought, man, this is great. Like this, who knows what a healthy Cam Newton will look like? I don't think we're going to see a healthy Cam Newton again. I'd love to be wrong about that, but I just don't. And so Tyrod Taylor, it doesn't excite me. Now, I still think it would be an upgrade over Cam, and apologies, Tyrod. It's not Tyrod. Tyrod Taylor.
Tyrod. Yeah.
But I just find that to be underwhelming compared. We've spent so much time as Malcolm Brown coasting
Come on, baby,
for an easy touchdown.
Woo!
Top roster at that salary, man. First of the day. We got a back and forth game here late in the opening half. The Rams take the lead, about to be 17-14. We have spent so much time, Rossi, in recent weeks talking about the potential and already underway QB movement this offseason and some of the big names that could realistically, and so I'm not even including like Russ or Rodgers or, Stafford's gone, obviously. Goff has moved. Yeah. And even if you want to take Watson out of it because you don't believe he's going to move, there are still a lot of names that are just more appealing to me than a Tyrod Taylor who could be quarterbacking the Patriots next year. And so I feel like if we right now are sitting here talking about how you feeling about Tyrod Taylor being your starting quarterback next year, that is it's a very settling way to begin things.
Yeah, and that doesn't have to be a Patriots standpoint. That could be Chicago
anybody.
Bears. Yeah, Bears looking for a quarterback. That could be said Texans if things do trickle down. Yeah, I agree. I think personally, like when you look at like the real options, we'll call them like free agents or quarterbacks, maybe in a more realistic, approach to move. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, still to me, I understand the thought process of, he's not that good, and he still got his team to a Super Bowl. And you can give the defense all the credit in the world, but it still works both ways. Like a quarterback is just as needed as a good defense and vice versa. The whole team. Look at the Buccaneers this year. There were some games that you look back, and I think NFL Network's running like every game by the Buccaneers today. So I nearly vomited when I turned on the network today. Because don't forget, I didn't root for Tom Brady for 21 weeks till the Super Bowl. So I'm actually
right there with you.
Yep, I'm the right guy actually. All these people saying, "Oh, you had to be a Bucs fan." No. Just be a Brady fan. You're good. But
I never thought something would make me hate Patriots fans until that whole experience this year. It just made me hate Patriots fans. Anyway, go on.
It made me hate the media even more than I already did. Even some people I personally didn't like before.
Right.
But with all that being said, I just think you look at this at the end of the day, we're all these realistic, like a Jimmy Garoppolo. Okay, maybe you look at him the same way. Maybe you'd rather have Tyrod Taylor than a Garoppolo. I just like if I'm or Trubisky, like where is he in that category for people? If your team needs a quarterback, do you want Tyrod, Garoppolo, Trubisky, Wentz? Like these are the kind of realistic top four. Like, and again, I know some of these other quarterbacks could be traded. Ryan Fitzpatrick's in that mix, I guess, but.
Would you rather some of those names? So let's rank them, right? I mean, we don't have to make a full-on ranking, but Jared asked about Tyrod Taylor, so let's talk about Tyrod Taylor. Would you rather have, and you're just thinking about next year. You're not thinking about building. You're not thinking about your next 5 years. You're just next year. Would you rather have Tyrod Taylor or Andy Dalton?
Oh, that's a really good question. I'm going to say Andy Dalton.
All right, I'll be honest. Taylor.
Okay. All right.
But is Tyrod Taylor or Mitchell Trubisky?
Tyrod Taylor.
I would take Trubisky there. Tyrod Taylor or Ryan Fitzpatrick?
I'll have to say Ryan Fitzpatrick.
I would take Fitzpatrick as well.
Okay.
Tyrod Taylor or Marcus Mariota?
See, I think I'll say Marcus Mariota.
Same. Tyrod Taylor or Derek Carr?
Derek Carr.
Same. Tyrod Taylor or Carson Wentz?
Tyrod Taylor. I'm sorry.
Really? I'd take Wentz.
Well, you're
saying
I'm
not a Wentz guy, but I would take Wentz, yeah.
The only reason I struggled with a couple of those because I don't think those guys are 1 year deals. You know what I mean? So I was trying to, Carson Wentz isn't coming here for a year. Well, I shouldn't say that.
Well, then you're not playing the game.
I know. I'm sorry. That's why I was frustrated. But not you, in my own head.
Yeah, well, he's not. I don't remember, and I could look it up. I don't remember what his contract situation is, but obviously he's not signing here. He's getting traded here. If that's and
that's the worst part.
Whoever your team is. An obvious one I didn't mention: Tyrod Taylor or Jimmy Garoppolo.
Jimmy G, baby, get him, bring him home. Bring Mr. Handsome home. He's a handsome man, and you know who loves him more than every single woman and or man that is looking for Jimmy Garoppolo as a partner? That would be
Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick. You know he's texting him. He's like, "Hey, Jimmy."
Matt says can confirm. There is no better. Look, we all love Tom Brady. We do. There is no more handsome quarterback in the NFL than Jimmy Garoppolo.
He's a thirst trap. He's a thirst trap. Give me him.
He is a doll.
He really is.
He looks like a Ken doll, but a little hairier.
Oh, look at this. Our guy Derek coming in on the old Slack channel says, as a Niners fan, Jimmy G isn't as bad as mainstream media makes him to be. So I totally support you on that. And Niners fans will back you on that. I agree. I think he's gotten
so
really
many
bad
people
reps.
think he sucks, and I just
it's so ridiculous. He's got the arm. Yes, the only thing that is negative about Jimmy G is his injuries. And you only can control.
He's made of glass.
You only can control so much of that, right? So I don't know. I want him. I love him. I take him, and I think there's one coach that can revive, even though it doesn't need that much of a revival. But whatever career he has slacked on, it is Bill Belichick.
First and goal from the one, late in the opening half. Jason Rossi, Adam Kaufman, and a touchdown to Travis Kelce. Hope you didn't fade him like I did.
Huge. It's been a very quiet half for Tyreek Hill, but two of the triple header big players for the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't know if you can still do the chanting of the Chiefs thing. I don't know if that's offensive, so I'm not going to do it, but I will say, I'm going to move on. But what I will say is Travis Kelce, Mahomes team up there. Tyreek Hill will get his in the second half. I think the Chiefs are right now rolling, so you're going to see a big half from them.
Tom Cruise, a.k.a. Ethan Hunt, a.k.a. Les Grossman, says, watching with sim first-timers right now, Coffin Rossi. Can I get a shout-out? What's up, Tommy boy?
Nope, sorry.
Say hello to Penelope and Katie and...
They're first-timers.
Everybody else.
Who are these first-timers?
Nicole.
Is this...
naming.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
You see what I'm doing? Yeah.
Took me a minute. I'm like, wow, you really know this dude.
Surrey.
Yeah.
Is that their daughter? Surrey?
That was, the first daughter with Katie Holmes.
First or only? Did they have multiple children? I just don't remember.
I can tell you Carson Wentz's contract info, but I can't tell you the children from that. By the way, Carson Wentz, you don't want no part of this, dude. This guy's here for another, you got 4 more years. Get out of town. 4 years, and his cap hit is in the 30s. Get out of town. 34, 31, 36, 32. Nope. No thanks. Go to Indy. I will say one thing. Have you seen and I know we're about to go to the half, but I'll make this quick because we don't have
first half points. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about this, but have you seen, I just want to ask you personally. So this is where me and you have the on camera, off camera thing going. But
yeah.
Have you watched the Britney Spears documentary?
No, I've there are a lot of articles and stuff written about and Justin Timberlake coming out and posting apologies to she and Janet Jackson. But no, I've not. I don't even really know what it's about, other than so.
Watch.
I mean, tell me whatever you like about it, though.
We can talk about it in the third. We'll give people what they really came here for.
Give people
then
the numbers.
We'll give them they're all here for numbers, Koff. Math is what people come to the Dream Stream for.
Where is it available? Where's it streaming?
Hulu.
Oh, I don't have Hulu.
Whoa!
I've got every other streaming service, but I don't have Hulu. Oh, Rossi he's done. He's out.
All right, I'm back. Wow, my head exploded in my body.
Is it anywhere else? Both QBs are pacing for a bonus as Mahomes 198, couple of touchdowns. Goff in what feels like but isn't his final action with the Rams has 155.
It won't be.
I was just watching the YouTube replay. We cut just in time for you to almost fall off your chair in multiple directions.
That was
really well-timed cut on the part of Drew.
Yeah, he
Brown 7 for 35, a touchdown. CEH only 3 for 6, but he has a score to salvage his day so far. Henderson, talking about salvage, a touchdown on his only carry for 1 yard. That's all he's got right now. We will look at the receiving numbers as well in this 21-17 Chiefs lead at the end of 2. So Reynolds 3 for 75, Robinson 2 for 48 in a score, Higbee 5 for 47, Kelsey, who I hated fading, I really did.
Yeah, back off.
41 to touchdown. Hill has not been bad, 3 for 59, pacing toward a bonus. We'll see what we get. Where are you sitting right now in the? That's right. In the early bird special, the will JJ Watt join the Chiefs or Rams, which we haven't even gotten into. Where are you right now? I am sitting 56. Madden Crazy is in front.
I am in 14th. Told you it was a top 30 finish. If Tyreek Hill does anything for me, I'm sure people have him above me, but they'll put me right in the runnings, I think, for a top 6, top 7 finish. If all the rest of these players continue. If Higbee can pop in a score, but again, the world's full of ifs, right, Koff? No?
That's what they say, yeah.
Yeah, that's a wise man once said at 4:38 Eastern Standard Time on Saturday, February 13th.
Specifically, yeah.
Yes.
Day before Thanksgiving.
No,
Aaron says
Valentine's Day, but that's cool.
Yeah. Can it be Thanksgiving? I'm hungry. Aaron says, best him all day. And you can't stop talking about the same stuff that we've heard all week. Have people been talking about the Britney Spears documentary?
Then I won't even bring it up. I won't bring it up. I'm fine with that. I'm cool. I'll bring it up with BK. I don't know BK's celebrities loving.
No, he likes celebrities. He likes to party with celebrities. I want to
he likes to party.
He's gone to SNL after parties.
Oh, Mr. Big Shot, BK.
Mr. Big Shot.
I was invited to a SNL after party.
Were you?
Yeah, once when the band Muse played SNL. So we, as the radio station, traveled there. I ended up getting sick and not able to go.
Oh, who was the host?
Oh, crap.
I bet Mads knows. Mads probably knows off the top of her head. The SNL diehard that she is.
There was that one and the one when Coldplay played were the two that I was invited to. One I couldn't go to because of a work obligation that I'm really not happy about. And the Muse one I was sick. Oh, who was the host? I'm going to look it up. It's probably going to be some either super cool or some of you who's that?
Bradley Cooper.
Oh, man. He'd be a cool guy to party. At least just when you say party, I always think it's really just have a small little hey, how's it going? And you're drinking in the corner with your two people at a weird place.
Right. Probably. Yeah, I know nothing of what SNL after parties are like.
It's probably not
had
as
the
cool.
pleasure.
It's probably not as cool as people think. But
Alana says Jimmy Garoppolo.
Daniel Craig was the host.
Oh, all right.
Bet she's an angry man. Probably not.
I bet he's incredibly sweet.
Hmm.
Chef Duke. No Hulu cough. WTF? You on a budget?
Seriously, Koff's literally like spending G's on a daily basis on the old fantasy. Can't go ahead and spring for the Hulu. You know what?
Why do I? Honest question, not a judgmental question. Honest question. Like, sell me. Why do I need
Okay.
Hulu?
Most shows that, you know, depending on what you like, but I feel like do you like How I Met Your Mother by chance?
Sure.
Okay, so that's on there.
That's on Amazon Prime.
Okay, gonna keep. Is it though? Is it?
Yes, it is.
Why am I watching it on Hulu? You know, there are great documentaries such as the Britney Spears doc. They had the movie with Andy Samberg last year that was pretty good. I think something.
Oh yeah. I know which one.
Palm Springs.
Yeah, right.
That was a good one. There's also a documentary on what's his name? David Arquette, when he was from going from being like one of the biggest stars in the history of the late 90s to becoming No,
I'm
dude.
sorry, what?
No, hear me out for a second. Go watch this documentary because you forget in the late 90s it was like
He
David
did a lot
Arquette.
of stuff, but how much of it did he lead?
Hold on. David Arquette was in like photo shoots with like the biggest buzz or like hunks of Hollywood with like our guy in the chat, Tom Cruise. Who was the other guy they had?
Was that pre or post? And I don't mean the whole marriage, but was it pre or post Courtney Cox? Meaning like
right at that time. It was when Scream was released.
All right, so I guess that's my question. Did a lot of that come along with like, hey, you're with Courtney Cox, or did Courtney Cox come to him because he was already like a budding A-lister, even though he never got to that point?
No, I like to think just like myself. He got his wife because of his charm, his humor, and his killer mustache. Chicks dig the mustache. No, but honestly, he was just that guy. And now, obviously, later in his career, became a professional wrestler for some reason. And they talk about it. It's called You Can't Kill David Arquette. And Coffee, you would absolutely love it. I
have no doubt.
And so that, Palm Springs, Andy Samberg, he makes you laugh. Christina Milioti, I believe her name is.
Milian?
No, not Christina Milian. This is like a quirky white actress.
Oh, the girl that was in How I Met Your Mother.
Yes. Ooh, that's a good way of putting it without getting too in depth. Good call.
Yes. I know. I almost had the big reveal.
Well, now you teased it.
Maybe somebody's gonna go back and watch it. I won't.
All right. Spoilers. Christina Milian is in How I Met Your Mother in a major role. Could we get a safety dance? Hold all the Hulu talk. Come on. Oh, got it! Yes!
Safety! You can dance where you want to, or you can leave your friends behind. The toy planes flying at my Zoom window. That would be the first time that we have ever tuned up a potential safety by starting to hum the music even before it happens.
That was awesome. I also am wearing earbuds today, Koff. I don't even know if you can hear me, but the earbud...
yeah, I got you.
Sorry. The earbud part got stuck in my ear, like the silicone, while my headphones came out. So that was scary for a second.
Alana says, Koff, I would share my Hulu password with you, but I already used someone else's account. That's okay, sweetie. I'll just log in upstairs.
I will tell you this right now. I also use somebody else's.
Honestly, I do think my parents have a Hulu subscription that I could just ask them just to be able to watch this documentary. But you have not sold me on any other reason.
I know. Okay, what else do I need to do? Okay, every Family Guy episode is on there. Every Tiny Toons. If you and the kids, you want to show them a little something from your youth.
Madison did say Letterkenny. Letterkenny's exceptional.
Yeah, all like 9 seasons. That is very overwhelming. Letterkenny. What else do I have? Fargo. Have you watched the show Fargo?
I'm not.
Okay, it's on there, and I think you would love it.
Okay.
There's a lot of. There was this little. What the hell was it called? Little Fires Everywhere. It kind of had a little bit of buzz last year in the beginning of the lockdown. We'll call it. I can't really think of much else. Can't. Oh, look at this. Palms. Look at this. Madison's got it. Action Bronson content if you're into that. So just get it. Handmaid's Tale, people go cuckoo.
Just get it.
I know, and I'm telling you, this Britney documentary. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's on there. There's a lot of like the comedies that you would like not think of watching all the time that you go like, oh, like Rick and Morty. I think that's on Disney Plus now too, or one of those other ones. But
believe it or not, and maybe I'll get there here in this pandemic where I've been watching an unseemly amount of television and binging shows that I always wanted to watch, including Psych, which is what I'm halfway through. And naturally, I've never texted more in my life with our good friend Babysitter Billy.
Yeah,
I
still not listened to his pod though, but that's okay.
I tuned in once. I've never. I've still never seen Brooklyn Nine-Nine, and I'm certain I would love it. I've just never seen it.
So my Scrubs, I believe, is on Hulu as well. I like Brooklyn Nine-Nine a ton. I just start to get in this trap where half-hour comedies, which is like some of my favorite programming in the world because it's just so digestible, and even if it's not a good one, it's just like there's so much like diverse stories with these characters that like that's a tough one for me to continue to watch. It's a really good show, but I don't know what it is. Same thing happened to me with Community for a while though. Like, oh
god, I could watch Community straight beginning to end and not take a break.
I completely understand that, and everyone has their favorites with all these shows, but I just something about Community in the beginning, I'm like, I don't know, Joel McHale going to like a local school, and like I feel like he's much older than the female lead, and all these other characters aren't doing what I thought. Then it got like off the wall by season 2, and they found that niche. And I think Brooklyn Nine-Nine, I find it so good. The stories are really compelling. It's a good like goofy, funny way on all these dramas that we've watched, like the NYPD Blues for years. So
sure.
It's a really good show. Like I said, I just don't find myself continuing to go back to it. It's just like, oh yeah, I'll watch another one. Kind of that type of show, like when all else fails.
I do want to hear though about the Britney documentary. So what were you going to tell me? We're halfway through the third quarter.
Sorry, can't do it.
Come on, don't just save it for VK. Chat's not mad.
Chat's mad. All right,
Chat's not mad.
Yeah,
don't make me ask the chat. I'll ask the chat.
My two things that I take away from it: one, super compelling. Also, really goes to show how much the world has changed in 21 years and how unfair the world was. Not just to Britney Spears, because she's obviously the central part of this documentary, but it really brought to light for me, like, how we treated Jessica Simpson, how we treated Kelly Clarkson, how we treated Christina Aguilera, not just from a sexuality standpoint, but, like, whenever they had a weight gain or something happened to them. Like, we never cared about people, Koff. We really didn't. If celebrities did something that wasn't an ideal situation, like for Britney Spears, like when she shaved her head, that was clearly somebody screaming for help, right? Like, there's a lot of problems. So this kind of goes into that and why those situations. I don't even want to tell everybody the whole thing because you don't have to care about Britney Spears. It's just like when you watch when you watch Tiger King, who the hell knew about that, right? You just watch it because it was something compelling and interesting. Same situation here. You just know the players. And my one thing I will say is Justin Timberlake apologizing now.
Really doesn't mean anything to you?
To me, no. And I don't even fully blame him. Like some things, like basically with the stories behind that, it's not a huge part of the documentary. It's like 2 minutes. Is that he was like basically him and Britney Spears when the breakup happened, he went out and said some things he shouldn't have said, which that he can apologize for. But he basically like the image of Britney Spears was of a virgin, and he said that said claim was not true. And he also then basically got famous on his solo album, basically bashing, in a sense, Britney with like Cry Me a River and a couple other songs that weren't as popular. So this documentary takes like Justin's the hero and Britney's like this bad word and like this horrible person, which in reality, that's not necessarily true, but that's the way we viewed men versus women back then. And so that's why I think part of his apology, I didn't even read it because I'm like, I don't want to hear it, to be honest, dude. You were young, and they're all products. If Adam Kaufman's the biggest pop star, sex symbol in the world, which we're just waiting for the day.
Dare to dream.
Yeah, we are just waiting for the day that he actually gets out of his chair and does a push-up. But no, I'm joking. But honestly, like if that's you're not yourself. You are a product of a multi-billion-dollar corporation that is pumping money into your image, and they basically tell you who you are. So that's why I look at that Justin Timberlake thing. It's like, they told him, like, dude, here's where you have to go to make money. Here's the song we are going to write for you, Justin. You think he sat down and wrote Cry Me a River? Sexy back?
Well, a lot of these artists don't write their own music to begin with.
No. But that specifically, which the only thing that upset me about like everyone backlash on Justin Timberlake, he's a bad guy. It's like, yeah, because you're watching a documentary from one standpoint, not the whole story. And it was done by the New York Times. So I mean, New York Times. So that I thought brought some validity to it.
Not the New York Post.
Not this time.
See out to the 5. CEH. Sean says, Koff, if the Rams tie it with the safety and we go to OT, you have to expand your NBA contest to 50 entries tonight. Done. If this game gets tied on a safety and goes to overtime, I will happily do that.
How about this? If it ties and goes to overtime, not only will you expand it, I will put... Actually, I don't know how to do that. I'll do something stupid. All right? I'll do something absolutely ridiculous.
He'll dye his beard pink for tomorrow.
My chest hair pink.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Alana says, it just dawned on me that your wife probably doesn't call you Koff. Never once. Nope, has never happened.
It's 100% your wife now. It's over, done. This Alana Jared Kilgore thing, it's one big...
It's a ruse.
It's a smoke and mirrors.
We've been made, honey.
I've been bamboozled.
Log out.
Yeah, we've been bamboozled.
There's a reason that there's no picture. It's the avatar. It's just an I and a J. Can't give anything misleading. I don't want to take them the wrong way.
Smart.
Madison is still trying to get past Adam Kaufman and sex symbol in the same sentence. A lot of that hurts. That hurts me deep to my core.
I love it. Oh, here Andrew, our technical advisor, says if it gets tied on a safety, you have to make an entire lineup based on the Thunder roster. I can tell you this right now. My guy Al Horford came through big time, so I'm in for it. They may only score 60 points, but they'll go down, actually rather easily because they stink.
Quarter break. I got dinked pretty hard by the Thunder the other night when Roby was that late scratch. That
really did. That was a
number of people.
Yeah.
Football. I don't think I would have beaten you that night regardless. You had like 300 points. You had a good lineup.
Yeah.
Mahomes, 231, couple of touchdowns. Goff, 173 through 3 at the moment. John says, Koff would rather listen to Adam Sandler sing Toxic than Britney Spears. I like Britney. I like a lot of Britney's music. Toxic, I've always hated. I think that's just terrible.
Britney's a jam, dude.
Yeah, but Toxic stinks. Toxic is a terrible song. Oops, I Did It Again is also a terrible song, and I will live on that hill forever.
Of course it is. Of course it. But
what I mean is like it's not even listenable. Like it's bad song.
Listen, Toxic I disagree with because I think there's actually elements of like real music there. Oops, I Did It Again is a gimmick. Like those weren't real songs. Like even Baby One More Time. Like at least that has elements of like 80s pop. But like Oops, I Did It Again was literally a song that was made for a music video. Hence why the Titanic part in the song is on the album. It doesn't make any sense. That's an interlude. You put that in between songs.
Yeah, it's a good point.
Makes no sense. In the middle of it, he's like, I thought the old lady dropped it in the water. I got it for you. Oops, I did. I was like, no, that's not a song. What am I watching, a play? Is this Hamilton?
Matt says Toxic is classic. This is a Koff take if I've ever heard one.
Oh, Koff has takes too?
Robbie says Adam doesn't get Toxic. Toxic's a good song. He doesn't get it. All right, I'm going to listen to it again right after this, Sim.
Toxic is good.
And I will jump into the chat and apologize if I've changed my mind. It's been a long time since I've listened to it. I will never change my mind about Oops, I Did It Again. But Toxic, I'm willing to listen to again.
Yeah, and guess what? Don't change your mind because of everybody else. Maybe just listen to like, oh yeah, it still stinks. That's cool. But I think.
Oh no! If I still don't like it, I think we know enough about me that I will tell you how I feel, for better or worse.
I don't know. We'll find out a lot about you after this sim, I guess.
We will find out.
Real quick, I gotta say, after this play. Touchdown. Oh!
Picked in the end zone.
At the 1, it could happen. Ladies and gentlemen, it could actually happen.
Oh my God.
We could get the safety to tie if we just last 7 minutes. Holy smokes. Levy G said I look like a PG version of Limp Bizkit. That's a funny comment, but I had no time to talk about it.
I'll tell you what. If we get a safety right here, regardless of what happens after, if we get a safety right here, I will expand it to 20 tonight.
Blitz the house. Blitz the house. Bringing in the extra blocker.
Oh, he's out.
Hold on.
That's all right. Still
Shotgun.
in range. Still at the
Shotgun.
4. Still in range.
Oh, baby. Oh, I don't even know what this means. Neville says Rossi looks like his rap name would be Jolly G's. Oh, God. Okay, here we go. Come on, Come on, blitz them.
2nd and 7 from the 4. No. Easy. Out of range.
Good times. Good times.
Barring a giant sack anyway.
Yes, I realize. I just realized.
Pushing Gorilla Glue hair products. You just realized.
I'm smarter than that. Dean Murray says, Chiefs are up by 2 guys. So if there was a safety, obviously the Chiefs would get the 2 points. I'm going to be honest. I was just excited about the safety. I didn't think about the math.
Yeah, same here. I was excited about the potential safety.
So
I was good with that.
Dean Murray, that's why we have people like you who have like brain power and aren't just thinking about the entertainment side, thinking about the points and the math.
Reynolds, 33-yard pickup. He's got to be into the bonus, right?
He's got to be close. He had 76 yards earlier. Dean, I love you, buddy. Smart guy. Oh, I just missed it. Did he have the bonus?
Yeah, he's into the bonus with that catch.
Whew,
well, I am interested in the document. How long is the doc? An hour and a half?
Yeah, not even an hour and a half. I was in and out. Not even finishing my snack. Also,
Congo
just
Cab says you like Spears but don't like Nickelback. Come on, man. Who's that directed at? I like Nickelback.
I like Nickelback too. Don't even get me started on the absolute nonsensical hate for Nickelback.
Madison's very first sin that I'm sure she will never forget is Reed and I having it out about Nickelback and Dane Cook.
I love both.
I have never actually. I think that might be the first time that I have ever genuinely, like, sometimes Kenny and I will get into arguments. I made Reed mad. Like Reed was actually heated, like to the point where I felt like I had to apologize after the sim. Reed was very upset. It was, Mad says, yeah, it was not comfortable.
And it was all but how funny is that? You didn't say anything like offensive about like an individual, a football player, something that like you talked about how you don't think Nickelback is trash, I'm assuming.
So what it was is if I'm trying to remember exactly what it was, Mads, but the general gist was, like you just said, I was stating that the visceral reaction in hating Nickelback or Dane Cook is just so cliche and fake and stupid and overblown. And like, I'm sorry. I mean, this many people who say they hate Nickelback don't honestly hate Nickelback. It's ridiculous. And I happen to like Nickelback, and I support Nickelback. And Reed basically just said, like, Nickelback is fine. And I said, no, that's not okay. You need to have a take on this. I'm forcing
pushing the buttons.
I said you need to have, you can't fence sit on this. You need to have a stand. Either you don't like Nickelback, which is fine, or you do not like Nickelback, which is fine. But you're not allowed to just say like they're okay or Dane Cook is just okay. That's
fine.
You need to get, because that, I don't know. It was where we were in the argument.
I guess so. You needed something. You're like, give me a take.
I needed a take. In that moment, I had to have a take, and he refused. And I kept pushing and yeah, I really got under his skin that day.
Well, yeah, if you push somebody to say something they don't really care that much about, I can understand. But
well, that was kind of where he was at. He's like, I don't care enough about this to even have an opinion about it.
My take with Nickelback, I just think is there's a band all the time that people just don't like, and it rotates. It was boy bands there towards the end of the boy band run. People like, oh, these bands are cheesy. Now everything's nostalgia. And Backstreet Boys was like crapped upon on their like comeback album when it was like 2005, and now they're back in 2000, whenever it was, like 18 when they were touring again. And everyone's like, this is the greatest thing ever.
They put out a couple new songs in the last couple of years that are really good, by the way. You ever heard Chances by Backstreet Boys? Strong song. Sure
have. It's not The Call, but it's good. By the way, The Call is the greatest boy band song. With Tearing Up My Heart might be number one. But a story for another time.
My Heart is Strong, yeah.
Oh, man, that sounds like it's a one-hit wonder from the 90s, but instead it's one of the most popular boy bands of all time.
Yeah.
But my thing with Dane Cook, this one I think is more people like I can understand where people come from on that one, because he was such an under the radar comic that everybody loved the Kool-Aid gag, and when you had Winamp and Napster, you downloaded Dane Cook stuff, and nobody really knew him. Then he became
Armful If Swallowed is one of the great comedy albums, ever.
I'm not even gonna argue that. I agree, because I actually agree,
amazing.
and everybody else agrees with you too. As they grew up with that. Then he became super popular, Gardens, the Madison Square Garden, the big places.
Right.
And then he became a movie star. And here's where it all went wrong, because movies with comedians usually start off super cheesy. Look at The Rock's first 5 movies. He was trashed. People are like, he stinks. And same thing with, Dane Cook. He just never got over the hump. So what happened was, he never became the big comedy actor like an Adam Sandler. Look at the reviews. Or Kevin Hart. But look at all these guys' early movies. Any stand-up comedian, from Adam Sandler, Kevin Hart, our poor, mall cop. What's his name? Why can't I think all of a sudden? Kevin James.
Kevin James.
If you look at his early
Netflix series that just dropped, apparently.
Of course he is, because he's a Happy Madison guy, and you just need to be friends with Adam Sandler to get on Netflix. But anyways,
right.
You see this happen, and Dane Cook, then eventually it's like he's not funny anymore, because he was doing like Employees of the Month or Good Luck Chuck that weren't that funny, were a fun watch, but like not an actually like all-time funny movie. Then he went back to doing stand-up, and it was like, nah, dude, you're too Hollywood now. Same thing has happened to our friend, and people want to say she steals stuff, but Amy Schumer, same thing, super funny in all these roasts. Who is she? I don't know her. She gets super popular, put her in movies, whether you liked them or you didn't. Then she comes back to comedy. People are like, nah, you sold out. You're out. You're not funny anymore. And then it's like, we got to segue to the next person. That's how I feel is what has happened for years in comedy.
There's a lot of truth in that. Jared. Jeez. Jared says, cough. What was it about Nickelback? It said Nickelback isn't bad. It isn't good. It just is.
It just are. They just are.
Yeah, they just are. No. No. And then Jared says, cough, which is more important, the quarterback or Nickelback?
Just think about it. We're all those same people, cough, because right now, whether the DK Sim fam is on Team Cough right now, it's Slope, right? Sooner or later, you'll be on a broadcast, and everybody be like, fade Cough. He stinks. He used to be so good.
Must be. If you say something bad about Emerson or Bruno Mars, Reed will flip out.
That's good info. Good intel. But good times. Good times. I
happen to love boy band music. I really do.
Oh, same. I love all bubblegum pop.
It's incredibly catchy.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to give you one last anecdote about the Britney Spears doc. At least what I thought.
Anecdote?
Yeah, anecdote. That's the word.
Okay. All right.
It's not antidote. That's a different word. Anecdote is something you break down.
What about anecdote?
I don't know what that is.
Where's that one on the list?
That's the third one. That must be in the dictionary or something. Not a big Webster's guy, but
there it is.
I'm more of a Rossi's dictionary guy who makes up his own words. And if you say them fast enough and with conviction, you shouldn't question. With that being said, the real funny thing is, like, in the late 90s, early 2000s, Britney Spears, like, with her music, some of the songs we talked about was, like, overly sexualized, was, like, the big concept. And there was, like, people that were like, she shouldn't be played in certain areas, like down south, where they're a little more religious. They talked about, like, banning her music. And then you think about today, Koff, 2020, the most downloaded song and the most listened to song on YouTube and all over streaming devices was a song by Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B. Need I say the title? No. Well, I could say the actual title, but if you know, you know. And that song in 2020 was like celebrated as like female rights and like being able to express yourself. Go back 20 years, Britney Spears is singing "Oops, I Did It Again" in a leather bodysuit, and people are like, too much. Just shows how much the world has changed. That's what another big part of this documentary that I think you, having perspective of being at a certain age at that time, will really appreciate. So moral of the story, go get yourself some Hulu, get yourself some popcorn. You and the wife, date night, Britney Spears doc, depression.
Great. in Jordan says, it makes sense Koff enjoys Nickelback. His taste with music, movies, and food is aligned perfectly.
He's consistent.
Yeah. Guess so. What else do we have in the chat? Our guy Robbie Noble, I don't think is having all that much fun this sim. He hasn't enjoyed this conversation.
Oh, I'm sorry, Robbie. Well, drop in something else. We said that 2 minutes. I'll give you. What do you need? You want the sim call? I can get into sim call.
What do you want to hear?
Dean Murray, breathe. Rossi, breathe. When I get passionate, I don't know how to breathe.
Josh U. Love is in front by about 3.5 points in our early bird special. Will J.J. Watt join the Chiefs or Rams free roll? Let me ask you that. Will J.J. Watt join the Chiefs or Rams? Is he going ring chasing? You know, one of those teams, maybe a Green Bay, maybe Tampa Bay. Does he want to play with his brothers, both of them in Pitt? Does he want to? Yeah,
Just
that's
stop.
your answer?
There's no doubt in my mind. There's no doubt. Why else? Like, where else would he realistically go? Like, I know what you're saying about Tampa, and
He'd
I'm
go
sure
somewhere to chase a ring.
he could, but I think that still could potentially be Pittsburgh with him there. I just think, like, if I'm JJ Watt, like, why wouldn't you want to just play a year or two with your brothers? Like, how cool is that? Like, look what the McCourty twins were able to do when they teamed up. Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. Like, that is the dream, I think. And for their parents, please, all the sponsorships.
Three of them.
Yes, that's what I mean. That's what, like, how, like, talk about a fantasy. Like, that, to me, I think it's almost done. Like, I think it's just a waiting deal. Unless for some reason there's something that tells him not to. If, like, TJ Watt or whoever is like, you know what, dude, I'll be honest. Like, Ben stinks. Maybe he's not back. Do you really want Kyle Rudolph with his nose so bright? Like, I don't know. I just think it's for me at this point.
Nose so bright.
You have to say that after you say Rudolph.
You have to.
It's written in the annals of time. Is that the right word?
No.
Yes, it is. But with that being said, I just think right now today, that is the no-brainer move unless something really drastic happens. Again, this for years was the Patriots. Oh, he would go there because DNs shine in their latter portion of their career in the Bill Belichick defense. Don't see that happening. Would love it, but I think realistically it's Pittsburgh. I couldn't even tell you another team that's somewhat realistic that they could give him enough money to make him happy. Do you have?
Fantasy Hawk says, if me and my brother made it to the NFL, I'd want to play against him.
You say that, but they already did.
Yeah, I mean, for not obviously every single year, but
no, but they've done that.
Yeah, for however many years the others have been in the league. You know, obviously they're younger. I would want to play with my brother. I think that would be incredible. I mean,
and you're seeing it.
You know, assuming you and your brother got along, then sure.
And based on no real knowledge, but Subway commercials, Twitter back and forth.
Right.
I think they have that family seems like they're like pretty locked in and on the same page.
Right. Now, I don't know what to make of this. Tony says,
oh baby. Another touchdown here.
How did I beat Kelsey today?
Back off.
Tony says, anyone hear that saying, quit while you're ahead? Might be time for me. I'll miss you guys.
What?
Is Tony just leaving for the day? Is he out for this sim? Is he quitting the dream stream altogether? Tony, what's going on, man?
Tony,
cry for help. Tony, we're here for you.
Was it something I said, Tony? Was it the Brady Spears take? Was it the Nickelback thing?
Is it too much Nickelback and Dane Cook talk?
Was it too good of an argument about the Dane Cook, Amy Schumer thing that was so spot on that everybody's going to go home and talk about it later?
Well, maybe that's why he said quit while you're ahead. He's just he couldn't imagine where it's going to go from here. 2-point conversion try and make this a 7-point game. Pass to the right, nice easy completion, and so fittingly back into the hands of Travis Kelce. What a day he is having.
I think I'm back in the top 30. I told you my lineup wasn't a game winner, but I think it's a top 30 lineup. And right now, with our guy Derek absolutely smoking ops right now, I am in 25th. And there should hopefully be no more scoring for me, but for you, if you need it, 17 seconds, 3 timeouts. If we get a touchdown here, that's miraculous.
I'm sitting top 60 at the moment.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Not where you're at, my friend.
Well, think about it. You started hot, though. You got your Robinson touchdown. It's just things didn't fall in the way. Reynolds played good. Just didn't score. Tony says, I love this and you guys so much to just up and leave. Thanks, Tony. We love you guys too. And if you got to go ever, don't pretend like this is some sort of thing. You just don't announce it. Just, do the old...
Just leave.
Yeah, the fade goodbye. Just gone.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even know you were there.
Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, sure did.
I've heard that is correct. I just don't know that we can say it.
Yeah, I said it before and I didn't feel right about it. I just call it the Eastern European goodbye.
Big boy.
Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I pulled the Christian kind of play-by-play over here.
Jordan says, I'd want to play on the team facing my brother and hit him.
Yeah, but they don't. They play the same side.
Yeah, it's not going to work out. Are you going to change positions?
So, Koff, before the last bomb here, J.J. Watt, your team of choice today, it can change.
my team of choice, the Patriots.
Yeah, well, where do you think he's going? Oh.
Big boy throw. Let's see what we get first into traffic once again. Looks like someone came down.
Got it. No, dropped.
Oh, incomplete. Oh, well, there's that handsome Sean McVay.
Did I get
Can take us to a look at the numbers. So right now today, where do I think J.J. Watt will go? I don't think it's going to be Pitt. I don't. I think it's going to be somewhere.
Oh.
Sorry, I know. I like the Packers fit. I do like the Packers fit. Scott brought it up earlier, and I do like it.
And they need that, right? They need that kind of like veteran to
Ever since Clay Matthews was gone.
Seriously,
that kind of guy.
You do. You need a gamer, and you need that dude. And I think he's 10 times. No offense to Clay Matthews, I think he was a baller, but I think his like presence on a field is so much more impactful than.
Is it still though? Let me just ask you that. Is it still like remember J.J. Watt isn't what he once was?
Completely agree. I mean it from this standpoint of like. I know this is going to sound crazy, and I don't mean this to start an argument. Think of me of what you will. He is like a Tom Brady style player, I think. I think players buy into what he says. I think he has the resume. He's, two-time Defensive Player of the Year? I think he brings a certain swagger with him to the weight room, to the locker room. I think he's an actual natural-born NFL leader. So I think that's what I mean by that. I think, like, Clay Matthews is great, and Clay Matthews made a huge impact for a team and helped them to a Super Bowl. But I think today – if he comes into that locker room, all those discrepancies that we saw from the Packers again 2 years in a row in an NFC title game, I think get cleaned up with someone like him. Not just his presence on the field, but off the field.
Can you imagine if he wound up with LA, the Rams, with Aaron Donald already there?
I actually think that could be a problem.
Do you?
I think sometimes these overpowered teams just don't like. He gets like he's kind of like an Ndamukong Suh at this point in his career, where he's not the same player, but maybe just does the things he didn't do before. So where maybe he's an over leader, he actually takes the lead from somebody else, where Sue kind of just kept his mouth shut and just plug forward and let all these other guys feast.
Let's see. As things stand at the moment, barring any other stat updates, you will, in fact, have a top 25 finish. It's at 22nd. 22. I am 58th, which is not great, but it is in the front half. It's going to be Mark 2497 with a projected victory by about a point.
Love you, Mark.
Kelsey in the captain spot, who went off, had 9 for 93, couple of touchdowns, the 2-point conversion, almost 50 points in the captain spot. Mahomes, who went for over 30, Hill 20 plus. Reynolds was a beast, 7 for 146. He went for about 25, and then Sloman and Brown in there as well.
To wrap it up, let's get out of here for all these fine folks. Are you done for the night too?
Yeah. I mean, till I start setting NBA lineups, baby.
Anywho, Josh Reynolds is going to be your Krusty Koff player of the game. He balled out, not in the top 5 ownership, maybe one of the better quiet receiving games we've ever had here. And an action-packed first 3 quarters, fourth quarter kind of slowed it all down. Actually, second half was much slower, but yeah, Josh Reynolds is going to be getting himself a Krusty Cone soon, because that's what we're going to do. We're going to make awards soon.
I love that. Your babysitter Billy, child watching William, not my kid award is going to.
So I know Hill had a nice day. I'm just like, he was on. It's going to be Robert Woods. I don't even know what his final numbers were. It's between him and Cup. No, you know what? Don't matter. Yeah. I'm giving it to Robert Woods. We're ending it on that. If he doesn't like it, the chat doesn't like it. Too bad. I love you all.
Cup was worse.
Too bad. Doesn't matter. I already made my call.
Not as highly owned.
Small discrepancy, but yeah. I was almost thinking
1 for 24 as opposed to 4 for a dozen for Woods. So there.
I gotta say hi.
Take that. Alana says, "Good job, dear. Thanks. See you for dinner."
I knew it.
So great.
This is a pleasure. So good to be with the fam on a Saturday.
Really is terrific. So that in mind, looking ahead, you are sticking around for the Bears and Dolphins with BK, Brandon Cristal, in about 45 minutes. And then, of course, that is the happy hour sim. For prime time and Madden After Dark, it will be Brendan Glasheen and Matt Lamarca, Lions, Titans, and Packers, Patriots. And I will be back for the first two sims tomorrow, the Nooner and the Madden Matinee. Looking forward to that. Should be fun.
Ooh.
And then you will follow, obviously, on Valentine's Day with the 4 and 6. So I guess no big Valentine's Day dinner plans in your house then.
7 o'clock, baby. Well, it depends. This game went a little bit longer, but around 7 o'clock tomorrow, me and the wife will have a very romantic dinner by a Yankee candle light. welcome back. Dream Stream, Jason Rossi with my guy BK Brandon Cristal. He can be found over on Twitter at BK Denver Sports. BK, how's it going tonight?
It's going all right. It's still afternoon here in Denver. The sun is setting. My watch tells me it's 3 degrees outside. Tomorrow it's going to be a high of 0.
Woo,
so,
doggy.
I thought about going out and trying my field goal kicking, but I'm going to wait till it warms up a little because there's a little snow on the ground.
Oh, no, dude. If you're going to try field goals, you have to do it in frozen, freezing degrees, all right?
Well, they said it was like 35, but it was snowy. So I'm hoping the snow sticks around. And when I get the 14-year-old back this week, he and I will go out and I'll bang in a 30 or 40-yarder. Just
Woo! You got it?
Show everybody how it's
it?
done.
Can you hit it?
I kicked a 30-yarder barefoot at Nebraska, but that was in 2003.
Wait a second. So all right, that's a sick brag, by the way. But then if we extrapolate that.
It wasn't in the game. I was just on the field.
It doesn't matter.
Walk through I was not playing.
The fact that you did it barefoot that's the brag.
I was wearing flip-flops, so.
Banging 30-yarders. Okay, so maybe, I think you can do it.
Yeah, I think
the altitude.
Yeah. Well, and so I looked, though. The longest field goal of all time, 63 yards, has been done a couple times, not at altitude. 64 was. So I'm only going to add 1 more yard to whatever those guys did, but it wasn't much.
Right,
I know I could hit from 30 here. I think I could hit from 40.
You know what? We're gonna talk about why we're talking about this. Obviously, some of you know, some of you have seen the video. But BK, we got the Dolphins and we have the Bears. Tough ones to pick. We were talking right before, like, who am I gonna captain here? Lineups have just locked. Tell me where you went here, because for me, I struggled.
I went all Bears, and it's probably going to be to my detriment. But I went all Bears with Mike Gesicki.
Okay.
So almost all Bears, but I captained Allen Robinson, even though they got the two highest paid it's the highest paid cornerback duo in the league there in Miami with Howard and Jones. And I then went both Chicago running backs with Tariq Cohen and David Montgomery. Then I also, because of budget, snuck in Ted Ginn Jr. and Trubisky. So a lot of Bears. I just never trust Tua. And watch him throw for 3 touchdowns and 350 yards and run one in. I wouldn't have minded having one more Dolphin, but I didn't get one in there. So,
okay, I'll tell you the 2 running back theory. As much as I want to pretend to be like, oh, that's such a bad call, it's not, because Tariq Cohen can grab, everything out of the backfield. And Montgomery recently, might have been a month now, but I was in a contest that was like 91st. And it might have been with you actually that we do this one, that he had 2 rushing touchdowns in the 4th quarter. And I went from 90th to 1st because I had him in the captain.
Maybe I finished 1st. So I had a good little mini run. I finished 1st and then 9th and then forgot to get my lineup in. So I said it was because I was taking it easy on everyone. Said I would captain Chris Carson. Actually said it before the game. Went through a fake lineup, and then Carson had 2 touchdowns and a big game. I captain Chris Carson every time I do a Seahawks game. So it's been good. And then a couple times I played Carson and Carlos Hyde just in case he vultured him, which is sort of the theory on the 2 Bears running backs.
Okay, I dig it. I will say I like when I do games with you. You don't put in a lineup because you always have the best lineup, and it's the BK rule. So anytime I'm with people and they say, "Oh, I forgot to put it in," I said, "Listen, you got to follow the BK way. If anybody scores, you say they were in my lineup."
Yeah, and then you were thinking about captaining.
I was thinking, yeah. All right,
but no, honestly, and Koff gave me credit because I said it before kickoff even happened that I totally. Because what happened was he invited me to both of the games we did last night, and I clicked on the second one first. I was like, oh, wait, this is the second game. Let me make sure to get this first one in, and never went back to it. We also played 5 NBA contests against each other.
Jeez.
So that was keeping me busy.
Absolutely, I will. We'll get some. We'll talk about that a little bit too. I went with Matt Breida in this one. He's my captain. I've been watching this Bears defense as of late stink out the joint, so we'll see if he can continue his run. He scored.
Breida hasn't scored in a few games, so maybe he's due, right?
That's the way I look at it. But he's been averaging like around 15 points. He had a 40-pointer a couple games ago. He's averaging around 15. So I'm thinking if I can keep that in the captain spot, get that closer to the high 20s. Dolphins DST. Mike Gesicki. That's my Dolphins. And then, I also have Jason Sanders.
Dolphins D is a good play.
I just think to myself, Trubisky fumbles a ton in this. I also did play him, though. So for my Bears are going to be Anthony Miller and Mitch Trubisky. So Trubisky fumbles a ton in this game when he takes off. He doesn't like to slide for whatever reason. It might be that low awareness. He could be the quarterback for either one of our home teams next year. We don't know. He's wild. He's going to be out there. But I look at him as someone you have to play, but also be wary of the turnover factor. when it comes to Trubisky.
Yeah, I don't think the Broncos go that route. I'm not saying the Patriots won't.
I don't either with the Broncos, but it could happen.
Well, because I don't know if Trubisky feels like an upgrade from Drew Lock.
I don't think he does.
Is he an upgrade from Jarrett Stidham and Cam Newton? I'm not going to just say absolutely, so. but probably.
Yeah. I just think it's about what do you want. I think Trubisky seems like he's like a longevity guy if you're going to give him a start for some reason. Like, not that you should. I'm just saying the contract, I don't think he's.
No, he's only signing, if he doesn't re-sign in Chicago, and even then it's not going to be the longest-term deal, his deal won't be longer than 3 years anywhere. It'll be like the Teddy Bridgewater deal, and it may not be that high. It may have a bunch more incentive.
Yeah, it should at least, what he's
playtime percentages and Pro Bowls and everything. Look at Tariq Cohen.
It's Tariq Cohen. First carry right up the middle, slicing and dicing through that Dolphins DST to get to the 43-yard line.
I always joke and actually talk to Hub Arkish about this, that he would get calls about both Tariq Cohen and Eddie Goldman, the defensive lineman.
Yep.
People would call and ask if either of them were Jewish, with lots of Jewish Bears fans in the Chicagoland area. And then with Zach LaVine on the Bulls, they have the most Jewish-sounding, not Jewish guys in pro sports in that town.
It's like when Shaquille O'Neal, Irish.
Yeah,
right?
Everyone thought he was Irish, but Troy O'Leary, right?
Troy O'Leary, there was a ton of the O names. Yeah. Very few, but that is funny. There we get now a 2nd and 2 here. David Montgomery, someone you have in your lineup, captain, 2% owned and 17%. Trubisky, 73% ownership, and Cohen at 29%.
So I got to make sure to get my NBA lineup against Kaufman. He ended up beating me in all 5 by the time it was all said and done last night.
All 5?
Thousands of dollars down the drain, flush.
Millions of dollars.
Millions, thousands. We play for 1,000 each game. No, it's just going back and forth. Yeah. So, anyone you love tonight? I don't need you to help me fill out my whole lineup, but anybody?
No.
And I'll ask the chat too. Anyone that you love in NBA tonight in a classic slate? Either you have to play him, must start, or a value guy. I'll take any suggestion. I'm not going to give any because, like I said, I lost all 5 games last night. I lost to him on Thursday by a point. I lost to him 2 of the 5 by less than 3 points each. So it's not like he's just destroying me.
No. And that's honestly.
Classic, he did beat me by 40.
Like, I play him a lot. Sometimes I'll play Glash, and you do notice a lot of the times. BK, we can play each other as well. Like, most of these contests are pretty close. If you like, because I don't know. At least that's the way I feel. Like, I've gotten smoked a couple of times, and I've beaten people pretty badly a few. But
well, let's be honest. Whether we're looking at the same stuff online or similar, everyone's going to kind of give you similar advice if you look at any of the daily fantasy experts that are out there, whether that's our pal Matt Lamarca or anyone else.
I'll tell you who I like. I'm going to give a plug. Julian Edlow. I find him to align with my thoughts, which I usually say fade because I'm usually someone who picks with their heart, not their head. But over on, DK Nation, check them all out. Ducey's on there writing stuff. You mentioned Matt Lamarca, Edlow, Sherrod. Our guy Zach Thompson will write. Like, check it out because I just always like to do like a double check on my lineups. They don't necessarily or wherever else you check out your stuff. But DK Nation, I find that Edlow for me is a guy that aligns a lot of thoughts, or he'll be the one I will take a chance on more. Lamarcus put some out there that I think are really good. I know he's in the corner of Koff. He's in Koff's corner.
Sure.
But yeah, I just think it is funny. I do like to balance it off, those guys, but then I'm like to say, well, I have a gut feeling about this.
Robbie Noble says play Warriors players. Carter Robinson says Donovan Mitchell's a must play, and obviously he's
I agree with Mitchell.
Playing great. KD, who hasn't played in a week and a half. KD, I always think, and look, I stupidly drafted him on a year-long league where I took him 8th, and I could have taken Embiid, and obviously he sits every other game, and then he's in COVID protocol seemingly once a month.
Every day, yeah. It's going to be an easy touchdown real quick, and that goes.
That's my captain.
To your captain, Allen Robinson, free agent this year. A lot of teams going to be pining for his services, but there he is in BK's captain spot. Allen Robinson owned in 43% of leagues. First touchdown, opening drive, Chicago.
Yeah, Rudy Gobert, 7,100. Carter Robinson says it's a good deal. Hyro says, BK, go see Glash's TikTok for NBA content. Well, I do it for entertainment. I've certainly clicked on it. Draymond Green, Robbie Noble saying, Fantasy Hawk says Warriors are way too obvious on a 4-game slate playing any of the Warriors. The other night against Coffin, the game I lost by 1, I played 5 Jayhawks just for fun. So I played MD.
I like that.
I played the two Warriors and Oubre and Wiggins. I snuck Frank Mason in. He had Frank Mason, who Went down in the first quarter. Right.
Yeah.
Well, he went down in the first quarter, so we both got zeros. And then I also had, I said Embiid, the 2 wings, and Devontae Graham wasn't playing. There's one more, neither more. Oh, Svi Mikhailiuk. Thought he was going to get more run because I guess he had with no Derrick Rose. So we'll see.
He had a good game last night.
I appreciate all these. Well, here's the problem: is I've gotten too many suggestions now, so it's like basically I'm being told to play everybody.
So you got to figure. So just keep playing more $1,000 lineups.
Yeah.
Put the mortgage on the line.
John Wall is playing. Oladipo's not. Does that mean John Wall, who is questionable, does he go off in the Garden? Obviously, the Knicks D has been better.
I was going to say, the way I look at that, no thanks. That's just somebody but this is a head, not a heart. This is like a factual, or maybe a heart, not a head. But I look at it like coming off of an injury. I understand in the Garden, maybe he wants to have one of those big showings, but can't trust it. Don't know what he's going to look like. Just because,
Eric Gordon, it seems like because he plays and all those other guards don't, even though, he's getting so much cheaper than Wall, that it feels like better value.
No, hey, listen, what does your gut tell you? That's what I was looking at. Go for it.
Well, my gut hasn't been working great either.
You need JJ Fatt's gut.
Yeah, I told Koff just to send me his kid's college fund info.
Just give him direct. I'll just give you the money.
29 info, sure.
Oh man, it's too funny.
Curry going for MVP, says Robbie Noble. Curry might be one of those where it's just like suck it up and pay the full freight.
I think so. He's just been unreal this year. He's playing like a man possessed like he did 3 years ago.
So. And we know Brooklyn, even though their defense is ranked 8th.
No, please.
That's a team defense.
Yeah, that is not. I find that inaccurate. You've watched some of their games, or if you have watched any of their games, it is anybody can get
KD back in the Bay Area. I guess do they go really hard at him? Not that it matters. He's one of the 2 or 3 best players on the planet when he's right.
Sure.
So
we'll see. Tua here, 3rd and 9, 3.5 left to go in the first quarter. Opening drive by Chicago, into with the touchdown. Wide open receiver across the middle. Can he get to the first? Breaking. Looks like he was short. Tua gets it. Yeah, short. So it'll be a 4th and 1
on the tackle.
Like Trevathan.
Really fast, really good tackler.
Yeah.
When he's healthy. Danny's been plagued by injuries at various points in his career. Really good dude. He was the Tim Tebow pick here in Denver.
Oh, that's right.
The Jets for a 6th-rounder. That 6th-rounder turned out to be Danny Trevathan, who was a starting middle linebacker on the Super Bowl 50 team. Nice punt.
Yeah, great punt. Gets it into the 6.
Tariq Cohen, a 94-yard touchdown. Maybe Allen Robinson.
Maybe Montgomery. You got them all lined up. Maybe Trubisky just does a little.
Jr. against his former team.
That could be
one of his many former teams.
But no, I like what you know what's funny, BK, and obviously doing what you do, deep dive and doing the great work you do with Denver sports coverage, especially with the Broncos, is I love the stories of like the traded player and like what that pick was and what it turned out to be half the time, because there's a lot of faith put into these. Like I'm so interested in like Jamal Adams. You know, he was traded for a 1st-round pick. What that pick becomes. Like, are the Jets going to be able to replace the Jamal Adams type? More than likely not, but who is that player in the 23rd overall, whatever it is? It's like that. I always get fascinated by traded picks and like what those players become.
Yeah, I'll also even give credit when it's fun to play revisionist historian when you know that a team was in on a guy and they were doing all they could to get to him, and you know that it's not BS, right? It would be easy for us to all sit here and pretend like every team had Patrick Mahomes high on their board. They didn't, but I do know for a fact Sean Payton did, because not only has he talked about it, I heard a story from a scout, then I asked Sean about it. Other people that were in the room or know how the Saints, where they secretly had dinner with them or whatever, know that had he have gotten there, he have gotten to 12 or wherever they picked, 13, whatever that number was, when they ended up taking the corner, he wasn't there because the Chiefs traded up to 10. So they were either picking 11, 12, or 13 because Watson went right around there too. So that's one. I know for a fact Jerry Jones was trying to trade into the 1st round ahead of the Broncos to get Paxton Lynch.
So
and he ended up with Dak Prescott. But imagine what Tony Romo's TV career would be like if he were still the quarterback of the Cowboys. I don't know if he would be at this point, but
yeah, it's a good point.
Another year or two, because Paxton Lynch was not taking that team to 13-3 or whatever.
No. Just quickly, Kansas City, they trade up to 10th. and the New Orleans Saints had the 11th pick.
Okay.
So they must have known, and that's how that's where that story comes from. And then obviously they took Lattimore, which no problems there.
Heck of a player. Marshawn Lattimore's a really good player.
Yep.
But Sean Payton was going to take Patrick Mahomes, and Drew Brees, I think, even walked into the draft room because he was given a tour. At the Saints facility, I guess they do a big draft party for people
season
related
ticket
to
holders.
Yeah, season ticket holders. They do it out on the on the indoor field, I think. And I think even Jordan Spieth was there. And so I heard this story from a scout, and then I heard it, or I asked Sean Payton about it at the combine. Just when I bumped into him outside a restaurant, and he basically copped to it. He kind of straightened out some of the details as far as, because I think the scout said, "Oh, I'm going to do this to mess with Drew," or maybe he said, "Oh, Drew, no, I got some quarterback here from Texas Tech or whatever." But he's like, "No," I told him, "Yeah, we're looking at," or something. He was more matter of fact.
Yeah, which is smart, which most, I think, quarterback, and coaches relationships are built, and most players that way. It's not obviously nowhere near the same, but I remember Matt Light here for the Patriots for years hosted a party, and one time, with the station I was with at the time, they had me host the event. So interviewed him, chatted with him. In that draft, the Patriots took Sebastian Vollmer, who was also a right tackle,
right.
And Matt Light stormed out of his own party. And obviously, that stuff gets picked up, right, and that's a little different. And I heard things I didn't want to repeat that other people, but he basically, a couple expletives, said, "Let's get the expletive out of here." And because you have those small rooms, I'm sure you've been to a million times, BK, way more than I have been with players and scenarios. And
I'm not necessarily draft parties,
but just in general, I mean, like having those small circles.
And sure.
And you get that raw, authentic feeling. You're kind of like, oh, like the tension was high. He stormed out of his own party, but it is fascinating because, like you said, with Brees, if you go back and if they took Mahomes, maybe he was aware of that situation, so he doesn't get as potentially upset where some of these players like, oh, you're going to go ahead and draft the same position that I am. Okay. And as an aging veteran what that means.
Yeah, because I was told that Sean had a bunch of different comparisons for Patrick, but one of them was Ben Roethlisberger.
Oh, really? Fascinating. Because just a gunslinger? Or?
Yeah, and letting it rip and staying in the pocket and all of that. They're not the exact
mobility.
Same I really do like the comparison to Elway, even though it seems to aggravate Chiefs fans. I mean, they're both literally the exact same size. Baseball players, biggest arm in the league, throw across their body, use their legs when they need to, but don't rely on their legs.
It's actually funny you say it now that you almost just convinced me, because I've heard it. I remember when people said it like in that first starting year for him.
Yeah.
And now that you really think about it, it is very accurate because Elway didn't run a lot as for rushing yards. He just kept plays alive, got out of the pocket. And that's what you see from Mahomes. Maybe sometimes he even should take off a little bit more, but always chooses to find his receivers.
Yeah. The thing that Chiefs fans want to jump on are Elway's touchdown interception ratio and all that. But when John first got there, he didn't have Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce.
Sure didn't.
And he didn't have Andy Reid calling plays, with apologies to Dan Reeves. He just didn't.
Nope. What a move there by Mitch Trubisky. Speaking about that draft, and we can joke about it, but Trubisky was obviously the name that everybody was like shocked by when the Bears traded up, basically mortgaged their future to take him at the number 2 spot. You haven't heard any of those shining comparisons for him, but
no, that was where you tip your cap to Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, is that they had like one extra workout with Trubisky just to get the Bears to flinch.
Mm-hmm.
And the Bears did, and they were the beneficiaries because they still needed a quarterback at that point.
Yep.
I guess if I'm doing the math, who would have been the QB? It was before Garoppolo, so I didn't even know. It was Hoyer or somebody.
I think it was the segue from Kaepernick with Gabbert, and then Hoyer came in.
Yeah, so clearly taking a quarterback at 2 wouldn't have been that far-fetched for the
No, and
they ended up taking Solomon Thomas, who's not that great.
No, had a nice rookie year, but hasn't really
been a guy. John Elway's rushing yards in his career, he averaged 4.4 a carry.
Nice catch there.
3,400 yards. But they didn't track how many first downs he ran for until 94.
I was going to say that's
nobody tracked it.
No.
So 17, 16, 20, 15, 11. Those were the final 5 years of his career. I bet you that number's way higher. I mean, every year is like 237 yards, 253, 257, 304, 234. I bet if we go look at Mahomes' numbers, they're probably about there.
Yeah.
He's got to trust their arms so much, and they're outside and they're about to run. And they're like, oh, there's somebody late.
Yeah, and he can throw it, like you said, like a laser beam across his body, across the field. Like some of the passes he had last Sunday was just insane. They weren't caught, but like that, the famous one.
Yeah, you hit a guy in the face.
Yeah, twice almost, and even Tyreek Hill in the end zone in the hands, but didn't catch it.
Travis Kelce with some drops. So Mahomes, here you go. 272, 218, 308.
Boom.
Same thing. First downs, 19, 15, 22.
So it is actually a really interesting comparison. Never really thought of it. Obviously, I know in your neck of the woods, it's easily talkable, but across remember, like I said, I remember that first season it was said, but then haven't heard much of it. It really is such an interesting perspective to put on the players.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's hard to compare guys.
Yeah.
And I think across all sports, I'm not picking on anyone. Particularly, we compare guys to players they look like physically and, sometimes racially, right? Look for better or worse. And that's, I think, human nature. But when you look at literally the way Elway and Mahomes are built and their backgrounds, they're almost identical. Yes, Patrick is much more efficient, but again, he has maybe the best pass-catching tight end of all time and maybe the fastest player of all time, his teammates, and an amazing play caller.
Which is very important. Like, I think these couple of years now, we're starting to see the importance, like quarterbacks, you can always use, Brady's the greatest of all time, all that stuff, but there's so many factors that go into some of these teams that have, had these runs to Super Bowls or played really well. And play calling is almost exclusively important, especially in a younger quarterback's career, like a Patrick Mahomes, even your guy Drew Lock, and some of these, like, those play calls are super important because these guys don't have that vast knowledge of the Brady's, even given Roethlisberger and Brees. Like, they could call their own plays, probably 10 years ago at this point. But in your first 3-4 years, it's just not part of the game.
It's hard to do where you're going to give young quarterbacks free reign to check into everything they want to. I think Andrew Luck might have had a little more autonomy to do that, but it doesn't happen very often. I remember asking Drew Lock about that this year. Like, how often do you get to check into other things? He's like, I have the freedom to, but usually it's the right play call, which is where you're relying on your OC. Look at the way Sean McVay ran the offense for Jared Goff, essentially, on the run to the Super Bowl, where he had to break the huddle early, and then Sean would read at the line of scrimmage while the communication device was still active. Which is, crazy to think about, but it's not breaking the rules. It's within the rules.
No, it's not. By the way, give a shout out to our DK Simpam here with us. It's BK, Jason Ross. We got Daniel, our technical advisor. We got producer Drew and our guy P. Fry over on the ops team. Solo mission tonight. We got our team here. We got Crystal. We got Silly Sally, Congo Cab, Almost Famous, Fantasy Hawk, Chris B. Appreciate you guys. The Draft King is in there. The actual king of drafting is in the chat room. Blake, appreciate each and every one of you. Smash a like while you're here. It's a Saturday. So BK's got that sweet mountain time. Plenty of day left in. It's 6 in the East Coast. I hope you guys are all doing well and having a heck of a day. Appreciate you being here with us. Talking all over the place. There's another incompletion. Who was it said this? No, I missed it. But somebody said here it is. It's Crispy. He said, I texted Virtual Gesicki. He's about to turn up when they get the ball. Let's see. 3rd and 6. Been a ghost show. There's a pass, complete down the middle. Oh, shoestring tackle. Not Gesicki. Wilson, I don't even know 15. I'm not even gonna pretend. Yeah, it is. Like Wilson. Yeah, it is.
The former chief.
Sure, yeah. Fantasy Hawk says, I used to love when Peyton Manning used to wave his arms to silence the crowd.
It worked.
It did, especially like some of these quarterbacks used to just have the vibe of the whole team, and especially in the dome. He would do it, you would hear a pin drop.
And so I've watched a bunch of Hall of Fame stuff this week, obviously with Peyton and John Lynch both getting in. And so just being reminded about the command Peyton had over really everything, right? There's never been a guy more prepared. I'm not saying that Brady isn't equally as prepared, but I don't think anyone's ever been more prepared than Peyton Manning, and very few are even in the conversation. To just really almost all aspects of his life. So
it's true.
It's been it's kind of been fun just to see everybody remind us how great Peyton was.
Yeah, it's almost like BK, am I out of my mind? And obviously you were close to and followed him, and when he came to Denver, that doesn't feel like it was 5 years ago.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how you're able to quantify time in your head.
Sure.
Right. And something tells me the older you get, there's certain things that don't feel like they were as long ago, and certain things that feel like even longer ago than they were. But
yeah, I did that one to me. Like, I was like, that was 5 years ago.
Well, look, all those pictures popped up from the Super Bowl for me, and I remember so much of that week so vividly, especially right around the game on that Saturday and Sunday, and then the parade. A bunch of the parade pictures popped up. So it was certainly a fun time to cover and to be around.
So I can imagine.
You're probably right. It doesn't feel like 5 years ago until I take stock of my life and look at how many new kids I have in it.
Oh yeah.
Stuff like that.
Life itself, right? The picture would be
sure. But even with the Broncos, like, because these seasons have all kind of jumbled together and they've all been very average or below average, the idea of like breaking it down, there have been 5 full seasons of mediocre football here. It all kind of jumbles together because there wasn't like, oh, you remember that playoff 2 years after the Super Bowl or any of that. It's 9-7, 6-10, 6-10, or whatever Vance Joseph was, 5-11, and then 7-9, 5-11. Like, it's kind of the same.
Yeah. So that, I see what you mean. So that kind of, I don't know. I guess just from like someone who doesn't watch the team as closely, like even some Patriots stuff, I can't imagine in 4 years I'm going to be like, remember when Brady left after that 5 years ago and he's probably still freaking playing?
Fantasy Hawk wants to know if I've watched Arch Manning play, Cooper's son, who's down there at Newman High School, where Peyton and Eli and Odell Beckham Jr. all attended. And I just saw the highlights. I didn't, when his games were on, I didn't catch him. But the kid looks like he has the tools. And that's the thing people don't realize is Cooper was maybe the most athletic. I mean, he went and played wide receiver at Ole Miss. And I understand there's some family connections, but they're not letting you on the field just because of who your dad is. You have to actually, he was playing early and then he had the rare spinal disease or whatever. But his kid is, I think he's 6'3" now. They expect him to be a little taller. I imagine if he studies the game the way his uncles did and his dad, or his dad and his grandpa, the kid's got the tools, right? And he's been going to the Manning Passing Academy his entire life. And unlike the rest of the campers, he probably can go hang out with the college kids, that are getting the extra work. And I say the college kids, I mean all those top level, the Trevor Lawrences of the world that come in to be a counselor. And so the kid's going to be way ahead of the game wherever he decides to go to school. It'll be interesting to see, does he finally pick LSU, right? After neither Peyton nor Eli went to LSU. He's coming nowhere near Tennessee. Ole Miss will certainly be in the mix. You got to think just because of his grandpa, his dad, and his uncle. But maybe he goes to Ohio State. Maybe he goes to Alabama. Maybe he goes to Texas now with Steve Sarkisian. Maybe he goes out west. Who knows? I mean, I think the kid's got, literally, he'll be offered by every school in the country.
Plenty, yeah. Well, not just the pedigree, but like you said, the play. It's fascinating.
Yeah, you still have to make the throws, right?
Yeah.
Your play's only going to get you so far. People aren't offering. Ole Miss and Tennessee might offer him a scholarship, but every school in the country is not offering him a scholarship because of who his uncles and his grandpa is.
Mm-hmm. No, you mentioned it earlier, and I'm curious because we haven't caught up in a while as we have less than a minute here. It's 10-0 Bears over the Dolphins. We mentioned just briefly talking about that Hall of Fame. This class, like, first of all, are you like on that verge? Do you have like a vote, or are you like in eligibility for said vote?
For what?
For the NFL Hall of Fame.
No, there's one voter per city.
Yes.
And that voter is Jeff Legwold. He does a great job. He's the president of Football Writers Association. He's had that vote for a while. Before that, it was Jim Armstrong. Before that, it was Woody Page. Woody Page, after the Peyton nomination this year from Mike Chappell, which took 18 seconds from the Indianapolis Star, and I think he does TV there now. Woody reminded us that his presentation for John Elway was simply, "Ladies and gentlemen, John Elway," and then he quit talking.
Pinheiro.
Nowhere
short.
Close.
Look like BK's gonna boot one of those through barefoot. That one looking like a glass field goal.
So is the Pro Football Hall of Fame the worst? Is a question that's out there. So they've got 32 voters. I was actually explaining this to my wife last night because I talked to the president of the Hall of Fame yesterday, David Baker,
Nice.
And so
what a guy, by the way.
He's great, and he's always
what a cool job.
He's always
actually. Do you know? Sorry, I'm getting very excited.
No, he's always gracious with his time. Whenever I see him.
I have an interesting question for you. Do you know? Is he also? Well, I guess it wouldn't be him because of what he represents. Who informs the players when they're not in the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, he calls them on the phone.
Oh,
so it's still, but they know that a phone call isn't enough.
Yeah.
I think there was actually a stretch where at the hotel on Super Bowl weekend, he would also knock to tell them they weren't in, and they realized, well, you can't do that, so let's start calling.
Yeah.
Like, hey, glad you were here.
I just think it's so weird. Let's see if Jason Sanders can boot this one out from 50.
50-yarder.
This will be huge for my lineup. Looks good.
Oh, I think he got it.
Got it. Look at that. Stack them kickers. We're going to the half here. 10-3. Not an exciting one, but we have ourselves a tie ball game here. I'm sorry, a 7-point ball game, but 2 field goals in it. We'll go into some of the numbers in a moment, but yeah, I was just interested when you talked to him because like I never knew that. But don't you think? Isn't it weird? I'm sure you talked to some of these athletes. I remember speaking to, was it Andre Tippett? Somebody who was just like was eligible, was there in that final vote, but like these guys are professionals.
Steve Atwater. I've talked to Steve Atwater,
and
John Lynch about it, and I feel like Steve at Super Bowl 50. That was the first time he was the finalist, even though he should have been a finalist and should have been a Hall of Famer, years ago.
Sure.
And I think that David Baker knocked on his door then, and then they realized that now phone calls, and so it's been phone calls for a few years.
Yep.
And I don't know if you saw some of the video, but this year they went to all the Hall of Fame.
Yes, I loved it.
And
I loved it.
He said the idea really came about last year when they went and told both Bill Cowher and Jimmy Johnson those back-to-back days on TV, and that was really well received. So with the COVID restrictions and all of that, it was just easier. And so when I asked him, I said, is this how you're maybe going to do it? He said, what's interesting is 4 or 5 of the Hall of Famers, especially a couple of the guys who had been finalists like Alan Faneca and like John Lynch, really appreciated it. And that so many more of their family members were able to be there, especially with the way John Lynch's wife set up basically a fake family reunion. And then I didn't realize this because you didn't see it in the video that was put out.
Go ahead, because I have a question about
Jed
that.
York, the owner of the Niners,
yep.
Kyle Shanahan, and some of the Niners brass came down also after David Baker made the announcement to kind of help celebrate before John got onto a plane and went to Mobile on Monday for the Senior Bowl.
Interesting. That's fascinating because that's what I was wondering. Obviously, the video I saw was like that condensed, 3 minutes of each guy. And that one I was wondering, I was like, what did they say to John Lynch? Did he really not know? Because I imagine that's like, you want to keep that a surprise. He looked naturally surprised when they opened the door.
He had, like Peyton, you weren't going to be able to surprise too well. I think they did the best they could. With Lynch, because 7 other times he's been a finalist and not gotten in. Charles Woodson's a DB, Calvin Johnson, and Peyton. That's 3 of the 5 spots right there. So, and for John to think that he's more worthy or less worthy or whatever than the other dozen guys, it's easy to understand. Well, maybe this year they take Faneca and Tony Baselli and put in 2 linemen or whatever it may be. So I think you can kind of rationalize it a bunch of different ways. But what's interesting, so David Baker told me this. He goes, actually, I'm telling you a story that no one else has heard until yesterday when he told me. So they have the house in San Diego, right? John and Linda are both from San Diego. After he got done playing, they still had the house in San Diego, or they had a house in San Diego, but were living in Denver. I think her dad or mom, somebody got really sick, so they moved back to San Diego. And he was working for Fox Sports, living out of San Diego. They kept their house here, and we're still doing a lot of charity stuff in Denver. But they have this house in San Diego. Obviously, he then takes the job in San Francisco, so now they live in San Francisco, but they keep the house in San Diego because John's parents are still there. I know his dad's still around.
Who doesn't want to live in San Diego?
Sure, he owns a media company, right? Even if it's just for vacation. Like Drew Brees, there's a reason he's out in San Diego in the offseason, and he hadn't played there in 15 years. But so David Baker's story was John's leaving either Sunday or Monday for the Senior Bowl, and Linda's going back to the Bay Area. She's planting flowers on Saturday, and apparently David Baker described it as it wasn't a fight, but John was irritated that she was putting flowers out front when they weren't going to be back at the San Diego house for a few months. Like, why are you putting in fresh flowers?
Stop it.
He was like, don't worry about it. I want these, and sometimes there are those arguments that you just aren't going to belabor or keep, driving home. Like, okay, fine. She wants to spend the money on flowers. We can afford it, even though we're not going to be here for a couple months. No one's going to get mad at new flowers when when they drive by the house. So.
It's just a fascinating situation, like with that stuff. Like, yeah, that he like, and obviously he's not going to know, but I think the whole Hall of Fame thing, like a part of me is like, it's kind of crooked to like put a bunch of guys in hotel rooms and be like, maybe you're going to get a knock, maybe you won't. These are like professional athletes at their highest point. Don't tease me like that. Like if you're like, I know this year was different, but like a Richard Seymour, for instance, like just being like in a hotel room, doesn't get a knock, and then you have to like walk around and everyone knows. I don't know. It's like some weird like Bachelor style, but like real.
Well, so Steve Atwater also had a story in Atlanta a couple years ago when he did get in.
Okay.
Or no, I guess, where was it? Last year, Miami. Okay, so Atlanta, he was a finalist again. And I was told that he was the closest, but because Champ got in, I had multiple Hall of Fame voters tell me, make sure Steve knows if there was a person that got sixth, that it was Steve who was very likely, like, and we don't even know the votes, but just knowing how the conversation went. So I was in Atlanta where David Baker did call him, because Champ and Pat Bowlen got in. There's going to be a lot of Broncos if Steve got in too.
Sure.
But a cleaning person knocked on the door in the middle of the afternoon.
No, so that's, I can't.
The room over. So it was one of those where everyone like freaked out, and then it was, just some young lady coming to do her job, and they're like, oh. And then the phone rang, and David Baker let him know that he didn't get in that year. But that's one of Atwater's. It's a fun story now that he's a Hall of Famer. It was one that's probably
I was gonna say this story could go a lot different if he didn't eventually get in.
Sure. And that's the thing about the list is, of the 15 finalists, and we could pull it up.
Yep.
All of them deserve to get in, and all of them hopefully will. Next year, the class for first ballot isn't really strong, so it might be a good year to get the Zach Thomases, Tony Basellis of the world, get some of these guys that have been there. Maybe it's Torrey Holt, maybe it's Reggie Wayne. Some of these guys that have been Richard Seymour, that have been a finalist a couple times.
Let me ask you, when you look at, are you an eyeball test guy? Are you looking at stats numbers?
That's what I'm looking at first, is eyeball test.
Yeah, because I'm obviously being a Patriots fan, being here in New England, I thought Richard Seymour was fantastic. But is he like one of the best of all time? I'm sorry.
I never thought that when I watched him play.
Me either. And he was great. He had a nice stretch. I just think we're letting too many. My personal take in the end, and all Hall of Fames, you're letting too many people in. And I get it.
I don't know if that's true, because baseball didn't let anybody in.
Well, baseball is a whole nother thing, but I think going back,
basketball is the one that lets everybody in, and it's the Basketball Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I still think football. I think the NFL lets too many. I don't. That's my opinion on it. I think there's guys that are very good, and that had really nice seasons and couples 4 years of greatness that are Hall of Famers. And I'm just like.
That list is short, though. It's Gale Sayers, not Steve Atwater, Terrell Davis. But Terrell Davis.
Okay, you said it.
But Terrell Davis had as good a 6-year run, really as good a 4-year run, and he, other than Emmitt Smith, has been the best playoff running back in the history of football, and that should.
It's all true.
Something.
I agree.
Now,
but
at the same time, people could talk about Julian Edelman and his playoff production, right?
Which that will eventually come up.
TD did also rush for 2,000 yards and win the league MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Julian Edelman's barely been a Pro Bowler. Maybe he's never even been a Pro Bowler.
Never been a Pro Bowler. That's that argument. So obviously, when I was in the thick of it in sports radio here in Boston, that was like the big thing. Is we're going to get a 4th and 1. Tua, here's Breda, gone.
Oh,
touchdown.
Look at your captain.
Finally,
is that Edelman would have been a Pro Bowler last year. Nobody knows this because nobody knows this. The Patriots don't release if any of their players become Pro Bowl alternates. They don't let you know that. Let's just pretend last year, right? Tom Brady's a Pro Bowler, Devin McCourty is, and Julian Edelman was first alternate, and Jason McCourty was third alternate, and Hightower was 5th alternate. They don't let you know who the alternates are. But Cortland Sutton was the 2nd alternate, and then I went and just did the math on everybody else, and then ran into somebody from the Patriots and asked at Super Bowl. I was like, Edelman was the alternate. Yeah, but we just don't put it out. was what I was told. So, but before that, it was like whoever the other, maybe it was Devontae Parker was the 3rd alternate. Sure. And somebody else is the 4th alternate, somebody else is the 5th alternate. I'm like, well, and I look, and Edelman's numbers were clearly the only person that would be in the conversation. And because we could never find who the first alternate was, but Edelman had surgery, remember? So
in the offseason, right as soon as that lost to Tennessee.
Didn't he jump on a car?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
I don't think that was related to the surgery. I think
it had nothing to do with it. He just, it was I think it was actually post-surgery, but don't quote me on that. I remember the scenario, but yeah, he jumped on a car. I think he was might have been in Florida or somewhere, but Hey, doing his thing, just being a party animal.
So the question about is the Hall of Fame process in the NFL the worst?
Yeah, Drew.
I don't know.
I think baseball.
Because baseball's, I don't care for baseball.
Because you just have too many
voters,
and there's too many stubborn people. I think in baseball.
Yeah, and there's no real room for debate. And they let you pick 10, and if 10 players get 75% of the vote, all 10 are in. Great. Okay. Look, and here's the one thing you do have to say is this is a museum, right? Each one of them is a museum.
It's ticket sales. Who's gonna? That's why I look at the NFL, and I've been to the NFL Hall of Fame. Great time. Hockey, I still think is the best Hall of Fame itself. We can get into
in Toronto.
Yeah, I think it's the nicest, just experience of going through the way they highlight the game and the eras. But at the end of the day, it's about selling tickets. Like Calvin Johnson is going to bring in a whole bunch of people from Detroit. Peyton Manning was I still think Calvin Johnson was a no-brainer, but like even John Lynch, he's going to bring in a plethora of fans that want to go see that bust, that want to see him enshrined and see the celebration of his career. So and like these very famous players, I think even a Terrell Davis, I look at it like Hall of Very Good. I think he still is going to bring in people, and people are going to idolize that.
Yeah, but that's also only for 1 week. And the other, I guess,
I agree,
conversation argument is, can you tell the history of the game without mentioning this person? And I really to what level are you telling the history of the game?
Yeah, on day one.
Yeah, and we did this yesterday. Koff and I went over all the defunct NFL teams from mostly the 20s.
Yeah, the whirling dervishes.
Well, yeah, there was a lot, but it started because the last team, if J.J. Watt were to sign with Pittsburgh, the last team to have 3 brothers on it was the 1927 Duluth Eskimos.
Oh, what a year that was, too. They had such a good run.
Sure, and I could find the names of those guys, but
that's a fascinating note. By the way, J.J. Watt's going to Pittsburgh.
Fantasy Huck says the process in the NFL slide. Crystal T.O. should have been first ballot. You can make a case for a lot of these wide receivers. Chris Carter should have been first ballot.
I was going to say Irvin. That's the one. I look at Chris Carter.
Michael Irvin was a perennial Pro Bowler, won 3 Super Bowls, was a big part of what they did. If you want to put him further down the list, then
it's all off the
some
field
of those other. Yeah, I get
receivers, but especially receivers. I feel like there's not a lot of love given to receivers in the Hall of Fame until we're now at the position where the passing game has just become insane. Numbers are going through the roof. But I agree. I thought that Chris Carter went to me because he had some beef with the press, and obviously Michael Irvin, his off the field situations that you can Google about now. He's the model guy, and I still think one of my favorite listens in the NFL. But T.O., of course he should have been this, should have been that. But does it really make a difference at the end of the day if you're first, second?
I think it matters to the people it matters to.
I think to the player.
And it certainly mattered to T.O. That's why he didn't show up at his own enshrinement ceremony.
Oh, DraftKings, I see you guys. I'm trying. We'll see what you guys are saying. Don't get salty in there.
I'm just telling stories, guys.
Yeah, we're just
this is a boring sim. It's 10-10. We started talking about the Hall of Fame, so I'm telling stories.
And
it happens to be a fact that I talked to the president of the Hall of Fame yesterday. You can check it out on the Broncos Daily Podcast. Yeah, the producer Drew's issue with 32 people in the room. That's not all of it, Drew. 32 people in the room from each team has a representative. So even though New York and LA have 2 teams again, there's 2 different representatives. In fact, the Rams representative is still Howard Balzer, and he covers the Cardinals. But they haven't replaced with somebody in LA yet because the Rams haven't been there long enough, and Howard Balzer does Hall of Fame radio for Sirius. So that's how it goes. But then on top of that, there's now 16 or 18 more at-large voters. That includes John Clayton and Peter King and Sal Palantonio and Shireen Williams. I could go down the list if I could find it. But they also have added 2 actual Hall of Famers who are in the media in Dan Fouts and James Lofton. So you have 2 guys who wear gold jackets who are in there to help give their perspective, participate in the debate as much as anyone else. And so they actually spent, I think, 2 years just sitting in there on that Saturday, on the Saturday of Super Bowl weekend, which is normally when they do it. This year they did it virtually a couple weeks out because of the pandemic, but normally it's Saturday. They start at 7 a.m. and they have to have it done by about 4. And they go, so here's how it goes.
This is more intense than a jury, right? It's have to have it done.
It certainly can be. If you're presenting Peyton Manning, or a couple years ago Brett Favre, it was, ladies and gentlemen, I present Brett Favre for consideration for enshrinement, and it took 11 seconds, right?
Yeah.
And so That's easy. But John Lynch is not easy. Steve Atwater's not easy. And some years the finalists change, right? Everson Walls became
Absolutely.
a finalist the very last year he was eligible for the modern era guys. And so, but the way it goes is they do it alphabetically, I believe, and the players' city they played the most in, or they'll split it up if they played 5 years and 5 years. But so Peyton Manning will use as an example, or even John Lynch is usually. John Lynch, I think it's Ira Kaufman in Tampa, stands up, presents John Lynch. Then Jeff Legwald here in Denver can add to it. Then it's open for discussion for everybody else. If there's somebody from Philadelphia that's presented, Sal Powell might jump in second because he's covered the Eagles more than most, or the Giants, just because of where he's based. And he covers the whole league. But they go a full round of debate. All 15 names get voted on. Everybody writes down 10 names, and they get down to 10. Then they get down to 5, and then they have to still vote on the 5. So you could get to a final 5 and not vote on them. Or when they present those contributors or the coaches, like Paul Tagliabue, the first time he was up, he didn't get in. I think he got in last year on the Centennial class.
Yeah, I don't know. Those are always tough for me, like commissioners and stuff like that. Their contributions through the roof. It's just, are they worthy? Is that really what this all is? But hey, I'm glad he got in. Obviously, his impact in the game during that time when the boom really started, when they kind of became the new America's game. So good for him.
He'll have an easier time getting in. It took him 2 times in a Centennial class than I think Roger Goodell will.
Oh, 100%.
Because Goodell's going to get saddled with a bunch of stuff. A lot of it his fault. Some of it just kind of victim of circumstance. And I'm not really calling him a victim, but the person sitting in that chair, he's making $40 million a year, so he's not really a victim. But things are happening out of his control on his watch, so he's blamed.
And this one, by the way, in the third quarter, there was one score. It was a Matt Breida touchdown. He's got 55. No one really in dart throwing sight of a bonus here, BK, but we'll see. It's 10-10, all tied up. Mitch Trubisky's number, 10-10, 8 minutes ago. We'll see what happens when we get to the fourth quarter. We're talking Hall of Fame. We're going all over the place here. We're having some fun. Join in chat. We see you there. Appreciate you all being here with us. Hope everybody is doing freaking well. It's Saturday. No matter where you are, regardless of time of day.
What place are you in, by the way?
Oh, please don't embarrass me like that. But let's see. Sorry, I'm sending hearts to Kaufman.
Both of our captains have scored. It's worth noting.
That's true. I'm in 20th actually out of 125. What about yourself?
I'm in 83rd. So my run of top 10 finishes has come to a grinding halt.
But I will tell you this: there is 8 minutes left, as you already well know, and this is exactly what happened to me with David Montgomery last time we had him as my captain. I know you don't, but he. In your lineup, he scored 2 fourth quarter, 60-yard touchdowns. So you never know. Those things can happen, especially with this Dolphin defense. Decent, but you can give up the big play. So we'll see as we get to the fourth quarter. In first in our contest, the person we are envious of with P. Fry, our guy in the ops team. First place has Mitch Trubisky in there. It is V. Black, Breida, Robinson, your captain. Grant, Sanders. Oh, hashtag stack the kickers. Got Pinheiro too. I'm rooting for you, V Black. Look at that. If we get a kicker stack win, that's going to make me a happy man.
Runner Travis says Cristal looks like he was a Tebow fan. I don't know how to even respond other than it was a wild year covering the 2011 Broncos. Tim was an interesting kid at the time to be around, and the mania and the brand that is Tim Tebow and his brother and everything that kind of surrounds him. I got along with him fine, and the couple times I've seen him since, he's always been nice and cordial, and a little handshake, hug, and keep on moving, and that's kind of it. He can't throw a football very well, and I don't think he, based on what you have seen so far, can play baseball that great, but he's non-roster invitee to Mets camp, so good luck to him.
Yeah. Hey, listen, he's a great story. He's definitely a polarizing guy, and for the most part, never hear nothing really truly bad about him. And that was probably one of them. If you're not a Denver sports fan, that was probably one of the more interesting out of market watches each and every
week, because he played terribly and then he'd find a way to win, and the defense played great to keep him in games. Mo has really wants to know if I miss Whataburger in Denver or not. Look, I grew up on Whataburger. It was the restaurant, fast food place closest to my high
when
school.
You were a kid, that was called a restaurant.
Well, literally, it was like high school, 2 streets, Whataburger, right there.
Love it.
That we could walk there. We could easily drive there in 90 seconds after practice or whatever. So I certainly miss Whataburger. But we do now have a couple In-N-Outs here in Colorado, and I'm going to one of them on Friday with a buddy of mine for his birthday. It's a big birthday present.
Hell yeah. Just interesting. Choker says, just going into kind of this Hall of Fame conversations we were having. So we have a 2nd and 3 here, 6 minutes to go. Can the Miami Dolphins break this tie? Is Tua throwing, gets a receiver. Oh, absolutely lit up there. Electrivation again. Choker says, turnover king. I think you'll see where I'm going here. 5 years bench warming, only 3 seasons starting. Kurt Warner pullets the Hall of Fame. Phillip Rivers, is by far better and will get in. Warner is Foles-Dilfer credible, but a media darling. Now, he's in one of my categories I don't believe should be a Hall of Famer, but I don't think that's a kind of poor way of kind of describing him. I think he's a much better player than a Foles or Dilfer. He wasn't a 1-year or playoff wonder, and I don't even think Dilfer was that. I respect Dilfer, but I think Kurt Warner was great for a stretch, but I still think he was, again, a Hall of Very Good. I think the story could be told in the NFL without him, but as you said, maybe people talk about that 99 Rams team, his Cinderella story, so.
Well, Kurt Warner did he win league MVP twice or once?
I believe twice with the Rams.
And he took 2 teams to a Super Bowl, and at that point, only Craig Morton had done that, and it was pretty close. Pretty close. Winning, right? He made all the plays he could make, and then Big Ben and the Steelers offense went down the field and got over on the Arizona D. And Santonio Holmes made one of the best catches of all time.
Did. Yeah. 2-time
That was a great Super Bowl.
Yes,
I use that Super Bowl as the example of. We probably are going to remember a bunch of the plays from this Super Bowl right now, and Gronk scoring twice, and Antonio Brown, but. You'll almost certainly remember Super Bowl parties and commercials more than you remember multiple plays from a given Super Bowl. You remember one or two, and that's about
1,000%.
Right?
For the most part, yeah.
We can all tell you the different places and the different people we've watched Super Bowls with.
You sure can. That's going to be a touchdown here to break the tie, BK. Yeah. Devontae Parker, one of the more underrated in some senses in the NFL, but scores here for you. Not neither one of our lineups. He is owned in 47% or 46. We'll round down. I like to round up. I'm a positive guy, but only captained about 10%. So that's going to break the tie in this one. Should shake up our scoring as well as V Black dropping from first all the way to 4th and dropping further. That's our guy P Fry updating the stats. We got Daniel, our technical advisor, and Drew producing. BK and Jason Rossi with you. Smash a like. Hope you're doing well.
I need to remember to get my NBA lineup in here.
Yeah, get it in. I did it a little while ago as well. Captain Parker, says David. And Stephen Bosses needed that. Now here we go. Blake Knight, if we're going to give Brady all the credit for winning 7, we have to give Dilfer the credit for winning 1. Hey, respect that, but I think little apples and oranges there. But yes, it's full teams. Like, quarterbacks are just getting a lot of credit at the end of the day. But what an effort by that Tampa Bay D. And same thing with that Baltimore D. You go back. And talk about remembering, I couldn't tell you a single play in that Ravens-Giants Super Bowl right now, but I can clearly remember when Nelly at the halftime show had the half Giants, half Ravens jersey on with Britney Spears, In Sync, Aerosmith, one of my favorite, the MTV halftime show. I can tell you that. So to BK's point, 100% agree. And I always wanted to find that jersey.
I can certainly remember halftime shows. You always want to find that jersey.
I do. There's something like iconic in I think I was 15, 16 at the time. And I don't care for Baltimore or the Giants, actually, as a Patriots fan, 2 of my hated teams, but that's just it was such a cool look at the time before, splitting jerseys, and we see so much now. So we'll see as we have Trubisky here from the 27, looking to tie this game up. Completed pass out to the 33-yard line. Trubisky finds Anthony Miller. Quiet day. See if he can put something together here. Dilfer was just back in that role. Listen, Dilfer did what he had to do.
What's funny about Dilfer is he wasn't even the starter for half the year. Most people don't remember Tony Banks started.
I was going to say Tony Banks, and then the next year he was gone. It was Elvis Gerback. Baltimore, if you go into your Wikipedia, like what I do, it's 3 o'clock in the morning and I can't sleep after my son wakes up, my wife. I pretend like I don't have to do anything. That's what I do. I go on Wikipedia and look at old wrestling things because I'm a wrestling fan, or I look at like those fascinating quarterback trends. And for some reason, I don't know how quick it was or when it was, but I was looking at that. Like, that's so interesting to me. It was Banks was the starter, then Dilfer wins the Super Bowl, then they go to Elvis Grbac the next year.
But that's an example. We talked a lot about quarterbacks last night with Russell Wilson, with J.J. Watt leaving, and what that means for Watson. There's even after last week where 2 guys already won a Super Bowl, there's been 35 quarterbacks who won a Super Bowl out of 55. And we can name the ones. There's certainly the borderline Hall of Fame guys like Jim Plunkett that has a couple, but we can name the good defenses, the great defenses that carried their offenses, if you will. That Super Bowl 50 Broncos team, certainly, as much as you remember Peyton Manning being there and playing well in the playoffs to not lose it, but 85 Bears without question. 2000
Steelers.
Ravens, 02 Bucks.
You're 100% right, but that one doesn't stand out to me like the other ones you've mentioned so far.
Name me all their Hall of Famers on offense.
Oh, no, I can't because I
and
don't believe they have any.
Right.
Brad Johnson was the quarterback.
Brad Johnson, right. The closest to
Charlie Garner
offense might have been Mike Allstott.
I was going to say Allstott, and then did they? I don't know. Keenan McCardell
Keyshawn was there.
Keyshawn was there, yep.
But Keyshawn's not a Hall of Famer.
Nope. No, he's not.
So and then the Legion of Boom, because they had Russell Wilson before he really
was very young game manager, quote unquote.
Yeah, sort of like what Big Ben was, I guess, with that.
Yeah, the first.
But nobody thinks of the. I guess I don't know which Steelers teams you're talking about.
I was thinking of the 70s. Just because
they also had 10 Hall of Famers on offense.
Yes, good point. I get what you mean now. Sorry, I thought you were just saying just defense.
No, I'm saying where it was the defense carrying them. And look, the 85 Bears did have Walter Payton, so let's not pretend like just a bunch of scrubs on offense. But Jim McMahon falls into he was perennially a little better than a Brad Johnson or a Trent Dilfer, but he's in that Hall of very good type quarterback.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This in the Lucha Rivera says Warren Sapp, Derek Brooks, John Lynch alone were legit. Yeah.
Yeah, and Rondé Barber is going to get in the Hall of Fame at some point too. If you look at Rondé Barber's numbers and his longevity, so that's 4 Hall of Famers on that defense.
Yeah. That's a great point.
But
I'm trying to think. Yeah, Legion of Boom.
And then beyond that, literally through at the very end of the 60s, 70s, and 80s, every one of those offenses, for the most part, had a Hall of Famer or two to go with good defensive players.
But what I'm about to say, but what about the Giants, at least the first time?
Well, Lawrence Taylor, Carl Banks.
Or even look at, I'm talking about in like 2008 or 2009.
Oh, yeah, right.
Because Strahan.
Eli's going to end up in the Hall of Fame.
He is, but I assume.
Yeah, Strahan, but give me the rest of the Hall of Fame. Justin Tuck and Junior are good.
Yeah, they're not going to make it. Kiwanuka clearly not going to make it. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else more of the recent history. Denver, I guess that is a good one.
The Ravens, when they won in 2013 or 2012 season, Joe Flacco certainly not a Hall of Famer.
No.
Ray Lewis and Ed Reed certainly are, although Ray Lewis was obviously at the very end of his rope. Still played really well in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm thinking any of their offensive linemen might be, but Bolden could be a Hall of Famer, but I doubt it.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying Bolden, there won't be a case at some point.
Oh, there's definitely a case.
He probably gets into a Veterans Committee type, or if they kind of change the way they do it, because he's not getting in ahead of Andre Johnson or Steve Smith Sr. or Torrey Holt, or I'm drawing a blank on, there's one more that put up big numbers. It's right there. Reggie Wayne. So all those guys will get in ahead of Antoine Bolden.
Yeah. Rings alone, too. And Trubisky's going to get sacked here. We're down to 115.
Dolphins DST.
I know. Watch out. Keeping me at least alive here, but nowhere near. I'm dropped down to... Stick actually went back to 20th. So that play must have helped me there. So 2nd and 14 with a minute to go here. Down 7. Does Mitch Trubisky... the scouts are out there watching. Will he be a Bear again next year? Will he be a Patriot? Will he be an Indianapolis Colt? Will he be good for a few more yards on the ground there? 47 seconds and counting. 1 timeout remaining for the Bears. 3rd and 8. There's Kaufman saying 30 to lock. He says, at Brandon Cristal. That's your reminder. If he didn't text you it like 100 times already. Here's the no huddle. 30 seconds to go. Trubisky in the gun. He's got Cohen next to him. 3 receivers wide. Looking. Unleashes the ball deep. Has a receiver. Robinson, the guy to go to, and it's caught. Down to the 26-yard line. Final timeout called. What a catch by Allen Robinson. Setting the stage here in Miami. Hard Rock Stadium. The place is bumping. There's no real crowd. The crowd is as real as it was in, well, I think Miami might have had some fans there at the end. But in most stadiums, 20 seconds remain.
I wrote coughing back.
Good. Screw him. 20 seconds. Here comes Trubisky. Needs to throw it towards the end zone. Don't
Throw
get
it
caught
to
in
Allen
bounds.
Robinson.
He goes that way. He has it. That could be the game, though. Will they
All
have
game.
enough time to get up?
No,
10,
of course not.
9. It's like Little Mac and Punch-Out. Just keep hitting A.
They
Get up.
could. In real life, they absolutely could, but not in Madden.
And it's done. Robinson gets you, I don't want to call it garbage time because that's not a real accurate, but last 2 catches, major points. Going to help you in your contest. Boosts me up to 19th. Oh, I'm moving around because P-Fry's flying on the numbers, but BK, that'll do it here in Simland. 17-10. They did not score in the second half at all, the Bears. Look at these guys taking pictures with each other, having a ball. They don't care. They don't care about your lineup, BK.
Violating COVID rules.
Yeah. There's no COVID in Simland, no injuries, no nothing but just happiness. I wish I was in Simland. Some weird way, maybe we are. So yeah, Dolphins, nice comeback second half, down 10-3. Came back, scored 2. So this isn't an easy one, BK, but who's going to be your crusty cough player of the game?
Who had more points, Breida or Robinson?
It might have been Robinson at the end.
More. Let's see.
Robinson was owned
big
more.
Catch.
Yeah.
Breida was captain 15.2% of the time, owned 56% of the time.
Yep.
Robinson, let's see, where's Robinson?
He was owned in
8 and 43. So, and what was the difference in their scoring?
So non-captain 17 for Robinson. Breida had 26 as a captain, so like right around the same because the 1.5. So
then I guess it's got to be Robinson because he was owned less, so it made it a better play.
And those last 2 catches saved the day for him, so he came up pretty strong. Nobody in the bonus again here. Breida ended with 79. So yeah, Al Robinson, you got the Krusty Cough. We're gonna make Krusty Cough little cones that we're gonna send to the players, and they're gonna go, "What the hell is this?" and throw it away. But we're still going to do it. All right, so who's going to be your babysitter, Billy? Or you know what? It's going to be babysitter BK because you got enough going on over there. Not my kid award tonight.
Gesicki, maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say Gesicki just stunk. We didn't see anything.
Did he have a catch?
3 catches for less than 39 yards.
Oh, well, somebody was probably worse than that, right?
Well,
what was Montgomery?
Clearly. Oh, Montgomery, I don't. Let's see. Let me take a quick peek for you. I think Montgomery. You gotta look. If you look at your lineup, I guess.
Oh, yeah, I guess I could do that.
17 rushing yards is producer Drew because that's what he does.
Well, we know he didn't do anything in the air, so let's give it to Montgomery.
All right, Montgomery's gonna get.
Now he's only owned 17% of the time, and he's only captain 2% of the time. But what was that? 2 points that he had?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if that, like 1.7. No catches. He stinks. Give it to him. You're mad at him.
Sure. Yeah, he didn't help me at all. Trico and neither. Both of them. They're terrible.
There you
Trico
go.
was a little better. Trico's a little better. Yeah, I have fallen from the ranks of the top 10, but I have won the title of being DraftKings and Lucci Rivera official music page's favorite analyst without question.
Listen.
So I've got that going for me.
You do have. Listen, when you rest your head on that pillow tonight, after all the kids and everything quiets down, that will come into your mind, and a smile pops on as BK fades into the night.
Hyro says, "Don't ask me what happened in the sim." Yeah, nobody scored. Hyro. It was 17-10. We called out all the scoring.
Every score.
And the fumble and the sacks.
Yeah, and it happened, and it didn't happen often. Choker says, Jason Rossi, my only colleague on the Kurt Warner, undeserving of the Hall of Fame. He says, thanks for the fun sim. Thanks, Brandon Cristal. Thanks, Ops. Thanks, producers. So that's how
Joker.
you do it.
Happy to be here for all of you, whether you liked it or not, I guess. Liked me or not, I should say. Or the crappy sim. We can't make them score. It's computer versus computer. And 2 bad teams, even though Miami won 10 games.
Sure did. Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, those updates will come later on down the road. By the way, we're both done for the day. We came in full. We ended empty. Galash and Lamarca will take it the rest of the way. They got Lions, Titans next. Madden After Dark is Packers, Patriots. Me and BK are teaming up for a Valentine's Day date about 24 hours from now.
Great.
I'll
bring the chocolates and you can bring the roses.
I sure will. I always do. I will come prepared. But BK, you can follow him along at BK Denver Sports. We thanks again to our outstanding crew of producer Drew, Daniel on the 1s through 7s, and P Fry on the old ops team, crushing it. I'm at Jason D. Rossi. Hope you guys all have the most outstanding rest of your Saturday night. Like we said, Glash, Lamarca will take it over from here. Have a fantastic Saturday. Love you all individually, some more than others, because that's just the way it goes. You pick favorites. It's not personal. It's just unfortunately the way it goes. But we appreciate y'all. We'll catch you tomorrow. Stay hydrated, say positive things, and we'll see you tomorrow, peeps.
It was a disaster. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. It was a disaster from a betting perspective. A lot of people were on the Chiefs, rightfully so. I was on Tampa Bay plus 3.5, but that's whatever. That's probably the only thing I got.
You cornered yourself, though. You cornered yourself. You said Tampa plus 3.5, but Chiefs win.
We almost got that in the first couple minutes when they were up 3-0. It looked like a pretty good bet. That was it.
You know what? I'll say one thing that didn't hit. I kept pushing the over 4.5 sacks with you and Ryan Hodge, and you guys would not give in, and it didn't hit. But the pressure was there.
It was.
For sure.
It really was.
Analysis on that, the analysis wound up being spot on, and it was just kind of a bad beat that it didn't hit.
I mean, I think, to be fair, there was a lot of bad beats in that game. And look, when you're doing these, bets, you always have to try to think of all the different situations that could come out of this, how this game could play out. Nobody expected the Chiefs to look as bad as they did. Like, that was so unlike them. Absolutely atrocious. Like, if you do 100 simulations, that happens probably once or twice, truly. Like, we've never seen Patrick Mahomes look that bad. And then obviously he just had foot surgery. So, was that a bigger factor than they were leading on to? Maybe. But then, like you just alluded to as well, the pressure on Patrick Mahomes was insane. I mean, that offensive line is like, that's what we expect to see from like the Texans or something, or the Seahawks. Like, they were that bad in that game.
It was that big of a deal, though. Like, a number 1 overall pick, their best tackle out for a guy that's one of the worst tackles in the NFL and has proved that on the big stage before in the NFL. In the Super Bowl, rather. And then, a tackle out on the other side. Yeah, I don't think Mahomes played that poorly. Like, he was still running around trying his best to make plays and avoiding what should have been. There should have been way more sacks in that game on the Tampa side. So I just feel like I don't even think Mahomes played that bad. I think the offensive line was a train wreck. It was the perfect storm against guys like Barrett and JPP, a great front line for Tampa. And receivers dropping passes when Mahomes was hitting them on the run. Kelsey had a massive drop early when it was still close. There were other ones late. I don't even think Mahomes played that poorly.
So, talking about that offensive line, Patrick Mahomes dropped back 56 times in that game. He was under pressure on 31 of his dropbacks, which is 55% of his dropbacks. He was under pressure. In those scenarios, he had 26 pass attempts. He completed 9. 9 of those 26 pass attempts for 78 yards, which is a 34.6% completion percentage, 52.2 adjusted completion percentage. Absolutely brutal. Now, on the ones where he wasn't under pressure, only 25 of his dropbacks, he was 17 for 23, 192 yards. Obviously didn't throw any touchdowns. Can you imagine betting no touchdowns from the Chiefs and actually hitting that? Because that was in play. That was something that you could bet.
I think it was plus 5,000.
Unbelievable. Like, I don't know I would love to see the bet slip for that if somebody had, the cojones to do that. But no passing touchdowns from Patrick Mahomes. Did throw 2 interceptions. Just an abysmal performance. But let's not take away from how good that Bucs defensive line was. They played unbelievable, out of their mind, better than anybody could have expected. When you look at how the line movement was on the live line, the opening line, Kansas City Chiefs, like we said, -3 was the spread for the Chiefs, 162 on the money line. By the time halftime rolled around, -7 for the Bucs, plus 350 on the money line for the Chiefs. It was over. It was done with. Just an amazing look at that live line. Like I said, opened at 162, money line for the Chiefs, ended at plus 1,400 near the end of that game. Like, just just not what you'd expect at all. And the spread ended up closing at the 2-minute warning plus 15.5 for the Chiefs. So just an unbelievable line movement there. I do want to talk about two of the states that got it right, though. There were two states where you can bet on the DraftKings Sportsbook that had this right.
One's easy to guess.
One is easy to guess. New Hampshire. Patriot country. Part of Patriot country, excuse me. 55% of the money, 56% of the bets were on Tampa Bay +3 by the time the game locked. 76% of the money and 81% of the bets on the Tampa Bay money line. Taking some value there on the money line at +143 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, here's one that blew me away. This feels totally random, but there has to be some reason. The other state that was totally in on Tampa Bay here was Colorado. 81% of the money was on Tampa Bay +3, but only 33% of the bets. So some huge bets coming out of Colorado on that +3.
You know why?
Mattress Mac. That was it. I knew I was
didn't
missing
think of
something.
it?
I did not think of it. That was
There you
it.
go.
That
you
was
were
it.
you were telling me, you told me it was Colorado before the show, and then you said you would save it. Now I guess why. It's obvious why.
That's right.
3.4 million came from one man.
That's right. I totally forgot about that. That explains it. That explains it.
That does explain it.
Okay. Yep. All right. So that's not as cool now. That's not as interesting. That isn't as, fascinating as that's right. Mattress Mac flying his plane to Colorado, placing the bet and turning around. I want to have that kind of life. Hey, send me off to Colorado so I can make this bet and let's just turn right back around.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yep. Okay. Well, you still have that information. That's where it came from. All the big whale play. There it was. Mattress Mac. That's why it moved that.
Correct.
I want to talk about the Super Bowl MVP, though. Now, I wasn't surprised that Brady won because on more than half of the Super Bowls that have taken place, the quarterback usually wins. I think it's 55% that the quarterback has won the MVP, obviously higher now because of Brady. But coming into that, I think it was about 55% of the MVPs went to the quarterback. Coming into that game, obviously, Brady was second in the odds to win MVP. It was Patrick Mahomes. Ended up closing at +110 for Mahomes. I'm sorry, that was the opening line. Closed at 106 for Mahomes, my mistake. +190 for Brady. When it went up to 3-0, and you could live bet the MVP. I didn't even realize that you could live bet the MVP, but that's available on the DraftKings Sportsbook. And honestly, I'm glad I didn't. Cool. That is very cool. And honestly, I'm glad I didn't know that because we'll talk about why, because I would have bet the wrong person.
What was
Brady?
I have a question. What was Gronk at 7-3? One Gronk touchdown in.
Gronk was off the board at that time. So there's that. So Brady got as high as +260 live, and that's when the Kansas City Chiefs were up 3-0. Mahomes dropped all the way down to 134. The 134 was the last time that Mahomes was the favorite after that, obviously, because it was just all Buccaneers after that. But Gronkowski coming into this was 70-1 to win the MVP. By the time before we reached halftime, when it was 21-6 Tampa Bay, he was +200 to win MVP. Now, to be fair, Brady was -400, so he was the heavy favorite here at that time. But were you surprised that Gronkowski didn't get this? Because I honestly was. And again, they always tend to go with the quarterback when they win these games. Tight ends very rarely win this game. But, obviously the 2 touchdowns in this one, huge part of this, huge target share in this game. It almost like when you think about it, it's kind of made sense. These two have the biggest rapport. All the points scored in this game were from Buccaneers players who were not on the team last year. So sorry for you guys. But I mean, even when it was +500, because it was at one point, that's when he came back on the board. He went from 70-1 to 5-1. That's when it was 14-3 Tampa Bay. That felt like a really good opportunity to take him. Would it not have?
Here's how I look at it. Brady's won 7. He's got 5 MVPs. So that's 5 and 7 chance. So that people talk about, bet the quarterback, and you're generally right, but those aren't even that bad odds. People talk about it like it's automatic quarterback. Like 2 out of 7 times, Edelman and Deion Branch, 2 pass catchers, not tight ends, but pass catchers being the 2 other MVPs. It does make sense to think about it that way. But for me, I wouldn't have gone there. I don't know. At the end of the game, I wouldn't have gone there. At the time, when you tell me Gronk has the first 2 TDs to make it 14-3, and like, what if he catches another?
Right.
Catching me in the moment, you could say maybe that's a place to get in live, even though you're getting screwed comparatively speaking on what the initial odds are compared to what you're betting live. If you can swallow that pill. But I thought it was going to Brady because he still had a 3 touchdown game, got another one into Antonio Brown before the half, played smart, and I think it was just the overall impact.
Look, you actually went back and watched the coaching tape of the Super Bowl multiple times. Got to get some of your insight and takeaways. Before that, though, I do want to ask just one quick question. Washington football team re-signed Taylor Heineke. Greg, the guy was studying for finals in early December, started a playoff game against Tom Brady and the Bucs in early January. Now he just got like $8.75 million for 2 years. Just curious, Greg, what did you see from Heineke? I don't know if you go back to when you studied him in college, or primarily how did he do against the Bucs defense? I mean, he moved the ball against the Bucs defense a couple times.
Yeah, I did not study him and evaluate him coming out of college, so I knew nothing about him other than the basics. So I remember watching that Bucs tape in the Week 18 wild card playoff game, and you know, he was a comfortable player. I thought he played with poise, he played with composure. I thought he made the right reads. I thought it was one of those games where the offensive coordinator, Scott Turner, did a really nice job defining a lot of the reads and the throws. We saw some second reaction movement ability. He was efficient from the pocket. He moved when necessary. He played a very nice game against a Bucs defense that didn't blitz a ton in that game, but they did some disguise and late movement, and Heineke did not seem fazed by it. So, again, it's one game. That's all you can respond to. There's no way to make a judgment about his future as a quarterback, but in that one game, he was efficient.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I'm not going to pin you down. I mean, as you described him, it sounded like backup to me, like a quality backup. But again, it was just one game, so I'm not going to pin that on you.
No, I appreciate that because you know what? One game is not enough. Again, we're not at practice. That's the thing. He's at practice every day with the Washington football team. So they have a feel for what he is in terms of how he practices, how he does his work. I guess everything is more Zoom and iPad now or tablet. But, I mean, they have a feel for all that. We don't because we're not there.
Okay, so let's get into the Super Bowl. And I obviously have some specific questions, Greg.
Okay.
But I don't like to start with that because I don't want to miss out on something else. Just your thoughts, your biggest takeaway from the game.
There were a lot of takeaways from this game. You know, I thought clearly we knew that the Bucs defensively, because to me that was more what the game was, what the Bucs did defensively, because what they did defensively allowed their offense to play the way it did the entire game. So defensively, the Bucs, we knew they would be different than the Week 12 matchup. Now, what they chose to do essentially was, for the most part, rush 4, although when they did play dime with 6 defensive backs, which they played more of in this game than they did pretty much all season long, they had some 5-man pressures from that 3-2-6 dime, meaning they kept David and White on the field. But predominantly they rushed 4, and they played coverage behind it. They played some specific coverages. They played a lot of 2-man coverage, 2 deep safeties, man-to-man across the board. They played a lot of 4 across quarters, and they would lock. If the Chiefs were in a single receiver to the boundary and 3 to the field formation, they would lock the single receiver, what we call 4 lock. So they did some specific things, nothing that was revolutionary, Ross. I mean, obviously, because it worked, we hear a lot about, oh, my God, this was the blueprint. This was, you know, they didn't do anything revolutionary. They did it. They were able to get pressure. And I got to tell you what might be a takeaway that is going to come across as controversial, but it's not for a second, is Mahomes played very fast right from the start of the game. He moved unnecessarily. I thought that he was anticipating and perceiving pressure even when it was not there. And he missed about 3 or 4 plays, including what would have been a touchdown to Tyreek Hill, because he moved when he did not have to.
You know what? I'm glad you said that because it looked to me, everybody just wants to kill the O-line, Greg. And I'm not saying they were great, but he was not – first of all, he was moving before he had to a bunch. Secondly, there were times, Greg, where he could have just stepped up in the pocket and thrown the ball.
Yep.
And he would start to do that Fran Tarkenton routine, and he did that way, way too often. You know, look, there's a reason why Brady never does that. And I'm not saying – look, Mahomes still had some miraculous plays and unbelievable throws out of that, but there were a bunch of plays that looked to me like he could have stepped up or had a subtle movement a little bit and moved to the left to the right a little bit, stepped up and thrown the ball.
And you're right about that. And, you know, it's funny. As I was watching the tape, I thought of it during the game, but I didn't know for sure watching the game on television because I have to study the tape to really have a feel for the game. It brought me back to being at the Combine the year Mahomes came out and speaking to some offensive coaches who were concerned about his tape at Texas Tech because they felt that he was a loose, undisciplined player. And keep in mind, the Chiefs traded up to get him at number 10, and because of what he's accomplished, all of this seems silly now. But here was a game in which he did a lot of what he did at Texas Tech, which was just run around for no reason. And more often than not, Ross, as we know, he makes really good plays doing that. That's become in some ways part of his game, but there's still a random element to that. And in this game, those plays did not happen. So what did you see? You just saw a quarterback kind of running around aimlessly and nothing happened. So it was fascinating to watch the tape because, as I said, this all comes from the tape. This is not an indictment of Mahomes. We know he's a great player. But in this particular game, he played fast. He anticipated pressure. He perceived pressure when it was not there. He moved when he didn't have to. And he left some big throws on the field.
Let's talk LeBron James. We know what this guy's accomplished in his career. In fact, I was looking at it the other day, and amazingly, maybe not amazingly, with the 18 seasons, as you alluded to, but so many deep playoff runs, going to the NBA Finals 10 times. He's only probably a couple years away, if he stays healthy, from being the all-time combined minutes leader, regular season and playoffs in NBA history. The guy's going to have more minutes under his belt than any player ever, and he's still going strong. The DK Sportsbook has him at plus 275 odds to be the MVP this year. How do you feel about him?
I think he should be the MVP every year. Like, this is why I don't get a vote. Because like every year, that's what my ballot would be. It would be like a March Madness bracket, and I just put LeBron in the middle, and I'm like, y'all figure out the rest because nothing else really matters. You know, you brought up a really good point because we're all just figuring out, trying to, you know, how is he doing this in year 18? Like, that guy's literally like a year younger than me, and I'm like, I can't do 3 days straight in the gym. And I'm only in there for like 90 minutes. So I don't know what he's doing to his body. He's half mutant, half android. I don't know. He's probably like Vision from the MCU. But no, like, yeah, this guy literally can be in the MVP race every year. Sadly and unfortunately, we know that that award is not given to the most valuable player every year. It is turned into an award where they give it to the best player on the best team, unless you're Russell Westbrook and you break a 60-year-old record. So yes, but I just really wish somehow, some way we would get back to what that award is supposed to mean in the same way in college football with the Heisman supposed to be the most outstanding player. So yes, LeBron is always going to be in that race, and he would have a lot more than 4 if we gave it to the person that was really the most valuable to their franchise.
It
was a disaster. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. It was a disaster from a betting perspective. A lot of people were on the Chiefs, rightfully so. I was on Tampa Bay plus 3.5, but that's whatever. That's probably the only thing I got
You cornered yourself, though. You cornered yourself. You said Tampa plus 3.5, but Chiefs win.
We almost got that in the first couple minutes when they were up 3-0. It looked like a pretty good bet. That was it.
You know what? I'll say one thing that didn't hit. I kept pushing the over 4.5 sacks with you and Ryan Hodge, and you guys would not give in, and it didn't hit. But the pressure was there.
It was.
For sure.
It really was.
Analysis on that, the analysis wound up being spot on, and it was just kind of a bad beat that it didn't hit.
I mean, I think, to be fair, there was a lot of bad beats in that game. And look, when you're doing these, bets, you always have to try to think of all the different situations that could come out of this, how this game could play out. Nobody expected the Chiefs to look as bad as they did. Like, that was so unlike them. Absolutely atrocious. Like, if you do 100 simulations, that happens probably once or twice, truly. Like, we've never seen Patrick Mahomes look that bad. And then obviously he just had foot surgery. So, was that a bigger factor than they were leading on to? Maybe. But then, like you just alluded to as well, the pressure on Patrick Mahomes was insane. I mean, that offensive line is like, that's what we expect to see from like the Texans or something, or the Seahawks. Like, they were that bad in that game.
It was that big of a deal, though. Like, a number one overall pick, their best tackle out for a guy that's one of the worst tackles in the NFL and has proved that on the big stage before in the NFL, in the Super Bowl, rather. And then, a tackle out on the other side. Yeah, I don't think Mahomes played that poorly. Like, he was still running around trying his best to make plays and avoiding what should have been. There should have been way more sacks in that game on the Tampa side. So I just feel like I don't even think Mahomes played that bad. I think the offensive line was a train wreck. It was the perfect storm against guys like Barrett and JPP, a great front line for Tampa. And receivers dropping passes when Mahomes was hitting them on the run. Kelsey had a massive drop early when it was still close. There were other ones late. I don't even think Mahomes played that poorly.
So, talking about that offensive line, Patrick Mahomes dropped back 56 times in that game. He was under pressure on 31 of his dropbacks, which is 55% of his dropbacks. He was under pressure. In those scenarios, he had 26 pass attempts. He completed 9. 9 of those 26 pass attempts for 78 yards, which is a 34.6% completion percentage, 52.2 adjusted completion percentage. Absolutely brutal. Now, on the ones where he wasn't under pressure, only 25 of his dropbacks. He was 17 for 23, 192 yards. Obviously didn't throw any touchdowns. Can you imagine betting no touchdowns from the Chiefs and actually hitting that? Because that was in play. That was something that you could bet.
I think it was plus 5,000.
Unbelievable. Like, I don't know I would love to see the bet slip for that if somebody had, the cojones to do that. But no passing touchdowns from Patrick Mahomes. Did throw 2 interceptions. Just an abysmal performance. But let's not take away from how good that Bucs defensive line was. They played unbelievable, out of their mind, better than anybody could have expected. When you look at how the line movement was on the live line, the opening line, Kansas City Chiefs, like we said, -3 was the spread for the Chiefs, 162 on the money line. By the time halftime rolled around, -7 for the Bucs, plus 350 on the money line for the Chiefs. It was over. It was done with. Just an amazing look at that live line. Like I said, opened at 162, money line for the Chiefs, ended at plus 1,400 near the end of that game. Like, just not what you'd expect at all. And the spread ended up closing at the 2-minute warning, plus 15.5 for the Chiefs. So just an unbelievable line movement there. I do want to talk about 2 of the states that got it right, though. There were 2 states where you can bet on the DraftKings Sportsbook that had this right.
One's easy to guess.
One is easy to guess. New Hampshire. Patriot country. Part of Patriot country, excuse me. 55% of the money, 56% of the bets were on Tampa Bay +3 by the time the game locked. 76% of the money and 81% of the bets on the Tampa Bay money line. taking some value there on the money line at plus 143 for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Now, here's one that blew me away. This feels totally random, but there has to be some reason. The other state that was totally in on Tampa Bay here was Colorado. 81% of the money was on Tampa Bay +3, but only 33% of the bets. So some huge bets coming out of Colorado on that +3.
You know why?
Mattress Mac. That was it. I knew I was
didn't
missing
think of
something.
it?
I did not think of it. That was
There you
it.
go.
That
you
was
were
it.
you were telling me, you told me it was Colorado before the show, and then you said you would save it. Now guess why? It's obvious why.
That's right.
3.4 million came from one man.
That's right. I totally forgot about that. That explains it. That explains it.
That does explain it.
Okay. Yep. All right. So that's not as cool now. That's not as interesting. That isn't as, fascinating as that's right. Mattress Mac flying his plane to Colorado, placing the bet and turning around. I want to have that kind of life. Hey, send me off to Colorado so I can make this bet and let's just turn right back around.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Yep. Okay. Well, you still have that information. That's where it came from. All the big whale play. There it was. Mattress Mac. That's why it moved that.
Correct.
I want to talk about the Super Bowl MVP, though. Now, I wasn't surprised that Brady won because on more than half of the Super Bowls that have taken place, the quarterback usually wins. I think it's 55% that the quarterback has won the MVP, obviously higher now because of Brady. But coming into that, I think it was about 55% of the MVPs went to the quarterback. Coming into that game, obviously, Brady was second in the odds to win MVP. It was Patrick Mahomes. Ended up closing at plus 110 for Mahomes. I'm sorry, that was the opening line. Closed at 106 for Mahomes, my mistake. Plus 190 for Brady. When it went up to 3-0, and you could live bet the MVP. I didn't even realize that you could live bet the MVP, but that's available on the DraftKings Sportsbook. And honestly, I'm glad I didn't. Cool. That is very cool. And honestly, I'm glad I didn't know that because we'll talk about why, because I would have bet the wrong person.
What was
Brady?
I have a question. What was Gronk at 7-3? One Gronk touchdown in.
Gronk was off the board at that time. So there's that. So Brady got as high as plus 260 live, and that's when the Kansas City Chiefs were up 3-0. Mahomes dropped all the way down to 134. The 134 was the last time that Mahomes was the favorite after that, obviously, because it was just all Buccaneers after that. But Gronkowski coming into this was 70-1 to win the MVP. By the time before we reached halftime, when it was 21-6 Tampa Bay, he was plus 200 to win MVP. Now, to be fair, Brady was minus 400, so he was the heavy favorite here at that time. But were you surprised that Gronkowski didn't get this? Because I honestly was. And again, they always tend to go with the quarterback when they win these games. Tight ends very rarely win this game. But, obviously the 2 touchdowns in this one, huge part of this, huge target share in this game. It almost like when you think about it, it's kind of made sense. These two have the biggest rapport. All the points scored in this game were from Buccaneers players who were not on the team last year. So sorry for you guys. But I mean, even when it was plus 500, because it was at one point, that's when he came back on the board. He went from 70-1 to 5-1. That's when it was 14-3 Tampa Bay. That felt like a really good opportunity to take him. Would it not have?
Here's how I look at it. Brady's won 7. He's got 5 MVPs. So that's 5 and 7 chance. So that people talk about, bet the quarterback, and you're generally right, but those aren't even that bad odds. People talk about it like it's automatic quarterback. Like 2 out of 7 times, Edelman and Deion Branch, 2 pass catchers, not tight ends, but pass catchers being the 2 other MVPs. It does make sense to think about it that way. But for me, I wouldn't have gone there. I don't know. At the end of the game, I wouldn't have gone there. At the time, when you tell me Gronk has the first 2 TDs to make it 14-3, and what if he catches another?
Right.
Catching me in the moment, you could say maybe that's a place to get in live, even though you're getting screwed comparatively speaking on what the initial odds are compared to what you're betting live. If you can swallow that pill. But I thought it was going to Brady because he still had a 3 touchdown game, got another one into Antonio Brown before the half, played smart, and I think it was just the overall impact.
Look, you actually went back and watched the coaching tape of the Super Bowl multiple times. Got to get some of your insight and takeaways. Before that, though, I do want to ask just one quick question. Washington football team re-signed Taylor Heineke. Greg, the guy was studying for finals in early December, started a playoff game against Tom Brady and the Bucs in early January. Now he just got like $8.75 million for 2 years. Just curious, Greg, what did you see from Heineke? I don't know if you go back to when you studied him in college, or primarily how did he do against the Bucs defense? I mean, he moved the ball against the Bucs defense a couple times.
Yeah, I did not study him and evaluate him coming out of college, so I knew nothing about him other than the basics. So I remember watching that Bucs tape in the Week 18 wild card playoff game, and he was a comfortable player. I thought he played with poise, he played with composure. I thought he made the right reads. I thought it was one of those games where the offensive coordinator, Scott Turner, did a really nice job defining a lot of the reads and the throws. We saw some second reaction movement ability. He was efficient from the pocket. He moved when necessary. He played a very nice game against a Bucs defense that didn't blitz a ton in that game, but they did some disguise and late movement, and Heineke did not seem fazed by it. So, again, it's one game. That's all you can respond to. There's no way to make a judgment about his future as a quarterback, but in that one game, he was efficient.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good point. I'm not going to pin you down. I mean, as you described him, it sounded like backup to me, like a quality backup. But again, it was just one game, so I'm not going to pin that on you.
No, I appreciate that, because you know what? One game is not enough. Again, we're not at practice. That's the thing. He's at practice every day with the Washington football team, so they have a feel for what he is in terms of how he practices, how he does his work. I guess everything is more Zoom and iPad now, or tablet. But, I mean, they have a feel for all that. We don't, because we're not there.
Okay, so let's get into the Super Bowl. And I obviously have some specific questions, Greg.
Okay.
But I don't like to start with that, because I don't want to miss out on something else. Just your thoughts, your biggest takeaway from the game.
There were a lot of takeaways from this game. I thought clearly we knew that the Bucs defensively, because to me that was more what the game was, what the Bucs did defensively, because what they did defensively allowed their offense to play the way it did the entire game. So defensively, the Bucs, we knew they would be different than the Week 12 matchup. Now, what they chose to do essentially was, for the most part, rush 4, although when they did play dime with 6 defensive backs, which they played more of in this game than they did pretty much all season long, they had some 5-man pressures from that 3-2-6 dime, meaning they kept David and White on the field. But predominantly they rushed 4, and they played coverage behind it. They played some specific coverages. They played a lot of 2-man coverage, 2 deep safeties, man-to-man across the board. They played a lot of 4 across quarters, and they would lock. If the Chiefs were in a single receiver to the boundary and 3 to the field formation, they would lock the single receiver, what we call 4 lock. So they did some specific things, nothing that was revolutionary, Ross. I mean, obviously, because it worked, we hear a lot about, oh my God, this was the blueprint. This was, they didn't do anything revolutionary. They did it. They were able to get pressure. And I got to tell you, what might be a takeaway that is going to come across as controversial, but it's not for a second, is Mahomes played very fast right from the start of the game. He moved unnecessarily. I thought that he was anticipating and perceiving pressure even when it was not there. And he missed about 3 or 4 plays, including what would have been a touchdown to Tyreek Hill, because he moved when he did not have to.
You know what? I'm glad you said that, because it looked to me, everybody just wants to kill the O-line, Greg. and I'm not saying they were great, but he was not. First of all, he was moving before he had to a bunch. Secondly, there were times, Greg, where he could have just stepped up in the pocket and thrown the ball.
Yep.
And he would start to do that Fran Tarkenton routine, and he did that way, way too often. Look, there's a reason why Brady never does that. And I'm not saying, look, Mahomes still had some miraculous plays and unbelievable throws out of that, but there were a bunch of plays that looked to me like he could have stepped up or had a subtle movement a little bit and moved to the left or the right a little bit, stepped up and thrown the ball.
And you're right about that. And, it's funny. As I was watching the tape, I thought of it during the game, but I didn't know for sure watching the game on television because I have to study the tape to really have a feel for the game. It brought me back to being at the Combine the year Mahomes came out and speaking to some offensive coaches who were concerned about his tape at Texas Tech because they felt that he was a loose, undisciplined player. And keep in mind, the Chiefs traded up to get him at number 10, and because of what he's accomplished, all of this seems silly now. But here was a game in which he did a lot of what he did at Texas Tech, which was just run around for no reason. And more often than not, Ross, as we know, he makes really good plays doing that. That's become in some ways part of his game, but there's still a random element to that. And in this game, those plays did not happen. So what did you see? You just saw a quarterback kind of running around aimlessly and nothing happened. So it was fascinating to watch the tape because, as I said, this all comes from the tape. This is not an indictment of Mahomes. We know he's a great player. But in this particular game, he played fast. He anticipated pressure. He perceived pressure when it was not there. He moved when he didn't have to. And he left some big throws on the field.
Let's talk LeBron James. We know what this guy's accomplished in his career. In fact, I was looking at it the other day, and amazingly, maybe not amazingly, with the 18 seasons, as you alluded to, but so many deep playoff runs, going to the NBA Finals 10 times. He's only probably a couple of years away, if he stays healthy, from being the all-time combined minutes leader, regular season and playoffs in NBA history. The guy's going to have more minutes under his belt than any player ever, and he's still going strong. The DK Sportsbook has him at plus 275 odds to be the MVP this year. How do you feel about him?
I think he should be the MVP every year. This is why I don't get a vote. Because every year, that's what my ballot would be. It would be like a March Madness bracket, and I just put LeBron in the middle, and I'm like, y'all figure out the rest because nothing else really matters. You brought up a really good point because we're all just figuring out, trying to, how is he doing this in year 18? Like that guy is literally like a year younger than me, and I'm like, I can't do 3 days straight in the gym. And I'm only in there for like 90 minutes. So I don't know what he's doing to his body. He's half mutant, half android. I don't know. He's probably like Vision from the MCU. But no, this guy literally can be in the MVP race every year. Sadly and unfortunately, we know that award is not given to the most valuable player every year. It is turned into an award where they give it to the best player on the best team, unless you're Russell Westbrook and you break a 60-year-old record. So yes, but I just really wish somehow, some way we would get back to what that award is supposed to mean in the same way in college football with the Heisman is supposed to be the most outstanding player. So yes, LeBron is always going to be in that race, and he would have a lot more than 4 if we gave it to the person that was really the most valuable to their franchise.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We've still got 2 sims to go. Saturday night, Dream Stream, Lamarca, Glash, producer Drew, Daniel on the 1s and 2s. Patrick's going to update scores tonight. There's the team. You guys are the other integral part of this family.
Whoops.
Look, I want to put Derrick Henry in the captain, but I don't know if I have.
Do it.
I don't have enough room. I don't know if I can do it. Do you think I should do it?
You could do it.
All right. Who do you like as a captain besides him? Because he's pretty popular.
I mean, I suppose Ryan Tannehill. You know, he makes some sense, right?
Yeah.
I suppose you could look at Kenneth Galladay. I don't know. Who do you like in the captain spot?
Well, I just told you I want to put Derrick Henry there, but I'm having problems.
But you can't. So what was your solution?
I went with the kicker because Rossi's important to me. John Luther says, Galladay is my only Lion. I don't do this very often. Look, Henry's going to command a lot of ownership, of course. With the Lions, I think it's important to find a way to get DeAndre Swift in there due to his third down back responsibilities.
Okay.
I don't trust Stafford. Tannehill is probably the way to go. I think I played Tannehill. Just to be positive, I'll take a look. But I'm pretty sure I put Tannehill in there. Yes, I did. So here's what I got. Lineups are going to lock any second. So Prater in the captain. Okay. We'll wait a few more minutes. But yeah, I mean, I'm okay with having a little differentiation, not captaining Henry. I don't think it's going to be a big Henry day. I'm going to trust virtual Matt Patricia in his defensive schemes.
Well, if it's anything like real life, it's going to be a big Derrick Henry day because the Lions were dreadful against the run this season. So, I mean, certainly you can do anything in these contests, right? But I do like Henry's prospects of finding some success today.
Okay. And JP, we see here in the YouTube chat, wondering, does anyone know how to see the Madden rosters played in these streams? You want to go to Madden Streams info page over on DK Nation. The depth charts that you might see in the game center, the lobby when you're making your lineup. Ghost. When you're making your lineup, I heard a noise. I got scared. Now we can look because we're off camera. But that's where you can find all the information you need.
You believe in ghosts?
No, Sarah does. So I'm just doing it because, to make her feel better.
Yeah, I'm not really a ghost guy either. I think that's actually very sad, right? If ghosts are a real thing. Like, why would somebody... I wouldn't want anybody to be trapped like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
You're like, yeah, whatever.
No, okay. Have you ever believed in ghosts at any point in your life?
Nah, not really.
All right. So what are we doing here?
Well, I'm just saying, some people believe in that stuff.
Yeah. All right. I mean, if you believe in ghosts, tell us.
I know somebody out there believes in ghosts.
Show yourself.
Says no. I've learned this, by the way, from 2 idols of mine. One, Scooby-Doo, and Shaggy.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as ghosts. Raggy.
I love that movie. That came out when I was like 12.
Movie?
Yeah.
The Scooby-Doo movies are trash. It's all about the original old school cartoon. You never watched that?
I have. I just didn't say it first. I just thought of the movies first. Sorry, dude.
All right. It's okay. I forgive you.
Oh, great point by It's Just a Damn Cough Man. Sam Darnold believes in ghosts.
This is true.
Set him up for that one. Didn't we? Lisa Robinson, hi, hello. CEH, Carl and his bets, brother Phil, Brother Phil, I do not have a tattoo and don't plan to, just to give you an update. All right, so Lions football first. What's new with you? How you been?
Pretty good.
Okay.
I've gotten a new addiction. I've gotten deep into the sports trading card game this week.
Oh.
Not trading card game, just not like a physical game, like the game of buying and selling trading cards. So I've just been trying to buy as many packs as I can cheaply and get some good stuff and sell it. And yeah, it's I don't know if you're familiar with this stuff at all, but it is like super hot right now. Like super hot.
You were talking about this on a stream before, trying to convince folks to get involved. Maybe that was an NBA format that.
So that was virtual trading cards essentially, or digital. That was something called Top Shots.
Oh.
This is like old school cards, and they are just again scorching hot right now. Like it's impossible to find anything. So you got to go on eBay or some other, resale platform, and the markup on them is ridiculous. Like if the MSRP on a box of cards is like $200, you'd be lucky to get it for like $800 to $1,000. So it's just like it's such a grind. And that's led me down an interesting road. So, yeah, I've been enjoying that.
I'm gonna take my cards down the old town road. I'm gonna play and buy on eBay. 36-yard reception for Marvin Jones. Wow. Saying
Nice
hi to the
play.
chat.
Climbs the ladder.
Yeah, he sure did. Marvin Jones went off in Madden 20. Yeah, nice catch.
He's underrated.
Avery and Joy. Lyndon Mom, it's a fair chirp, man. I mean, I remember the movie when I was a kid. I mean, I've seen the cartoons, several of them. Sorry, I said the movie first. I mean, there's no particular orders. Sometimes we just yap away on the microphone and we're not more careful with our order of words.
Listen, if you were a real Scooby-Doo head, the cartoon would have come up first, okay?
All right.
It's what we're all thinking. It's what we all say. Scooby-Doo and the Harlem Globetrotters. Classic episode.
Want to say hi to the Twitch fam. Darth Dracul, Smash Lanta, Fooligan. What's up, guys? That ball is nowhere close. Quan. What's up, buddy? Oh, he's telling you, Darth Dracul, why would you trust the coach that got fired? Talking about Patricia. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate Smash Lanta. He's a big fan of the of TikTok, and he's been giving me some love on TikTok.
I forgot to mention that. I wanted to bring that up.
Well,
you're like trying to be a TikTok star now?
I'm just trying something new to branch out.
All right, no doubt. You got to do the dances, from what I've heard.
I'm easing in. But I can dance.
I'm sure you can. Anybody can dance.
Can you?
Hell yeah. I don't know about any of these choreographed, TikTok dances that the kids be doing these days, but you get me at a wedding, I'll cut up that floor. I cut it up.
Okay. If we can get there are a lot of things that we've talked about on these streams since March 28th, like a long list of challenges and plans, cookouts, pool parties,
traveling around the country in a van.
Yeah, there's so many things we want to do. I would like to put some of them into fruition.
Are you asking to take me out dancing? Because if so, the answer is yes.
Very interesting choice of words, but yeah, I guess that's a good way of putting it. I'd be honored. All right. Long drive here for the Lions. Midway through the first. Marvin Jones has a long catch. Here's Stafford, and down he goes.
And that drive will be coming to a close.
Oh, let's go. My captain, Prater. Here we go. Kareem, I hope you're right. I'm very excited to watch Kevin Durant. His return from the COVID protocols and his return to Oakland tonight. Should be fun to watch. Looking forward to that. Rick Lewis, how are you, pal? Rob Rand. John Luther, don't you dare say miss the field goal. Come on, Prater. Right down the middle.
Piped it.
Oh, boy. Cody. Hey, man. Has it been a while for you, Cody, since you've been here? If so, good to have you back. Mike Bizzle. Glash, if we wanted to send cards to you guys, is there an address? Yes. You can send them to the Boston DraftKings office. It's on Boylston Street. Google it.
Yeah, dude.
Berkeley Street. Yeah, it's Boylston, Berkeley, kind of the same thing, but more specifically, yes, Berkeley. Is it, what was it, 222 Berkeley?
222.
And you will not find me there. I am staying home, and I'm hiding from all of you. I wear a disguise. Where do you think I got the outfit thing from? You know? So it's so Emerson doesn't notice me when I walk in. It doesn't bother me. And Kaufman. Everyone else, no problem. Yeah, and you know something? You might remember this. Do you remember during the summertime and how in the world this is related to summer? It's not. The jingle. I said my favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movie was Jingle All the Way. Okay. Speaking of saying a really bad thing when in terms of the first thing that come to mind. Someone from the chat, I forget the username, bought me 9 copies of Jingle All the Way in DVD form. They're still at the office. I haven't had a chance to go in.
But why?
Unreal. 9 copies of Jingle All the Way in DVD. I'm like, what? What is happening?
That's 9 copies too many.
I'm afraid. And as of like a month ago, my manager said, hey, you have mail here. I'm like, oh my God, this is going to be... I'm really excited to go back in soon and just go through the mail. Oh yeah, the last time we were together it was DraftKings.
That's correct.
Oh boy.
And I've been working on my diction since then, but I can't promise that it's going to be any better.
I was on a laughing high that night.
You know, I've been saying it in my head. I was like, and I pronounce both words exactly the same if I say them quickly. So I'm surprised nobody's caught it before.
Yeah, Lucci Rivera is the first one to point it out in the chat. There's Henry, 4 carries, just over double digits. Looking at the top ownership in the flex for the free showdown, Henry at 82.6% owned. Jonnu Smith, 53.6%. I played him too. Tannehill in at 47%, and then Galladay just under 46%.
Galladay!
Galladay! So you're playing cards. How do you feel about your baseball team?
I'm excited. Obviously would have loved to have added Trevor Bauer, but I think the Mets are being smart in terms of keeping some flexibility. They know that they're going to re-sign Conforto. So they need to keep some cap room available for him. And even though there's no cap technically in baseball, nobody pays the luxury tax outside of the Dodgers. Like, it might as well be a hard cap. So they're keeping some space open for Conforto. And other than that, I think they've done a good job. You know, Lindor, if you include him with all the free agents that were out there, you know, Lindor was the biggest name, best player available this season. And they got him. And they also got Carrasco as a quote unquote throw-in on that trade, who the advanced metrics love. They think that he will be, you know, if Bauer is a 10 out of 10, they think Carrasco's a 9. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be a fun season. There are some good teams in the NL East, specifically the Braves, but I think if the Mets stay healthy, they will challenge them.
There's a lot going on with the front office, and that's just kind of, that's a story for another day. But just they've got the talent. Seems like they're in. They're in on trying to make it happen. Of course, I'm drawing a blank right now. We just got the biggest news, one of the biggest news items, Bauer going to the Dodgers.
Right.
Last week. So see how that shakes out. Dodgers are loading up.
Yeah, they're ridiculously loaded. It's pretty scary.
Lucci Rivera, what's up, buddy? How are you? Good to have you guys here. Lisa Robinson, a big fan of your beard.
Wow. Thanks, Lisa.
Giggle Pigs, sounds like the DVD company had a buy one, get 8 free promotion going on.
It might have been a get 9 free.
Possible. Congratulations. We're going to send you 9 free copies of Jingle All the Way. Because you said on a Madden stream that you like it.
I honestly don't even think I've ever seen that one.
I'm not. I can't even say it's a classic because it isn't. It's just things that come to mind. Lindenbaum even saying in the chat he's worried about me, which is fair. I'd be worried about me too. I am worried about me. Nice catch down the sideline to Adam Humphries.
A do the Humpty Hump. A do the Humpty Hump.
Do you have one of these little?
Humphries.
Do you have one of those for every player?
No, but I'm trying.
All right.
I thought that was a pretty good one, to be honest.
On the subject of ghosts, TK says, Leafy just moved, Glash. Cody says, I don't know why I keep saying glass. It's Glash. Quick story. My father was a drinker. No, I'm kidding. I mean, it was the Joker, True story. My father, when he was growing up, wanted to become an actor.
Oh, that's cool.
And he took on this stupid nickname, so he tells me, Mr. Glass. And he became more glass-like in the sense that he lost all his hair off the top of his head, and now he's very shiny. So it's very, very glass-looking. You can look into his head. And so they called him Michael. My father's name is Michael. They call him Michael Glass. My older cousins call him Michael Glass. So, Glass is not wrong. I mean, I could see where you might have figured that out.
Mr. Glass, of course, was the bad guy in Unbreakable.
That's right.
They called me Mr. Glass.
Oh, Night Shyamalan. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Mr. Glass. I know. Riveting story. Amazing. I should tell it again. It's really not even a story. Bob Daddy says, Sheeny. I had a kid in college call me Sheen, and I hated it. Oh, there's a touchdown. A.J. Brown. Go ahead.
I got nothing.
Okay.
I know a couple of people, like this kid that I went to college with. I'm not really in touch with him anymore, but we went to high school and college together, actually. And he insisted that people didn't call him Nick. We had to call him Nicholas. So I just started calling him Lus. Because I was like, you don't like Nick, I'll call you Lus. Like, nobody ever goes by the back half of the first name. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just me.
Exactly. So, Sheen. What? Sheen?
Right, it'd be like calling me, if I was like, nah, I don't like to go by Matt. It's Matthew. You could be like, oh, what up, Thew?
Yeah. Or I could call you like Arca. What's up, Arca?
Oh,
But,
Drew
so-
says he goes by the back half of Andrew. Yeah, whatever, you don't count.
Bill Hamilton captained A.J. Brown, or as the chat likes to call him, AJB, which was news to me a few weeks ago. What about Daniel? Yo? Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll just start calling everyone from the chat the back half of their full username. So Mike Bizzle will be Izzle.
Yeah, it's a bad trend to start.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. I'll get in trouble somehow. Hey, first down. Nice pickup. Marvin Jones, third reception.
Oh, Luke Murphy, that's a good point. So from now on, we'll have to stop calling Andrew Drew, and we'll just have to start calling him And.
Lucci Rivera says Lamarca's voice doesn't match him at all. That's cray-cray.
Yeah, I've been told that. I don't know what people expect me to sound like. I guess I never really thought that I had like a high-pitched voice, but people say I have a high-pitched voice for a man. So.
Interesting.
That's what the Madden world has taught me.
Man. You'll be all right.
I'm not worried about it.
Okay.
You know.
Luke Murphy, do you want me to be Ook? No, we're not doing that. You're just going to be Luke Murphy. You're all just going to be who you are, because that's what we care about here. You guys are great, and we've had a chance to meet all of you at this stage. All right, here's Stafford, 3rd and 9. Come on, buddy. I didn't believe in you pregame. I wouldn't mind another field goal, though. Exactly, Luke
Turn
Murphy.
it up.
Love yourself, Lamarca.
It's just a damn cough, man. Says I sound like Elmo going through puberty.
There have been some good ones about you that they've dropped.
People like to tell me that I look like weird things, sound like weird things. It's funny. I wish that that some of the people that hate had their cameras on. You know what I'm saying, Glash?
Yeah. Lucci Rivera, like, your voice seems like you would be 5'2" and weigh $120 with a pocket protector. What? Tannehill's going to slide, fire on the run, and complete to Brown. The spin move. Nicely done. Into Lions territory.
That was silky. I think I was about 5'2", $120 in 5th grade.
Jordan Lindenbaum says, Glash, we finally got Koff to comment on a charity boxing match. He said he is down and he's going to humiliate you. He said he can take you with one hand behind his back in one single round. Guys, Kaufman has a family.
Adam Kaufman?
Yeah,
Talk about 5'2" and $120.
legit. He wouldn't stand a chance. Wouldn't stand a chance.
I mean, now let's be straight here, Glash. You're not exactly fighting in the heavyweight division either. But I think you've got some size on Kaufman.
Oh, yeah. Everywhere. Guys, he doesn't move. I think I'll be fine. Koff is like stapled to that chair in front of his DVD collection. Kickle Pig says Kaufman is a boxer, Glash is a brawler.
I don't think either of you guys are fighters, if we're being honest.
Oh, not at all. But hey, they asked. I mean, I'm defending myself.
That is true. You're from the streets of Lowell, kid.
Meager66 says, Koff did seem very interested in a man-inflatable sumo suit. See, and this is where you lose me, because does he want to box or does he want to pull a minor league baseball stunt? Yeah, let's be sumo bros and belly bump. Which one is
that?
it?
I could see you clowns doing.
That's probably more suitable. Yeah, let's go to the Lowell Spinners game and be the sumo guys.
Is that like a local minor league team?
Yeah, it's a single A affiliate of the Red Sox. Used to be. And then they folded last year. Exactly, producer Drew. Was born in the streets of Lowell, where Mickey Ward was brought up. Best trainer in the world, Dickie Eklund.
Knocked down Sugar Ray that one time.
Nah. He slipped. No, he didn't. I took him out. Head body.
That is a great movie.
Excellent movie.
I'm not sure how closely it mirrors real life, but fantastic movie.
Dickie, it's 11:45. What? Where'd you park the car, boo-boo?
Daniel behind the scenes posting a picture from The Office when they do the sumo fighting.
Oh, man. All right, hey, yeah, Derrick Henry scored. Everyone has him. Should have captained him. That was our pregame show. If you want to go back and look, that's what we said. Believe me when I tell you. I'm in
Neville
100.
cleanup hitter. He played some minor league ball, dude. That's pretty cool.
Who?
Neville cleanup hitter. He says, I hit a homer almost every series I played against the single-A Red Sox. I'm assuming that means he played single-A baseball.
Huh.
That doesn't impress you?
Was it the, no, I'm just trying to think of if he's talking about Salem, Virginia, or is he talking Short A? Short A, who's the Mets Short A team? The Cyclones from Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. That's like not really.
I'm just curious what league he's talking about.
Gotcha. That's like independent. No, I'm sorry. That's the Long Island Ducks that are independent.
Yeah.
But yeah, anywho, I play some slow pitch softball, and we've got one kid on our team that was actually in the Mets minor league system, and it is disgusting just how good at softball he is. So I can, I think that if you can make it to the minor league system, you're probably pretty freaking good at stuff.
Oh, he played in the Sally League, so he played for Greenville. The Greenville Red Sox. Fun fact, I was working with you the year after I did this. I was with the Sally League affiliate of the Mets, the Columbia Fireflies. The year before Tebow was there, so I missed Tebow.
Oh, that would have been interesting.
Would have been awesome, but I missed Tebow by a year. So, cool, Neville. I covered that league in 2016 down in South Carolina. The Fireflies, they used to be the Capital City Bombers in Columbia, and then they
There's
folded.
a loss of about 30 on that sack.
So now we got 2nd and 23. But then Columbia was an option for a city to get a team, and they built the stadium, and we did the inaugural season of games. So Neville, when were you there? What years? If you can remember. Not trying to say you're old, but I'll just stop talking. 2nd and 23. Here's Stafford. Complete to Golladay. And he'll gain 10. Still a long way to go.
Wow, that's a cool claim to fame. Gotten that bad against Jose Fernandez. Did he whiff you? Be honest. Obviously, no shame if he whiffed you.
No.
Also, Bob Daddy keeps saying something about LA, and I'm not sure why. I am not going to LA.
There's a flag. Might be a free play. All right, never mind. Neville says 2012. So let's look up the 2012 Greenville Red Sox. I want to see his stats, dude. As we get a punt. Perfect time. Oh, he was on Myrtle Beach. The Pelicans. He said he was at Greenville. Oh, he played. Oh, I'm sorry. He played against Greenville. Got it.
Correct.
All right. Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown with the touchdowns. We're together for the next sim, guys, to wrap up your Saturday. Packers and Patriots. There's a free roll available in the DK SimFam Friends League titled, Yeah, Rodgers and Belichick would dominate together. I knew you'd appreciate that.
I do.
The title of this free roll is, do you think Stafford is all moved out yet? You think he's all settled in LA? Or do you think he's still kind of figuring it out in Detroit to get out of there?
Oh. I would have left the second I heard that news. I mean, no offense to Detroit. I have family in Michigan. That is about as big of an upgrade as you can get. It's like, oh, especially in the winter, it is so freaking cold up there.
Yep. Yeah, I couldn't say I blame him. You believe in the Stafford-led Rams? You a believer in that situation?
I am. I believe in Stafford. First of all, I think that he's like a clear upgrade over Jared Goff, and this team was close last year, and they were even closer a couple of years ago. So if they can get better quarterback play, they're going to be amongst the best in the NL, the NFC. Sorry, I'm thinking baseball still. So, you know, they've got two of the best defensive players in the league. They have a great head coach. They have solid weapons. And I'm excited for Stafford to get a chance to play for a winner. You know, like in terms of just pure arm talent, right? That guy is one of the best I've ever seen. He can throw the ball a country mile. He drops his arm into all sorts of different funky arm slots to get throws off. Like, it will be exciting to see him play with some talent around him for a chance.
Yeah, in terms of the whole operation, I'm more excited about what I'm more excited with what McVay is going to do with him instead of the other way around. I guess that's me being a little bit down on Stafford, but I think McVay with a more experienced quarterback, hopefully Sean McVay can get even more creative, but also have a little more trust in that situation. So I'm intrigued to see how McVay handles it, and if he has a little bit more consistency, it could be a perfect match. So find out.
I mean, I think McVay can make it work with anybody, right? Like, I do not think Jared Goff is a good football player. So maybe that is a bias that I have. You know, he certainly will have the opportunity to prove me wrong in Detroit. But if I think, like, my thing is if McVay could get Goff to be a borderline MVP candidate a few years ago, he's going to be able to do it with Stafford.
Derrick Henry and A.J. Brown with the touchdowns. We're at half, 14-3, Tennessee leading Detroit. Henry has 24 yards through the first half. Patrick is updating scores, doing a great job. As always, our ops team, manual updates. Brown with 4 catches, 84 yards and a score at the half. Marvin Jones, 4 for 70. Corey Davis has 3 for 37. Hawkinson, 2 for 19. Humphreys, 2 for 49. Galladay, 2 for 15. Jonnu Smith, 1 for 10. Lisa Robinson, no plans for Valentine's Day. I told you how I feel about Valentine's Day. I'm not going back down this road.
It's a corporate holiday.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get flowers for Sarah on Wednesday. And it's going to be fine. It's going to feel the same as it will Sunday.
No. Sorry. I mean, maybe she won't mind because she seems like a pretty chill girl. But like that, you're just putting yourself in the hole if you don't do something on Valentine's Day. So then the Wednesday flowers wouldn't feel like an extra gift. It would feel like getting even. You know what I'm saying?
Whatever, man.
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
On to Cincinnati.
Focused on Cincinnati. Cincinnati. Next question. Cincinnati. So that's all. And you're all welcome to provide your input, takes, feedback. I'm not going to listen to most of it on this one. So, DeMac Lion, are you here? DeMac Lion, are you in the chat? You're in first. 61.5 points. A.J. Brown and the captain. Henry, Marvin Jones, Davis, the Hawk, and Prater in the flex. In the larger free showdown, Andrew 812. We've had an Andrew 812 in the chat. Andrew, if you're here, you're in first in the bigger showdown free contest. Jordan says, I'd rather talk about Brady than have this V-Day talk again.
There.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
14-3.
Gyro, I know everything about relationships. So any questions you got, I'll steer you down the right road.
I will listen, but doesn't mean I'm going to take it all into consideration. And see what this chat has done is now I'm going to get influenced to maybe go buy something tomorrow. But the fact that I need convincing, I think, is part of the problem. I just want it to happen naturally.
To me, Valentine's Day is the type of thing where you can't wait till the last second.
Why?
Or else you're the guy who is shopping the discount rack and looking for scraps at CVS, while you're headed home from work or something like that. And that just says, not only does that say I don't care about Valentine's Day, but I didn't put any thought into it.
Well, on that note, in terms of putting thought into it, there's no way in hell I'm ever putting thought into it. Ever. Should I do something for it? Okay. Maybe. But should I be thinking about it when the calendar flips to February 1st? No. I watched football, got through the Super Bowl. We're both working. We both have other things going on. We're both locked into this diet. We're doing great stuff. We're having a good time. We're watching shows together. And then all of a sudden it's Friday and it's my job to put some stupid alert in my phone. Oh, walk down to CVS and be sure to grab a card for $3.99 or, go buy yourself some Crayola crayons and draw a couple of hearts on a piece of paper. Because if you don't do that, it's over. Nothing you did that week meant anything.
I mean, that obviously is a little bit dramatic, but...
Is it though? Or is it dramatic to have to, put the world on pause to make sure I walk to CVS because you have to do it?
I think it's nice to slow down for a day, and...
I don't know.
and reconnect and
That might be what the
reconnect,
problem is.
but
I don't know. I should do that more.
we all live busy lives, you know. I shouldn't keep saying because you already said you don't know.
Right? No, I mean it's a common saying. Hey, you know, but maybe I don't. Maybe that's the problem.
Chris B with just an awful joke, but he also says lunch meat, which has to be the grossest, most disgusting expression that I can think of.
Lunch meat?
Ugh.
Just say deli meat.
No, you say cold cuts.
Or you can say cold cuts.
You go, you pick up some cold cuts, you make a sandwich. That's delicious. But you're going to eat some lunch meat? Ugh.
Words are everything, man. El Bongo says, you've got to be one of the stupidest people ever, or else you're just full of it. Hey, Glash, buy one rose, don't give it. Rather, hold it in front of her and bite the head off the petals. Oliver McDonald, here's your shout out. Now stop it. Hi, Oliver. What if I decide, as Derrick Henry scores again? Ah, gosh, I should have captained him. What if I just decided to go into CVS and get a pack of gum? Hey, I got you this pack of gum for Valentine's Day. Is it worth it? Huh?
Again, it seems like there's not a lot of thought and effort in there. How about make dinner? Can you do that?
Yeah. Probably was going to do that regardless.
Okay, but take it up a notch from what you would normally do.
So, does anyone have any Valentine's Day plans tomorrow they'd like to share? Maybe I'll write some down. What are your plans, Lamarca?
I will be calling some sim games.
Same. Well, guess I can't make it this year. Crackle says, Glass, go buy something or nothing else you want will happen. Lisa, she is very sweet. You guys are great. Crackle
now we're
says,
talking about soda versus pop. Are you soda, or are you what is it up in the mass land?
Yeah, soda.
Soda. Okay.
Sean Preston. I like your thought process. Candles. That's a good gift. That's thoughtful.
Ooh, I love a good candle.
Candles.
Not gonna lie.
We both love candles. Love candles.
One of my $1 million ideas the other day was a candle that smells like a candle that you just blew out. Isn't that the best part of the candle?
Yeah, it's pretty good. I haven't really thought about the power rankings of parts of the candle.
Yeah, I guess that's probably not high on most people's lists, but these are things I think about.
Tracy says, dude, you sound like a selfish child that only thinks about himself.
Ooh.
How about just asking her how she feels about it? Well, I've told her. That's the thing. The world doesn't just revolve around you. All right.
That's rough, dude.
Yeah, came right at me. That's fair. I did open the floor for criticism. So that's fine. And it was very appropriate. There was no swearing. It was very well delivered. And she used dude with an exclamation point. If it was dude with a period, would have felt different. But the dude exclamation was like, dude, I think you're a decent guy, but when it comes to this, you're not. Maybe that's what she meant, but I don't want to put words
Since
in.
we're talking about chat and punctuations and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's not listening. He never will listen, but we have an editor at DK Live, and he has to use the shorthand for everything, and it drives me crazy. So like he'll say like, "Oh Matt, can you get this thing?" And I'll say sure, and he'll type back like THX for thanks, and it just drives me up the freaking wall, and I don't know how to say to him like, "Please stop," because you're driving me crazy. Is this a me problem, or is this a real, like, I know there's somebody else out there who hates that. Daniel says he uses it all the time as well. So maybe it's just a me problem.
Pick it up.
It's literally 2 extra letters. Like, we're talking the typing difference time of about 0.05 seconds.
I disagree if it's like a text, but email, that kind of bugs me. Because email is the tone's a little different. We're going to get a touchdown maybe? No, we won't. Swift to the 5. Justin says, a good gift is to let your significant other spend the whole day without you. Just thinking about your happiness, honey. Enjoy your day with me free. See you Monday. Just ask him nicely. Why did you make fun of him a little bit and just be like, why did you spell the full, like, why don't you spell the word? Give him like kind of a Larry David tone to it.
Like, you don't respect wood. Right, and obviously I asked for this because now everything in the chat is going to be please and thanks.
Chris B's now calling you lunch meat, Lamarca. I love this chat so much.
I hate that. Please don't make that a thing.
The chat just takes what we say, anything negative or things that bug us, and they just say, all right, let's twist the knife and make them feel it. Oh, man. Old man dog fan. I buy a bag of M&Ms every week. Today I brought the bag home and my wife noticed they were Valentine colored. I did good by accident. I'll take it. Crackle says, yeah, ask her how she feels about it, then still do something.
Ooh, see, that's a boss move. Although it could also be a test, you know, that I don't like.
I don't know. Like, I don't get like why we have to have like we just got through Christmas and like New Year. Like, why does there have to be something?
I hear you. I do hear your logic.
Like, come on.
My thing is birthdays. I know that's going to be a very unpopular take.
Oh, Lamarca. I am so with you on this one. It's not same kind of thing. We can't stop the day in the world because it's your birthday. We can't. We have to. If we all did that, we wouldn't have the stream. We would have to stop time. Because it's
you accomplished nothing by being born. I mean, yes, you were born, but you did nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And now it's like, oh, it's my birthday week? What the hell is a birthday week? That's 1/52nd of the year.
Daniel says, I thought I heard Kenny there. All right, nice pickup there. Jonnu Smith to the 45. That's probably going to be the final play of the third. Mint says, most guys use it as a cop-out. As if the lady wasn't planning. Oh, I see. So if you kind of you play down the holiday, then you do show up with something, it becomes like more of a thing. Maybe that's not a bad idea, bad strategy. Oh my God. 11-point game. We're here for the next one too, guys. Packers, Pats. Belichick and Rodgers. They would dominate together. Forever and ever. Tannehill, 13 of 16, 257 and a touchdown. Stafford, 13 of 17, 157. No touchdowns. Henry's at 52 yards. 2 touchdowns. Carry on. 9 yards and a score. Humphreys 1 for 12 on a jet sweep. Swift 4 for 24. And we'll go to the receivers here in a minute. Bill Hamilton says, chill, Lamarca. Birthday week, I imagine, is the week of your birthday. See, that's another one. Birthday week. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Stop.
I just brought that up. Were you not paying attention to me?
The birthday week thing? I missed the week thing. I thought you just meant the birthday itself.
Wow.
And pardon me, I missed the week part. That's another one.
I'm heartbroken.
When's your birthday?
Mine is in September.
Okay.
I don't want to give these animals in SimFam my actual birthday.
Why? They're not going to remember. I think actually they might.
They will remember. They'll steal my identity. They'll do a lot of things.
The closest receiver to the bonus, well, Brown's at 84. Who was in the 90s? Can we go back up to the top there on the receivers? Brown's got 4 for 84 and a touchdown. Oh, a couple guys in the 90s. Corey Davis, 5 for 94, and Marvin Jones, 5 for 90.
So the wide receiver twos dominate.
Yep. Second fiddle. Second string. Not really, but kind of. Brooklyn Golden State is on. I got the game on here. Full disclosure. Enjoying multiple sports.
Oh, and thank you for reminding me of Golden State. I hope that some of these people out here, some of these folks in Simland today, are some of the myriad of folks who in the offseason tried to tell me
here we go.
That Damian Lillard was better than Steph Curry.
You are Steph over Dame, correct?
Like not even close between the two.
But what makes you feel, I couldn't even tell you what Portland's record is, but why at this point in time do you feel strongly about your argument?
Because Steph is like a top 3 MVP candidate who is having as good of a season this year without Kevin Durant and without Klay Thompson than he did at any point during his prime, any of his MVP seasons for the most part. Like, he is having a insane year with zero help around him.
We have this obsession in sports culture when someone does well with other good people around them. We have to find a way to pick them apart and why they're not great. And to your point, right now, the Warriors are a playoff team at 14-12. They're the 8th seed in the West. Portland is a middler in the West. Shocker. That's where they always are. Damian Lillard's very likable because he's not into mobility, wants to stay in one place, enjoys Portland. I think he's fantastic. But that doesn't mean we have to elevate Damian Lillard because we just want to nitpick Steph Curry. Like,
I do not hate the fantasy chat, by the way, the Sim chat. But the most heated I've ever gotten on this was when I was trying to have this debate, and it was like 75% of the chat was thinking that Damian Lillard, who has like never done anything, is a better player than Steph Curry, who has 2 MVPs and 3 championship rings. And I get it. We were just coming off of the bubble for the most part, where Steph didn't play and Dame looked great.
Yep.
But like Steph Curry is a generational player who has literally changed the way the game is played. Like, Damian Lillard is a thing because of Steph Curry. I'm not saying that Damian Lillard couldn't have been a star before Steph, but like, I don't think Damian Lillard is shooting from 35 feet unless Steph makes that a cool thing to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Fantasy Hawk, completely incorrect. LeBron James is the greatest basketball player of all time. But Steph Curry is a top 5 NBA player and Damian Lillard is not. Is that fair? And I'm not saying top 5 all time. I'm saying top 5 right now.
You guys missed it. Jeff Swain just scored the touchdown. He's the tight end 3 for the Titans behind Jonnu Smith and Anthony Ferkser, respectively. CBM over on Twitch. What's up? Smash Lanta. Where would you put Lillard? Top 10, 15? Where would you put him on point guards? Like, so you get Steph 1. Where's Dame? 2?
He's not
3?
far behind. I put Dame in the same tier as I put like Kyrie Irving. Now I know you're not gonna like that because Kyrie rubbed everybody in Boston the wrong way. But the thing with Kyrie is when he shows up in the finals, that is a guy that you want on your team.
Yeah. Of course, the game's happening right now, but I think Kyrie's going to get up big for this one. He always seems to against Golden State. That's what I do love about Kyrie is he elevates in these big spots. I do like that about him as far as how he is as a player. Like, he takes a lot of pride in that.
So I'm getting some hatred for some of the things that I have said, and I would like the chat to specify what take they are unhappy with. Is it the fact that Steph Curry is better than Damian Lillard? Because if you want the stats, I can give you the stats outside of the MVP argument and the rings argument. If it's the LeBron James versus LeBron thing, I would be happy to have that argument with you as well. But that one is more of a taste/preference thing than it is I can tell you with numbers.
Oh, there you go, guys. Lamarca came prepared with information in case you all needed it. 28-10 is our score. Swain has a touchdown. 2 for Derrick Henry. 2. I don't know if he's going to get the bonus. Still a long way to go. He could if he just goes nuts in these final 5 minutes. And A.J. Brown's got the other one. For Detroit, Kerryon Johnson has their lone touchdown. Hey, Lamarca, I mean, whatever comment you want to pick apart here in the chat, go for it.
Fantasy Hawk says, how can Steph be top 5 if he doesn't play defense? It's fair, but Damian Lillard does not play defense. I mean, it's not like we're comparing him to Kawhi Leonard here. We're comparing him to Damian Lillard.
Fantasy Hawk, just a reminder, there's 372 people here. You're not the only one, so Lamarca will come back to you when he can.
I would be happy
sometimes.
to
He thinks he's the only one
out.
there. We try to answer everyone in the chat.
I'd be happy to hash this out with the Hawk, but we need like a call-in format, you know?
Imagine the Twitch, DK SimFam at like a press conference. You know, you have the moderator. They've got 2, 1 on each side, and they're passing the microphone around. Hawk's just flapping his wings. Give me the mic. Give it back.
Lillard has nothing to do with this. Okay, so we're talking top 5 players. So here's my top 5, and here are the players that I would have on my team over Steph Curry right now. LeBron James, Kawhi Leonard, Anthony Davis.
Embiid's had a great year.
Yeah, but I need him to do it in a like finals type situation.
Okay.
To me, Steph is in the same tier as like Luka Doncic and Nikola Jokic. So And Giannis. You know, Giannis can probably be over Steph, but again, I would rather have Steph on my team in the playoffs. So I think that that's the group of guys, that next group right now behind LeBron, AD, and Kawhi Leonard.
Fourth and 5. This is the final prayer here for the Lions. Got to get to the 38. Oh, boy. That's just not happening. Okay.
And as for the Michael Jordan, LeBron James debate, I do agree with people that say that at his prime, Michael was the better player. That is 100% true. The problem with Michael is that his prime was about 10, 11 years. He took time off to play baseball. He retired for 3 years. And that matters to me. LeBron James has been either the best player or a top 3 NBA player now for 18 years. The difference is night and day. Michael Jordan had 12 years total in Chicago. LeBron has played 18 years and is still getting better.
Yeah, but Lamarca, Jordan raked in BP in minor league baseball. You got to keep that in mind. I mean, we all have Last Dance recency bias. I also think we have an older group, and by older I mean folks that watch Jordan play at his prime. And folks, this argument will never end. I've just come to accept that with the Jordan-LeBron thing. But LeBron's going to play like 5 more years, and he could win 2 or 3 more championships. And it's going to become very close. And well, close from the ring standpoint. LeBron is going to smoke Jordan in stats. It's not going to be close.
Johnny LaRue says MJ never ran off to chase rings. And while that's true, he just retired. How is that any different? They couldn't bring back Scotty. So instead of saying, you know what, I'm going to stay with the Bulls and I'm going to win a title without him, he decided, you know what, I'm going to take my ball and go home. How's that any different?
Yeah. People forget it took Jordan 9 years to win his first one. LeBron moved and left. Didn't stick it out in one place.
I don't think it took 9, but it took...
Wasn't it 9, or am I making that up?
I think it was 6 or 7. 7,
oh, okay.
I want to say.
Maybe it took LeBron 9.
They won 91, 92, 93. 94, he played baseball. 95, he
all right,
came
8
back
years,
and lost in
Lamarca. 8.
And then
Drafted
they won
in 84, won in 92. 8 years, missed it by a year.
His 7th year, they won a ring.
Oh, okay. 7. Sorry, I was off by 2.
Right, because it was 3-peat, off for 2, 3-peat. Retired.
So I mixed that up. It took LeBron 9 years. Because LeBron's first was in 2012, and he was drafted in 03.
Man, Fantasy Hawk is crazy. I love it. I love the passion.
The chat is a great topic. It's
one of those things that if you think it's one, you'll never be able to change somebody's mind about it.
Yeah.
For me, I was a stone MJ is the GOAT until the last year, that title that he won. Like, to me, the fact that he's still the best player in the year at 38 years old is remarkable. Michael played at 38 as well, and he was fine, but he played for the Wizards. The team, let's check how the Wizards did Michael's first year with the team. I want to say they were a playoff team, but not a good one. No, they were 37 and 45. Now, I don't care what team. You could take LeBron right now and drop him onto the Detroit Pistons. Whoever you think the worst team in the league is, that team is making the playoffs. That's how good that he still is at 38 years old.
Lucci doesn't think it's a great topic. It's literally the same argument. Either love Jordan or love LeBron.
I love both. No disrespect to either man. They're the two GOATs.
Oh man.
But for me, the combination of dominance in their primes and then the longevity is the difference.
If you guys have Derrick Henry in Classic, never mind the showdown, you are loving it. That's his third touchdown. A garbage time touchdown. They had 32 seconds on the clock, game in hand, and they're running up the score. Craig C says it's almost like the commentary is a random podcast. Ding, ding, ding. Hey, man, we'll dive in. It's not a close game. I mean, Derrick Henry's just stealing all the attention. And that's fine. He should. Can we just agree on this? Can we all universally agree? Twitch fam as well. I know I've been leaving Twitch behind a little bit tonight. I'm sorry. Can we all just agree? It's a yes or no question. Do you care that Jordan is 6 for 6? Meaning LeBron's been to like more than him, but if LeBron wins 6 eventually, just because he didn't do it in 6 years, it doesn't matter, right, that he went 6 for 6?
It's definitely a nice feather that Jordan has in his cap, but
I think it's so annoying. I really do. Yeah, Montana went 4 for 4. He was better off losing in the semifinals in the conference play or conference semifinals, and better off to lose divisional round weekend in the NFL and not lose the Super Bowl.
No doubt. To me, that's a big thing.
Silly. I know, of course, like, it sounds cool, and it's like a little, like you said, a feather in your cap. Doesn't mean anything.
Right, like, if Jordan doesn't retire, and let's say he got to the finals without Scotty and lost, does that hurt his reputation? It probably does, but it 100% shouldn't. It doesn't make any sense, but that's how people view these things.
Right, Luke Murphy. It's better to go to the big game and lose than to not make it and get there at all.
I mean, LeBron making the finals for 10 straight years with 3 different teams.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
No, with 2 teams.
It was 8
Miami
straight
and Cleveland.
years. 8 straight years, right? 4 in Miami and 4 with
Cleveland.
The Cleveland Cavaliers.
They didn't make it their first year in LA.
Right. 8 straight years is ridiculous. To me, I'm not saying it's as impressive as Jordan going 6 for 6, but that is incredibly impressive.
Yeah.
Fantasy Hawk says LeBron faced way better talent. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think that it's comparable. You know, I saw him mention Kevin Durant. I do think that Kevin Durant will, when all is said and done, will go down as the next best player between those two eras. But, you know, Michael had to go through Patrick Ewing every year. He had to go through some good Miami Heat teams every year. He beat Barkley. He beat Olajuwon. He beat Drexler. You know, like he had to beat real teams. But now in the era of the super team, LeBron has had some real hurdles to get over. Like, the comparison would be like, what if Barkley, Patrick Ewing, and Reggie Miller were on the same team now? Could Michael beat them by himself? You know, then now we're talking.
Yeah. Two things that jump out. I got to admire the Lions just giving everything they've got. This would be nice, unless you're winning in a contest right now. Stafford, nope, no yards, incomplete. 2 things that come to mind. Number 1, the Celtics in 2008, that trade that they swung, thanks to McHale doing his buddy Danny Ainge a favor to get Garnett, started that whole we have to link up, meaning LeBron, I'm not going to come out of the East, I've got to go join another team. Now, LeBron's choice was free agency. The other one that I've always thought about, and Jordan had this, the coaching. I've always wondered, what if LeBron played for an established great coach. Now, you could say he had Pat Riley in Miami as like overseeing Spoelstra, but it wasn't the same. It's not the same, in my opinion. I've always wondered that. Like, what if LeBron had like Phil Jackson?
See, I don't think LeBron would like that.
Tough.
It might be the best thing for him, but LeBron wants to be in control, right? And LeBron would not have been in control in a Phil Jackson organization.
But why did he have to feel like he had to be in control? Because he was in Cleveland.
That's the new era player empowerment movement.
Yeah, but he played in Cleveland. What if he got drafted? But what if he got drafted by the Lakers?
So you're saying if Phil Jackson was his coach as a rookie, things might have been completely different.
Yeah, I think maybe his thought process is a little different.
Yeah.
That's all. Early on in his career, I think he looked around. He's like, I gotta get out of here. You know, the best they ever gave him was Mo Williams or Antoine Jameson, or Shaq for a season. I don't know. Hey, we can discuss this in Madden After Dark. Happy to do it.
I don't know. We probably should talk about something else. It feels like the chat is getting heated. Fantasy Hawk is about to have an aneurysm.
Nah, he'll be all right.
Yeah, he'll be all right. Shake it off. How about Derrick Henry, 3 touchdowns today? He's got to be our crusty cough player of the game, right?
Yep, for sure. And both wide out twos. You hit on this at the third quarter break. Both of them hit the bonus. Corey Davis, 6 for 110. And Marvin Jones, 6 for 109. A.J. Brown had the load receiving touchdown, 4 for 84, and a score. And that's about it. I mean, Humphreys had a nice sim, 3 for 61. How about a Not My Kid Award nominee?
How about Jonnu? It seemed like Jonnu had very high ownership, right?
He did, and he only had 2 for 30. That's low. Good call. We'll go with Jonnu. I like it. All right, looking at leaders right now. Patrick doing a great job updating the scores, so he's getting around to that. Tannehill did just miss the bonus. 296 passing. Henry had the 3 scores, no bonus for him. Still a great sim.
So are you familiar with Mike and the Mad Dog, Brendan Glasheen?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So they would like me to do a little Mike and the Mad Dog LeBron versus MJ debate to take us out of here. So normally I do this with Cough, but I'll share it with you as well, and hopefully you enjoy it.
Please.
All right, Mike. We got to talk about LeBron James, Mike. Let me tell you, I've never seen anything like it, Mike. The guy can do everything. Dog, don't talk to me about LeBron James being better than Michael Jordan, okay? Michael Jordan has 6 rings and 6 tries. Is that your Diet Coke?
Yeah, right, exactly. Francesa, former friend of the program.
True.
Not Sims, but DraftKings.
Very
Mad
true.
Dog. Have you ever heard Mad Dog say, Belichick, 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 Belichick?
Belichick.
Belichick. Belichick, 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 Belichick. I think I could pull off Francesa or Mad Dog, whichever one you prefer. We could maybe do that for a quarter.
All right, nice.
Or a minute, seeing how long we can last. Before I start cackling. All right, Misk in first place in the free showdown, the public one. Tannehill captained, Henry, Jones, Davis, Brown, and Swaim. The punt play working out for a first place finish. Show. And in our free roll, hey, meager 66. Nice job, dude. He's in the chat right now. Says, guess who won the SimFam contest? Atta boy.
Congrats, Meager.
Fooligan came in 4th. Fooligan.
Wonderful
Fooligan
job.
over on Twitch. Damac Lion in 6th. Dallas Scott in 5th. D. Kane in 7th. Tony Pagano, 10th. Pagano's been playing well. Pagano's been having some good finishes here. He's always in the chat, too. Roland, 12th place. Tate, there's Tate again. What'd I say? Tate, sneaky. 18th place. Lindenbaum, 22nd. Not bad. All right. Very good. We'll be back. I'm excited for the next one. Yeah, because the Patriots. No, I mean, there's more talk about it, I think. Patriots Packers. These two teams just, I don't know. Maybe, once the offseason gets rolling, I'm curious to see how the Titans try to improve. And, of course, the Lions, God knows what they're going to do. So we're back together for the next sim. We'll be here back after this. We'll be here for a couple minutes before lock, give you our picks in terms of captains, and we'll see what we get. So we'll have some fun, maybe comment some more on the NBA if we'd like, and we'll do whatever the heck you guys want. Just, kind of. So thank you to producer Drew, Daniel on the ones and twos, Patrick updating scores for the big Saxy, Matt Lamarca, Brendan Glasheen. Back after this. See you soon.
Time for NASCAR, baby. Daytona 500 coming up this weekend. What a way to celebrate Valentine's Day, and what a guy to talk to about it. Pierce Dietrich, who is our DK contributor, knows all things NASCAR, and it's America's Race coming up this weekend. Here you got the $1 million America's Race, $200,000 going to first place. And here in the land of DFS, you can't ignore, of course, right there at the top of the list, you have Denny Hamlin, who is $10,400. He has won 3 of his last 5 years here at this event. Question is, Pierce, are you going to pay up for him?
Yeah, well, price doesn't really matter. There's plenty of value in a plate track contest at DraftKings. The stats check out. Anyone can look at your spreadsheet and see that he's doing well. But what I like is to look at specific race situations. And if you look at the dual race from a couple days ago, in that race, it gets a little bit dicey, and Hamlin had no problem backing out and going to the back and playing it safe. And then when the race got calm, he easily just walked right back up to the front. Very few drivers have the skill to know when to get out and when to go. And it becomes apparent that he can do that by just looking at his latest results.
You have a pack of 10K racers that are below him, obviously very close. Ryan Blaney, Brad Keselowski, and Chase Elliott as well. Who's your favorite for this weekend out of that group?
I will probably chase Brad Keselowski in that group, despite him not running very well recently. He's looked pretty bad. He was making some bad moves in the dual race that caused him to get wrecked and resulted in that poor starting position. But you need place differential, and he offers the most right there. And I think Elliott's got a chance at winning. So does Blaney. But Keselowski can get in the top 5. He can get place differential. And I think he pairs better with Hamlin than, say, Elliott or Blaney.
Just below those guys, Joey Logano, $9,900. So obviously, right there nipping at the heels of those 3 that we just talked about. In Logano's case, he has really done well in this event in recent years. How much of that plays into your interest in rostering him this weekend?
He's one of the better plate racers. He has a good car for plate racing. We've seen Penske do really well. He hasn't been as great of late. He still has all the talent. He's got a great spotter. The issue that you'd have with Logano is he's got to lead laps from that position. He's got to win the race. So if you think Hamlin wins or Hamlin's going to lead a lot of laps or possibly Elliott, then Logano doesn't work. He just doesn't have a lot of ways to win. Whereas at Brad Keselowski, he's got the place differential option to get into the optimal lineup. Logano doesn't really have that. So I'm not as crazy, but he definitely can work.
Anybody in the 9K range that you like better than?
Not really. As I mentioned earlier, price really isn't a thing. You're going to see the winning lineup probably leave $1,000, $2,000. I mean, sometimes we've seen up to $5,000 go unspent. I know that sounds unheard of in DFS, but this is such a unique event where half of the field guaranteed will wreck out. Sometimes 3/4 of the field will wreck out, and we end up with a winning lineup that has the guys that cost $5,000, that cost $6,000. They just simply survive the wrecks. They're not really good. They just avoid the wrecks, and they end up with top 10 finishes. So price, I would just not even think about that. If we want to talk about anything, just look at starting position.
All right. So that in mind, and maybe it's a silly question. If you're not really considering price, how do you come up with value? Or is it just like you said, come back to starting position?
Well, so there's plenty of value. And I would make the argument that this weekend, you really only need to look at one statistic, and that's starting position. Some people will say, well, that's crazy, but you could look at previous optimal lineups from the last 5 years, and you're going to see names that you would never think would be in optimal lineups, but they're starting in the back. They're surviving wrecks. So you just play these guys like Reddick, Reddick, Briscoe, Alfredo, Casagrala, all these guys that maybe you're not familiar with. It doesn't matter. Maybe you know that Casagrala won a truck race at Daytona a couple years ago. It doesn't matter. The point is he's starting in the back. And that's the only stat that really matters. And the stats bear that out.
As far as guys that maybe don't have a great track history or event history here at the Daytona 500, anybody that we should be looking to fade this weekend?
So the guy that scares me the most would be Kurt Busch. Since he won the Daytona 500 in 2017, in 6 of the last 7 Daytona races, he's wrecked. 6 of 7, he has wrecked. Now, you could say, well, he's due to turn it around, but you could have said that in the 7th race. You could have said that in the 6th race or the 5th race. If he didn't turn it around last time, what makes you think that he's not going to wreck in this one? And if half the field's going to wreck, I would say Kurt Busch is among that half.
So who do you have to win?
I'm just going to go with Hamlin. I know it's boring and it's chalky, but I can't emphasize enough the skill that he has. There's not a lot of unique things that you can do in this race, but the small thing that separates him from the rest of the field is he just knows when to go. He knows how to stay out of trouble. We've seen him do this time and time again, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him win yet another Daytona 500 by making the right moves at the right time.
So, like Pierce said, starting position, starting position, starting position. That's where your focus should be here, DFS-wise, for the Daytona 500. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you.
He's Steve Buchanan. I'm Adam Kaufman. And guess what, folks? Baseball is on the way. We're only about a week away from pitchers and catchers reporting. It's amazing, I know. But that means a good time to take a look at the DK Sportsbook and see about team futures, Bukes. Is there one team in particular that you feel really comfortable about betting on right now when it comes to winning the division?
Comfortable? Probably not. But if you're looking for some value, I think the best one on the board right now is the Washington Nationals at plus 480. Look at their offseason. They were pretty busy this offseason. They added some bats to that lineup, which is pretty prolific to begin with. Josh Bell in the mix, Kyle Schwarber to the mix. They added John Leston to the rotation. Don't know what that's going to accomplish, but at least it was an addition to that rotation. But you look at the front end of that rotation, as long as they stay healthy, as long as they continue to hit their ceilings, Max Scherzer, Steven Strasburg, Patrick Corbin, that is a deadly 3-guy combo that they're going to have to deal with all season long. So at plus 480, love the value on that one.
You can get plus money right now on any team to win their respective league. Let's start in the National League. Of course, the defending World Series champion Dodgers, they are plus 175. Where are you putting your money as far as the team representing the NL in the World Series?
Look, we're going to hear about this team plenty, but the Padres at plus 385 before the season begins is hard to ignore. I mean, obviously, they've been the talk of this offseason, adding Yu Darvish, adding Blake Snell. They even added Joe Musgrove, which is kind of a trade that we didn't hear about too much, but he easily could step into so many other teams and be the number 2 guy. So getting him into the mix as one of the back end guys is massive. This is somebody who only threw 39 innings last year, but still struck out 55 guys and had a 14.4% swing and miss rate, which is a new career high for him. Getting someone with that much upside in the back end of the rotation is going to be huge. Those two teams are going to be battling it out all season long, but I love getting the Padres at plus 385.
Other side of the bracket, of course, the American League. The Yankees plus 260 to represent the AL in the World Series. Now, I don't know. You could decide how you feel about putting your money there, obviously, but is there somewhere else you'd rather lay down some cash?
I mean, look, don't get me wrong. Like, it would be weird for me to say that the Yankees aren't the team, because of course they're the team. I mean, that rotation has a ton of potential, but that's the key word, potential. I mean, how is Corey Kluber going to fare here? This is somebody who's only made 8 starts over the last 2 years. What about Jameson Taillon? He's coming off his 2nd Tommy John surgery. How is he going to respond? For me, I've been a big White Sox backer for the past year. I'll be on them again at plus 380. I absolutely love what they've done with this team. I love what they've done to the bullpen. They grabbed Liam Hendricks, who's going to be the closer for them. That's huge. That bullpen's going to be strong. Obviously, they have a core power lineup they're going to run out. Not crazy about the manager at all. I hope that doesn't come to be a big factor during the year, but I think the White Sox plus 380, that's obviously the team to watch, but I don't think I had to tell you that.
It's not just team future bets. There's player future bets as well. You can look at most valuable players, Cy Young winner. You can go in either league. So let's start on the mound. A Cy Young favorite for you on the DK Sportsbook for futures odds, both leagues.
Yeah, so I'm going to go with Tyler Glasnow here. And then maybe that's not a name that's going to jump out to you immediately, but plus 950. This is somebody who ended last season 3rd in K percentage at 38.2%. When he is healthy and he is on the mound, He is absolutely nasty. And we, talk about guys like Shane Bieber, Jacob deGrom, when we talk about strikeouts. Believe me, I absolutely understand there. But Tyler Glasnow in his first year with the Rays 2 years ago was almost untouchable. He had some injuries that he dealt with last year, had some issues with home runs, but through a full season, I think we could really see what Glasnow can do. And he's someone that I could think could be a dark horse in the AL Cy Young race.
Who's your favorite MVP bet? Either league.
Oh, man. Fernando Tatis Jr. plus 850. I mean, come on. I mean, this is a guy who we haven't even seen play 162 games yet. In the 2 years that he's played, 143 games played. In those games, 39 home runs, 98 RBIs, 27 stolen bases. Isolated power in those 2 years, 272 and 295. Last year, his wins above replacement was at 2.9. That was the best amongst all shortstops and the fourth in the entire major league. This guy is going to be a player. Obviously, he's surrounded by an immense amount of talent on the Padres. I think he is someone to watch for MVP this year.
It's all about winning. World Series here. You gave us your league favorites. Who's a good long shot to go out and win the whole thing?
The Blue Jays at 25-1, I think, is a really enticing number. Look what they've done during the offseason as well. One of the biggest names is now with the Blue Jays, George Springer. Very quietly added Marcus Semien to the mix as well. Mix those guys in with all the young talent that they have, like Bo Bichette, Gavin Biggio. Like, that is going to be a team to fear. The bullpen has improved a lot too. Tyler Chatwood's on there. Kirby Yates, a nice, low, high upside guy that they can add to the bullpen. The rotation is the biggest question mark here. Kind of feels like a cast of misfits, from the Christmas, the Misfit Island. That's what it feels like their rotation is. But if some of those guys can actually come through and hit the potential that the Blue Jays think they have, that's going to really be a team to watch. Now, will they make it all the way? Obviously, we don't know. But at 25-1, there was a huge amount of upside to watch for the Blue Jays this season.
He's Steve Buchanan. You've seen him on MLB Network, and he is kind enough to grace us with his presence on the Dream Stream as well. Thanks, buddy.
Thank you for the humble brag.
We are happy to be joined now by the winner of the DraftKings inaugural Fantasy Tournament of Champions, Travis Petty, a.k.a. Petty Theft 89, taking down our showdown contest at the big game on Sunday, beating out the other 38 competitors, some of the best in DFS for the $1 million top prize in bragging rights forever. Thanks for joining us, dude. Let me see that ring.
It's wild. It's too much, honestly. It's way too much.
Look at that thing, man. You can wear that when you're out at Chili's now, like hanging out with the squad.
It's heavy. It's not wearable. I'll tell you that.
So how's like everything feel right now?
I feel like it still hasn't fully hit me yet. Winning $1 million, that's a once in a lifetime thing for very few people, right? But it feels really good. It feels really, really good, especially, in that environment. It was awesome.
And like to be crowned like the first to win the DraftKings championship series here. Like, what does that mean?
I mean, that's really special, right? This hasn't happened before. When I initially was playing these tournaments in the beginning, I just considered this, extra ticket that everybody was getting as just like a little extra cool thing to get. And now that it's become this, it's crazy what one tournament can turn into.
Yeah, I know you and I have talked before. I know you've talked with DraftKings, in the past. You've been to a few of these live finals, but you really haven't been able to get over the hump and win one. So how much was that eating away at you?
Oh, it sucked. It was horrible. I mean, I have played more than I can count at these events, and I've always lost equity on my seats every single time. I've never had a sweat once. But this one was really different. I had no expectations coming in. I had no confidence. I'm not an NFL showdown guy at all. But I told myself I was just going to try to enjoy, the Super Bowl game, regardless of what happened. It was, a free add-on to the tournament that I won. And it turned into this. It turned into $1 million extra. It's crazy.
Trev, you must have a ton of patience.
Too much. No, I always try to give myself a chance. I mean, if you're not in the tournament, you can't win it, right? And I always tell myself, eventually, I might actually win one of these. And I just did not think it would be this one.
Yeah, and Trev, a little bit more about how you got here. Last year, you entered a League of Legends contest. You took home the top prize there, earning yourself a ticket to our Tournament of Champions live final. Take us back to that day, though, and what made you want to enter that contest?
So it was pre-sports. By sports, I mean like real sports. You know, I'm a gamer, so I played a little League of Legends back in the day, but I wasn't a fan of it at all. You know, fast forward to COVID 2020, I got into it a bit. It's actually a pretty cool DFS sport. And that day I was like, you know, it's a big tournament. I feel like I want to get some action down and let's have some fun. And all of a sudden I was in first place after, you know, I think it was the 5-game slate, you know, and they go one by one in League of Legends. And it was insane. That was a lot of fun too.
And looking at your lineup here, so you captain Rob Gronkowski. Like, what went into that decision?
Not much. I threw my numbers in, and my first lineup I got was actually a Ronald Jones captain lineup. You know, I did a little thinking, not much, but I did a little thinking, and it's like, you know, Ronald Jones looks way too underpriced. You know, it looks way too obvious of a play. So I was like, you know, it's not something I normally do, but I'm just going to exclude Ronald Jones and see what comes up. And all of a sudden, you know, I got this Gronkowski captain lineup. You know, it didn't make much sense to me. You know, Gronkowski captain, no Brady, you know, and whatnot. But I was like, in the past, I've always tried to do lineups that make sense in these showdowns. I've never won. So maybe it's something that makes no sense is the perfect lineup.
Yeah, but Uncle Leo paid off for you there. Leonard Fournette, 23.5 points in the flex.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me, the Tampa Bay side is great for me. With Fournette and Gronkowski going off, I was looking great. I would never, ever have thought that my lineup's issue was that the Mahomes side with the 3 pass catches, we didn't have issues.
Yeah, especially like with the quarterback only giving you 12 points here. You're probably like, what the hell's happening?
If you told me I got 12 points from Mahomes, I would have thought I would have had a very different experience at this event. It would not have been nearly as enjoyable.
And like you were there, like at the big game in Tampa. So how much more stressful is it sweating this experience live in person?
I mean, I try to make it easy on myself this time. You know, usually I go to these events and I'm the kind of guy who plays a lot of lineups. So I don't know exactly what I need most of the time because I have variations of a lot of different things. So this time I did one lineup. I didn't enter any tournaments with this lineup. I just had this one single lineup. So I knew exactly what I needed. You know, even in Showdown, it kind of makes it a little more confusing with the captains, right? So I know at the end there I was fading Kelsey, but I had Kelsey in my lineup, so it got confusing. But the experience was nuts. It was nuts. I mean, DraftKings did like a 4-day event. I only got there on Saturday, you know, the day before the final. I just wanted to basically do the Super Bowl game and do a little of the experience. Get there Saturday night. I got a little too aggressive and excited just being there. Sunday morning was rough, but game comes around and you're in a suite at the game, at the Super Bowl game, the most exclusive game that's ever happened, being the, you know, exclusive Super Bowl. You got Brady versus Mahomes. It was like the perfect game to be able to go to. And I'm just super happy I was able to go.
Yeah. And that moment when you like win $1 million, like, do you black out? Like, what is that like for those of us that's never happened to?
I mean, I'll go back a little bit in the game. I remember at, you know, the fourth quarter, I'm just thinking over and over, like, Kansas City, please get the ball and do something. Just do anything, get a touchdown. I was chasing 2 guys. One had no Mahomes, but he had Kelsey, and the other guy had Kelsey captain with Mahomes. So my unique guys were I needed Mahomes to pass one guy, and I needed Watkins and Hill to pass both of them. So I knew exactly what I needed. And I told my fiance, we need player 14 and 10 because she's not as familiar with the players. And the fourth quarter rolls around, and Shane Watkins, I don't think played a single snap. So I'm losing my mind over here. I'm trying to be as quiet as possible and just be relaxed, you know. But when Tyreek Hill caught that 3-yard catch or whatever on the second to last play of the game, I was pretty sure I was in first place. I checked my phone like right before it. I was pretty sure. And then the last play of the game before the kneeling, Mahomes did an interception. I was like, I think I just won, but there was a guy that I just passed not long ago that had no Mahomes, and you lose the point for the interception. So I was like, I'm not positive. So Jordan Bloom, who works at DraftKings, comes up to me and he says, you won. And I'm like, awesome. Is there going to be a stat correction? Is this going to be one of those things? Is this going to be a story that I don't want to be a part of? And it felt like, you know, 3 hours, which was probably more like 10 minutes between that time and when he's like, it's official. And, you know, everybody in the suite was super nice and congratulating me. And I'm just like praying there's no stat correction the whole time. But I was shaking. And, you know, I've done this for years, and that's not me at all. I think I'm as calm as it gets, usually sweating things, you know. I mean, I'm human, right? But I was legitimately shaking.
And now you have a ring to match your fiance's ring.
Oh, man. Yeah, this ring is a little bigger, so no, I'm worried that some of this money might go into other things. Might be upgrading a little bit.
Please tell me that day on the altar, your fiance will be slipping this onto your finger.
Yeah, just like a double slipping on the finger. That would be amazing. But I'm telling you, this thing is so heavy. It's ridiculous. I mean, I was wearing it at the game afterwards, and I was like in an Adidas sweater, and I looked completely out of it.
Yeah.
It wasn't working with my outfit.
Yeah, like you've got like Tom Brady and the entire Bucs team, they're all going to be rocking their rings, and you just kind of fit right in with them now.
I feel like I could have. That worked out really well for me.
So what big plans do you have for the money?
Oh my gosh, well, the wedding, that's the plan coming up. We got initially delayed off the COVID, so we're just kind of just doing it in 2 months regardless of what happens. So that's the big plan right now. That's not a cheap one.
Has your fiance sent you all of a sudden in the past day or two, is she recommending any Valentine's Day gifts now?
It's weird how that works out, right? I mean, I feel like our wedding got bigger all of a sudden last day. I'm not as involved as I probably should be, but all of a sudden it got more expensive.
Yeah.
I think a couple things got slipped under the rug.
Yeah, I'm with you. I've been down that road before, dude. Before you get out of here, we got season 2 of our DraftKings Championship Series starting up now. So how motivated are you to get back and defend this title?
I want to get back, absolutely. I mean, that'd be perfect. I was thinking about it right like the day after. I was like, are they going to do it again? And if they do, I feel like it'd only be right if you invited the winner no matter what, right? Kind of like the Masters, how they always bring the winners back with the exemptions.
I think
you got to bring it back regardless, because I think it was hard to make. I can't believe it. I mean, just making it was probably actually harder than winning it, right? I had to beat 1,000 people, whatever, rather than just 40. So I'm thinking maybe it's like an exemption for me. One-time thing for the first champion would be pretty fair.
That'd be cool. Maybe we can get you like a DraftKings Letterman jacket or something like that.
I like that. With the ring, that'd be a perfect combination. That'd be so excessive, though.
You'd look so great on the altar in that jacket, man. Travis Petty, congrats, and thanks for hanging out with DraftKings. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Emerson.
How about Derrick Rose? Reunited with Tom Thibodeau, goes back to the Knicks as well. Is this going to, work out well? Is he going to positively impact a team that is certainly headed in the wrong direction?
No, this is going to be a disaster. It's going to be a huge disaster. And it's not going to be Derrick Rose's fault, though. It's all Tom Thibodeau's fault. This is a guy who loves his guys. And if you're one of his guys, this is a great move for you. Because if you're Derrick Rose, you get out of Detroit, you're back in New York, one of your favorite coaches, the coach you had the best production in your career under, you're back working with him, and you're with a franchise that has garnered a lot of attention early this season with the way they've been playing. They've been gritty. They've been tough. Austin Rivers has had a resurgence. RJ Barrett is rolling. Julius Randle is on the roll, and you're looking at this team, and New Yorkers, the Knicks get one win, and New Yorkers think they're going to win a title. So they're all uber excited. And then you bring in this guy who Tibbs is going to play major minutes. And I'm just looking at Emmanuel quickly, like he was developing really well, getting minutes. What's going to happen given how we know Tibbs has proven time and time again he's going to play starters big minutes, and he likes veteran over young guys. And he loves Derrick Rose more than anybody, given that he's chosen that guy to be on his team like 40 different times. So if I'm the young guys and I'm a guard in the Knicks locker room, I'm looking at Tibbs like, WTF, dude, what are you doing? I thought we were trying to be together and build our relationship. Now you're bringing in your ex-girlfriend? I don't like it at all.
right, here we go. Welcome in. Madden After Dark on the DraftKings Dream Stream. Brendan Glasheen, Matt Lamarca, producer Drew, Daniel. 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and 8s, and 9s. Every number after 9. Patrick from Game Ops. We're back for one more sim. One more sim.
One more time.
We're gonna celebrate.
Celebrating it.
Now we're dancing. All right, this pregame show is now over because it's 10 o'clock. But who do you like in the captain spot? New England is home, hosting Aaron Rodgers and the Packers.
Wow. Well, first off, Cough in the building. What's up, Mr. Kaufman?
Hello, Adam.
I would like you to know that I did not help with Glash's lineup yesterday, and he took you to the cleaners, bro, all by himself. So put some respect on my guy's name.
Amen, brother.
Now that that's out of the way.
Now answer the question.
I'm going to play Devontae Adams in the captain spot.
Okay. I got him in my lineup. Do you want to know the winning lineup?
Yeah, let's hear it.
I thought you'd ask. So, Devin Asiasi in the captain spot. He needs a bounce back sim. He's kind of like my go-to Patriots guy the last few times. And he played really well against the Jets in a noon sim yesterday. The last two I've done, he hasn't done anything. He had 1 for 7 against Baltimore, 2 for 7 against Tampa. So I like Devin Asiasi coming off a good sim. Then I've got Rodgers, Newton, Adams, James White, and Lazard, the slot receiver.
The Lazard King.
The Lazard King. He's the wideout 4, but is the listed slot receiver, which means he will get looks out of the slot. He's kind of like Hunter Renfrow in these sims for the Raiders. He's down the depth chart, but he will show up because of his slot label. So I've got hope. I really do.
Looks like we got a throwback here to the, what was it, 1996 or 1997 Super Bowl with the Packers versus the Patriots, where
Daniel
Desmond Howard was the MVP.
Oh, Daniel, this sim will go down in history. Very nice.
All right. Reading this Kaufman thing?
Yeah. Producer Drew was talking to me about this. How do you say the last name? Is it Gross?
Sure.
Gross? Tom Brady's trophy toss is insulting to her family's legacy and would like an apology. She's the daughter of Greg, master silversmith, who crafted the first Lombardi trophy. What would you do? Would you apologize if you were Tom?
Absolutely not.
Or would you say, look at the 7 rings, baby?
I mean, he will. I bet he does apologize because, there's no downside to doing it. But
fake apology.
Yeah, exactly. Just it's to say that she's insulted. That is just making yourself out to be much more important than you actually are.
I mean, was the same commentary made when Rob Gronkowski put a dent in it, bringing it to Fenway Park on opening day?
I mean, people have dropped and broken trophies before, so. I will say that the whole Brady celebration, one of the few things that I've liked about Tom Brady. Easily the most relatable thing he's ever done, in my opinion, was partying on that bike.
Oh, okay, yeah. So this was what producer Drew was talking about. There's video with this too. So she's got like a sound bite and everything.
Obi-Wan in the building. What's up, buddy?
Koff says she's not wrong. Can you fathom someone throwing the Stanley Cup?
Well, it's much bigger. if her great-grandfather made the trophy bigger, nobody would throw it.
Yeah, but you know something? We all saw the video clips that were posted online and to Twitter and Instagram and TikTok. You know, I'm a new TikTok guy, so I got to give the shout to the TikTok.
I have been enjoying your betting breakdowns, by the way.
You have or you haven't?
I have. They've been funny.
I'm trying to come off like I'm no expert like you and Buchanan and Edlow and Chirag. I'm just trying to take
Expert used lightly there.
Come on, just take the compliment.
All right, thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean it. You guys do put a lot of work into it, and trust me, I've grown an appreciation for what you guys do even more. Not that I ever had. I'm like, wow, there's a lot that goes into this in terms of unpacking all of it and then trying to condense it and make it consumable. So I know I'm a goof, I'm a moron, but I'm trying to embrace that element of me with just being kind of a regular old Joe. So I don't know.
I think if you are going to make it as a like YouTube / TikTok, whatever, like if you're going to be a personality, you have to be willing to act a fool. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like the people that can, I watch a lot of YouTube content because I'm on my computer all day, every day. And the people that I like are they're good at what they do. But the more important thing is they're entertaining and they're willing to be stupid from time to time. And so you need to and I'm not saying this for you personally, I'm just saying this in general. But like if you want to stand out, you have to be willing to be kind of out there.
True. So back to the subject matter. Sorry to make it about me for a second. The trophy thing, Cough, if you're still there, Cough, what do you think they're doing with the trophy when we don't see it on video? Like they're drinking out of the Stanley Cup. Of course, drinking out of a cup as opposed to throwing a cup is different. But,
I mean, that's the coolest tradition, right? Is that each player gets like a week with it.
Yeah, they're taking it up mountains and hiking with it.
I mean, that thing has, if that trophy had eyes, we'll just say, a lot of stuff. It would have seen a lot of stuff.
And also, I know this is going to come off like me backing up my boy, Tom. It wasn't like he threw it from like 30 feet or 30 yards out, you know, in a deep ball to Evans down the sideline, okay? It was a flip, you know, like an underhand flip to the next boat.
It was right on the money.
It was Tom's way of practicing social distancing, kind of.
To me, that was the more, I don't want to say egregious. That's not the right word. The more questionable thing is that they were all just out there maskless. Which, again, I don't want to get into this. I'm just saying that it seems kind of counterintuitive after all the stuff that they just went through with the season.
Yeah. Charles says,
dropped interception.
Charles says, with all due respect to the family that makes the trophy, I've never heard of them, and frankly, never thought about the silversmith who crafted it.
100%.
You see now, and this is a deeper level thought, but this is now a situation where, you know why we never heard from the silversmith? Because the silversmith probably just got an iPhone now for like the first time. So now everyone can talk and send out their takes. You know?
Here's how I look at it, okay? How many people could make that trophy? Comfortably thousands, right?
I mean, I could make it out of like tinfoil.
Comfortably, we're in the thousands. How many people can win 7 Super Bowl rings at quarterback?
Who caught that? Harry. Nice catch. Touchdown, N'Keal Harry. Yeah, you're okay. Go on. I get your point.
That's all I'm going to say.
All right. Lucci Rivera. I really hate how Glash, really pronounces his P. Like flip.
Oh, are you a cool whip guy?
Whip. Never even thought about it. People. Places. Cup.
You got to get one of those P screens.
I have one.
Nah, that's not it. That's just.
Oh, you mean like a legit screen?
Yeah, like one of those. I think it's called like a pop filter.
Ah, yeah.
But it takes away when you make that sound. Rappers use it, I think.
I'll be better. Meager 66 making people laugh in the chat. Let's see. Hey guys, if you buy one of those waterproof pouches for your phone, like for rafting, you can watch TV and Sims in the shower like I currently am.
Wow, that's a flex.
Now, Meager 66, who won the free roll, our free roll in the DK SimFam Friends League, last contest. Meager, would you mind sending me that? Because I would love to do a sim from the shower broadcasting. When it's raining in Simland on Wild Weather Wednesday, we can do it from the bathroom.
I think it's a little different to have your whole setup in the shower. Get the waterproof camera. We'd have to get you a GoPro, and you could be like our live sideline reporter. We'll send it down to Brendan Glasheen. Glash, how's it looking down there?
Maybe when the weather gets nicer, we'll do one from inside the pool.
It's really coming down out here, man.
It's a monsoon. So producer Drew says that he thinks Koff was just being sarcastic about the Stanley Cup, which was hard to tell.
Kaufman? Sarcasm?
I know. Aaron Jones. Nice move. We got 90 seconds left in the opening quarter. N'Keal Harry has the touchdown. Oh my God. People stop, okay, with the picture thing. Like, come on. That's not what I meant. God, people are twisted. Ugh. I meant a picture of what the item holder was like. There's Aaron Jones inside the 5. Nick Thomas says, I love these Sims. It's a whole family in here, man. Nothing to worry about. Just complaining our teams suck and laughing at the Koff and Glash beef. There is no beef. We're very outspoken about how we feel about each other. And I think that's healthy for a good relationship.
You guys love each other.
Exactly. I think we make each other better.
I would like to see you box, though.
Or sumo.
That I don't want to see. But I would want to be, I'd be celebrity judge. I'd dress up like Mills Lane from, what was that, Celebrity Deathmatch. I want a good, clean fight.
Second and goal. Jones, yes. Touchdown, yes. Aaron Jones, 4-6.
Too easy.
Too easy. Criminal Bob wants Jones again. You got it. Got it. Christina Crockett. Glasheen will end up electrocuting himself. Oh, see, okay, so Lucci was like, when I said stop it, that's what he's talking about. The P and stop. Stop.
Now Roble wants a paintball battle on Koff's porch. I think you guys should play hide and seek. You know, you show up on the Koff premises.
Koff probably plays hide and seek every day.
And you find a hiding spot. And you see how long it takes for Koff to find you.
I took a leak in his bushes when I went over to his place in the summer. That was a good hiding spot.
Yes, he told me that.
I might hide there first.
Right. Now, I've never been to the Koff compound, so I'm not sure if there are any good hiding spots. But...
Oh, wait a minute. That's great. Did you just come up with that? The Koff compound?
He calls it that, I think.
That's pretty good. Koff compound. Crispy's telling Koff that you go buy lunch meat now.
Yeah, Crispy's being kind of kind of just a little over the top for me, so I'm going to ignore him for the rest of the sim. It's not even so much the lunch meat thing. You want to call me that, that's fine, but just being a little bit of a not cool person.
Wow. All right. Fair enough. It's just a damn cough, man. Cough hides, but nobody seeks him. Oh, God, that would be... You guys should play hide and seek.
Kaufman says he's going to leave you out there for hours.
Wouldn't put it past him. Cam Newton, 9 for 10, 72 yards. Opening drive touchdown to N'Keal Harry. Rodgers is 2 for 2, 27 yards. It was the Aaron Jones show in the first quarter. 45 yards rushing and a score. Michelle, 2 for 11. James White, 1 for -2. Good for him.
Jimmy Blanco.
Yeah, Jimmy Blanco. Nice pick in the fourth. That was Belichick's last great pick on the offensive side of the ball. Yeah, Harry's got to be better this year. 4 for 33 and a touchdown for Harry. White, 2 for 19 in the receiving game. Edelman, 2 for 12. Asiasi, 1 for 8. Mercedes Lewis, 1 for 7. And Devin Funchess, 1 for 20.
Wow, Blake Knight says I look like Dirk Nowitzki a little bit. That's a stretch, but Dirk is my all-time favorite basketball player. Dirk.
I think maybe it's because they came out of the same draft, but I love Pierce.
Mm-hmm.
And then Dirk's up there for sure. I loved that 2011 Mavs championship team.
My favorite team of all time.
Really?
I mean, now my team is the Knicks. I say that lightly. I'm not like a big Knicks fan per se. But back then I was a big LeBron hater. And
same, dude.
I loved Dirk. So that team just went on such a sick run. Dirk had such an incredible playoff stretch that season. Like it was very, very, very cool.
That's a great point. I think when LeBron decided to leave Cleveland, me being a young, still immature, but younger sports fan at the time, I was like, yo, LeBron, why would he do that? But then it just it perfectly lined up with how I root for the league. And I'm like, ooh, Dirk. Like, Dirk's having a great... And I was already a fan of Dirk. I had his jersey. My dad got me a Dirk jersey when I was a kid. It was at like a Marshall's or a TJ Maxx for like $30. You know, you had that phase as a kid, you collect jerseys. You know, I had Kobe, Allen Iverson, Dirk. I had a Steve Francis jersey. How random is that?
It's pretty random. I have my most random is a Rasheed Wallace jersey.
Ooh, I like that though. You know what I think made jerseys popular? I mean, they've always been popular, but you know what helped me? It was like the NBA Street game.
Yep.
So I had Steve Francis, and I had a Tracy McGrady Houston Rockets jersey.
That's cool. He's such a stud.
Random. No Kaufman, not a jerk jersey. A Dirk jersey. Lisa Robinson, are you having these Sims tomorrow? Yep, Lisa, right back here, same time, 8 and 10.
I will be here as well. Look forward to seeing the vast majority of you.
What time are you on?
I'm on it at the same time, 8 and 10, I believe.
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't mean to burst your bubble. I was just making sure we were on the same page. I thought Freeze Pops was on tomorrow night.
Oh, I'm not on tomorrow, I don't think.
Uh-oh. Look what I did. Maybe I helped you in a way.
Yeah, I'm off tomorrow. Woo! Next Sunday I'm on. I got confused. Next Sunday I am on. So there you go. Crispy, you can celebrate. I will not be here tomorrow.
Mad Monk says, tug of war, duel, tie a rope around each other, back to back, and at the sound of the cannon, take off and run and see who will be standing and who is eating their dust. Is that a competition? Fantasy Hawk wants a cage fight. Kaufman is going to go finish the rookie and have a good night. Is that the one with Dennis Quaid?
Yeah. That's okay.
Jimmy Morris. Oh, I love that movie. But no movie talk here.
Yeah, I mean, the scene when he throws the baseball with the, the street speed reader.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Very cool scene.
I absolutely tried to do that one time after watching that movie. Go to New Hampshire or Vermont on a camping trip with the family. Ooh, pull over. I got a baseball in the back. Let me try and throw one. Didn't work. Freaking movie fooled me. Luke Murphy getting all sentimental. I would like to thank the Sim fam, the commentators, the producers, the ops team for the spectacular ride you've taken me on. I appreciate you guys, but I am officially retiring from the Sim fam.
Oh, well, sorry to hear that, Luke Murphy.
Luke adds, I've recruited 27 members to the Sim fam, and I just want everyone to know that I will be gone forever after the Sim. I can't even take you seriously. There's no way you're leaving.
I want to know why.
I would like to thank you guys for the joy you have brought to me. Even when my lineup has sucked, I have still sat here with you guys and watched The Sims. Wow. Signed, Luke Murphy. Oh, nice catch. Touchdown. Is that Demir Bird? Wow. Spread your wings and fly.
Birdman.
Did we miss a fake punt?
Yeah, it sounds like there was a fake. Some people are saying fake punt. Some people are saying fake field goal. Looks like it was a fake field goal.
I was reading the chat. My head's buried in the chat. And they got a first down. Wow. Awesome. Well, you guys saw it. That's important. I mean, did you play kickers for Rossi's sake? Nick Thomas, you guys suck. There was a fake punt glash. Watch the game. Well, how can I read that if I'm watching the screen the whole time with the game on it? You know, I say you blame Luke Murphy because I was reading Luke's goodbye text. So if Luke really isn't leaving by tonight, blame Luke. Blame Luke. Come on, Luke. I'm trying to call the game, man. Stop writing these long letters. $14-7. Great execution by New England.
Wow. Luke Murphy wants to let Kaufman and Glash know that you will be the best fathers ever. Well, I think Kaufman already is a father. Like a few times over. So, Glash, you've got some, you've still got some work to do in that department, but.
Yeah, producer Drew, he'll start to be a good one now. All right. I just scrolled back and watched it. That was pretty awesome. There's the analysis you need. I'm blown away by what just happened. 2nd and 10, that ball complete over the middle. Believe Aaron Jones getting open. Now 3rd and 4. Dixon, no kids on our hands tonight. We're just watching the game with you guys and the chat.
I do not have kids. That is factual.
was going to say, yeah, you don't, right? I should have asked you, I guess. I'm pretty sure
Although my sister has about a 6-month-old baby. That's the closest I have to a child. And she's adorable. So I like being an uncle. That's more than enough for me to handle at this point.
All right, first down for Green Bay. Nice ball there from Rodgers to Lazard. We're more than midway through the second quarter. Bonzo says DraftKings would be nothing without Lamarca.
It's true. I do bring a lot to the table for DraftKings. I also bring a lot to the table for DraftKings. So
talk about the sim. 2nd and 6. Ooh, tight window.
Bullet to the sideline.
Bullet to Funchess. We're going to prove to everybody we can pay attention to the game.
Daniel says, did you just say you bring a lot of tables to DraftKings? Yeah, I'm like the Dudley brothers. The Dudley boys. Heave on! Get the table.
Hey, another completed ball over the middle and through the woods from Rodgers to the Lazard King. We have a Giraffe King and a Lazard King. Thriving. The buzzword might have to be table. Hey, X Factor's lit for Aaron Rodgers. So, you think Aaron's going anywhere? He's staying where he is, right? They're going to have to trade Jordan Love.
There's no chance that the Packers are trading him unless Rodgers forces his way out of town, and it doesn't sound like that's the situation. Like, this is not a Deshaun Watson situation.
Okay. Second and 6. Rodgers to Fresh Air. Incomplete. Oh, Nick Thomas. Don't be sorry. If that's really your name, Nick Thomas. He's the same person who impersonated me.
Yeah, I randomly popped up in a sim this week, and the producers had to Slack me to make sure that it was actually me, because they're like, are you in the chat? We don't know if somebody is pretending to be you. We've had this situation arise in the past. And I was like, nah, it's really me.
The funniest part about the whole thing was I was in the chat at one point. And then all of a sudden, my name shows up with my picture. Oh, that fake, by the way, Lamarca, was sick. I'm watching it back. That was pretty cool.
Was it the flip over the head to the...
Yeah.
Did he throw it or run it?
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Sorry we missed it, guys. You know, maybe at the end of the sim, we'll call it. We'll call the fake, and then we'll go patch the audio in so you guys can hear it. If you want. 2nd and goal. Rodgers. Oh.
All right, now, Rodgers' X Factor ability, and I'm sure somebody can double check this for me, but I'm pretty sure his X Factor is he can't get intercepted by CPU defenders.
Correct. Gambler.
So all the defenders are CPU defenders because there's no users in this game. So as long as Rodgers has that thing blinking, he will not be able to turn the ball over through the pick. But it does look like that X Factor has been deactivated now.
Right. When you throw 3 consecutive, or rather 2 incompletions, he loses it. 4th and goal, Lamarca. We got to watch the kick. Everybody stop chatting. We're not reading your comments. We got to watch the kick unless they go for it. Here comes the snap. Here it comes. Love holds. Crosby for 3. Not
Captain Blood says, I feel like Lamarca needs help with Valentine's Day love. Who's the best single celebrity for him? This could be interesting. I would love to hear you guys fix me up with some single celebrities. You know, who do you think fits with me? In the very, very real world that I have my pick of all the single celebrities out there. Who's my match? Welcome to The Bachelor.
Please, chat. Chime on in. Looking over at Twitch, we've got Nuke in here. Maxwell saying, where the hell is Adams? First time playing Fortnite. Fooligan. DK Simfan says, annoying commentator, stop making excuses for your failure to do your job. Nobody wants you to call every play, but it's pretty awful for you to consistently not even pay attention to what's going on in the game. To which I say, if I'm reading your comment, that means I'm taking my eyes off the game. You understand?
Producer Drew says Anna Kendrick, who was actually a celebrity crush of mine for a while. So I like that call, Drew.
Ooh. See, I feel like I could throw out a bunch of names, but I don't know if they're taken or not.
Yeah, that would be my issue as well.
Like, what about Jessica Alba? She's a lovely lady.
She's married, or at least she has kids.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. How about, like, I found out like 6 months ago that Mila Kunis is like with Kutcher.
Yeah.
You didn't know that.
I did know that. Dan the Man says Tanya Harding. Okay.
Ooh, Billie Eilish. She's a little young.
Yeah, too young. Too young and too talented and out there. Lamarca and the late Barbara Bush would have been sweet. Couple mentions for Betty White. Yeah, I'd date Betty White, no doubt about it.
Second and 10 for Cam. I just love that image of you. Like, you got Barbara Bush locking arms with Lamarca, walking down like a wedding party aisle.
What are some other good ones here? Ooh, David says Adele. I am a big fan of Adele's music, and I thought that she was hysterical in the carpool karaoke that she did. I don't know if you've watched any of those carpool karaoke things, Glash, but I find them to be hysterical. And I thought she was particularly good and entertaining. So that would work for me.
Mark Adams, good point. Tavante Adams dealing with Stephon Gilmore. So that's kind of canceling them both out. They both have X factors, though. So we need to find a celebrity for Lamarca. Please, help us. Melissa McCarthy. RP says, I'm the one who broke up with Adele. You're welcome, Music World.
Thank you, RP.
I just opened my Twitter. Emerson tweets out the video I was talking about with Gronk using the trophy to bunt a baseball at Fenway. He's like, is someone going to tell Lorraine Gross about this?
Speaking of Gronk.
Yeah.
The new Gronk and Brady commercial.
T-Mobile.
I don't know if you've seen this. Wonderful.
The T-Mobile one?
It's pretty good. It's a wonderful commercial. And so for me, since Tom Brady has won the Super Bowl, just nothing but dubs for that guy.
Oh, just go back and win another one.
And I'm coming with you.
Mom, did you clean my football pants? Whatever it is. Let's see. Scotty Too Hottie. Good God. The driving instructor on SpongeBob.
What is she? She's like a potato, right?
No, she's a whale.
I always thought she was like a potato. I know that doesn't make sense
She's a whale.
with the theme of the show being underwater, but you can't tell me she doesn't look like a potato.
Wow. You called, what's her name again?
Daniel says it's Mrs. Puff, aka
Mrs. Puff.
Pufferfish.
Oh, okay. Well, Puff and potato. She's a potato. She's a whale.
Oh, she's a pufferfish. We're both wrong.
Whatever.
I think she looks more like a potato than a whale.
Whales are mammals. That's right. Meager 66. How about Lamarca and Wendy wheelchair from Curb?
All right.
Okay. Oh, man. Patrick is updating scores, guys. He's on top of it. We've got Sco in first place in our free roll, 165 entries. Aaron Jones is in the captain spot, 19% owned in our free roll. In the captain, Newton, Funchess, Harry, MVS, and Bird. MVS has nothing as of right now in the game center.
Lee says share for a celebrity match for me.
Ooh.
No shot. Not a share guy.
Well, you didn't ask, you just, we're trying to set you up. So,
right, I'm just saying, I don't think me and share would work.
Lisa Robinson, we're not going to auction Lamarca off for Valentine's Day.
Here we go. Daniel's got the inside scoop on SpongeBob. Mrs. Puff is a pufferfish. That's the driving instructor. Pearl is a whale, and that's Mr. Krabs' daughter.
Lucci says this fool said a whale, and she's a pufferfish. Oh, that's funny. I didn't say potato.
I still think potato is more relevant than whale.
Oh, man. 14-10. We're ready for the second half. Patrick's all caught up. We've got producer Drew. Daniel just feeding us his SpongeBob knowledge. Smash the like button, guys. If we can get to 300 likes, that would be cool. Lamarca and I, as well as the rest of our team, appreciate you guys being here, hanging out. Twitch fam as well. No matter what you think. It's appreciative. Rodgers and the Packers going to start with the football at the 27. Let's get Adams going. All right, never mind. We'll give it to Aaron Jones.
I just Googled a picture of Mrs. Puff, and I am now more convinced than ever that she's a potato.
Okay. Escape tank, yes, that Wendy. Second and 6 from the 30. Nice ball to Adams. Maybe that'll get him going. But not enough for the first down. 3rd and inches. Kyle, what's up, man? Hope you're studying for your math. Math is a wonderful thing.
Ding, 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 ding.
Math is a really cool thing. So get off your ass, let's do some math. Math, 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 math. 3 minus 4 is...
-1?
That's right. And 6 times a billion is...
6 billion?
Nailed it! I forget the last one.
And a 55 is a 45 more than that.
What was the answer, Martha? 9.
No, it's 8.
No, it's 9.
Yes, I was testing you. It's 9.
That's a magic number.
Well done, sir. Well done.
Wow, that was great. Oh, man.
Nailed it.
Oh, there goes Aaron. First down, gate of 12. David says, don't quit your day job, Glash. This is it. Packers
says,
touchdown
"Please
on this
stop
one
singing."
belongs to Jones, and for New England, Demir Bird and N'Keal Harry. Bill Hamilton says, the more I hear Lamarca's voice, I think it's so golden and very unique.
It's definitely unique. I'll give you that.
Oh, Funchess. Nice catch. They're in the red zone. Kyle, we do not have a buzzword yet, buddy. We're taking nominations. Derwin on Twitch says the Sprint commercial girl for the celebrity that you should be with.
Ooh, I like her. Lily from AT&T, I think, is what she really means. I don't know if there's a Sprint girl. There's a Sprint guy.
Huh. Luke Murphy says Luke Murphy should be the buzzword. Second and 10. There goes Jones. Oh, nice play. Nice play by McCourty.
Obi-Wan says Saxy sounds like John Lovitz. Now I sound like John Lovitz.
Kaufman just texted me and said, you guys are a riot, but I'm really leaving now. Huh. Koff also agrees he would love to see you with the late Barbara Bush. Gotta give that one to Steve Lebowitz. That was fantastic. Meager66 is asking if Glash did not work at DraftKings for his day job, what would his day job be? And he says greeting card salesman.
Yeah, what would you do? It's got to be something where you're interacting with the people.
I like people.
Yeah, you're a people person.
And if you think I'm annoying, it's okay. I would really tone it down if I met you in person. Maybe.
I think you could be like the guy that works at like the wedding halls who like tries to get engaged couples to get married there. You know what I'm saying?
So
you're trying to sell your place to these couples.
Huh. So a salesman.
Yeah, well, it's a sales job, but it's interacting with people, you know, and I think you'd be good at that.
Zachariah says KFC. Hey, KFC's pretty good. I wouldn't mind that. Here's Rodgers, 3rd and goal.
There's
Adams,
Devontae.
Touchdown. Meager 66 says a funeral home director. I can make a, instead of having like a bunch of sadness and negativity, we'll make it like a fun funeral, like wacky funerals.
Nabi Roble says selling cutlery on TV. I was a knife salesman for like a week before I realized.
Wow.
Before I realized that the company was a scam for the most part.
Rob Brand, a cruise ship host. That would be sick.
Oh yeah, that's the winner right there. It's I mean, that's probably the direct comparison to being a sim host.
Escape says a pool boy. Would it be like a lifeguard? It's just a damn cough man, a greeter at a Chuck E. Cheese. I'm not allowed in there. What was it, Alan from The Hangover? He can't be like within 50 feet.
Yeah.
Noah's in the chat. MVS Noah is number 83. 83. Thank you, Stephen Boss. You pointed it out to him. Fantasy Hawk, I could see Glash selling gym memberships. And you see, on this plan, you'd actually save $10.
Are you sure you want to quit, bro? You're so close to your goals.
But you can use the upstairs section. And I'm up there every Wednesday at 6. We'll do Zumba from 6 to 6:30. And you get to pick one song of the 12 we play. So I wouldn't give that up. What say you? Before you keep going, I want to give you this brand new water bottle. It'll keep your water nice and cold.
You love a good water bottle.
Lockers are right around the corner to the left. Feel free to get changed and we'll get started. See you soon.
Now, was your like dream or plan always to be in sports?
Yeah. Yep.
Right out of college was minor league baseball. So
exactly. That's where the journey began. And of course I wanted to be an athlete.
Well, I mean, come on. We all did.
Silly. Some of these are. Silly Sally says, Clash would be one of the guys in the back of Dairy Queen throwing M&Ms at people. John says, Clash Sheen isn't allowed within 125 yards of public schools, libraries, and YMCAs. You guys are too much, man. Meager 66. Lamarca would be a lounge musician somewhere in Chicago or like Baltimore.
I don't know, maybe like Des Moines. I don't think I was ever, even at the peak of my powers, I was never good enough to be in a city like Chicago.
I could see it. I could see you being like an opening act or a big. You have like a couple of gigs per week at a restaurant, and you're performing.
The closest I ever got was I was a wedding band musician.
That's awesome.
For a couple.
That must have been so cool.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun. Silly Sally says I look like I would work the counter at AutoZone. Nope. See, I actually know the answer to this because it's what I did for 5 years before I got into the DraftKings / sports writing job.
Actually at AutoZone?
No. Well, she said AutoZone, but I did not work at AutoZone. We'll see if anybody can guess what I did before. And if they can, I'll tell you. If not, then I'm not gonna.
We got 90 seconds left in the third. Quick trigger, and Rodgers completes. Green Bay leading by 3. It's Lazard with another reception. There's Tate. There's Tate, 6th place. So sneaky, that Tate.
So Fantasy and Dixon both say some sort of electrical thing, like nerd, computerish type stuff. Not me. I'm bad at that kind of stuff, actually. Not anything in the food industry. A muffler repairman. No auto industry either.
Keep your guesses coming in. Also, while you're at it in the chat, please hit that like button. Madden Sims, full force with the NFL offseason here. 6 a day, 7 days a week. Mark Adams says you were obviously a DJ.
Now that would have been cool. Strip club bouncer also would have been cool, but nope. Car salesman is close. I'll tell you that, but it's not correct.
Incorrect.
Not educational field.
You guys are getting warmer.
A professional gamer. No, that didn't exist, unfortunately, like 10 years ago.
Energy on Twitch. Glash works at Best Buy or a DJ at Chili's. Don't people at Chili's just use like their phone? Yeah, man. We want to just hook up your Spotify before you start your shift. And let's go with Dave Matthews today. Jack Johnson. The hits. Okay.
It was sales, but not medical equipment.
We've got a quarter to go on this Saturday night. We do need buzzword suggestions. Maybe we can just do in honor of Mrs. Puff. Pufferfish. That could be tonight's buzzword.
Potato.
Or we could do potato.
Oh, John Delfino is basically there.
Car wash.
And there it is. Sentiment P. I was an insurance salesman. Riveting stuff.
Did you enjoy it?
Hated every second of it.
Yeah.
And I had a great boss, great coworkers. Like the office was fun-ish, but I just hated my job.
Did you ever sing to your clients?
Never.
Maybe that would have cheered him up. All right. Funches 4 for 49. Lazard 3 for 43. Let's see. Harry and Bird have the touchdowns for New England. Green Bay. Adams scored. Also Aaron Jones. Who?
An obsession. Burning desire. Basketball Jones. All right, that's enough. I know you guys are getting sick of me singing, so I'll stop.
Oh, Aaron, nice ball to Adams at the New England 47-yard line. 5 for 41 in the score. Daniel M says, I was totally thinking personal trainer. Glash is the new State Farm Jake. John Delfino. Glash looks like he works at Domino's.
Daniel M says, I was totally thinking personal trainer. Good one.
It's just a damn cough, man. Glash, you look like a James Van Der Beek impersonator right now. Bruce thinks you'd be an umpire.
Somebody that I went to high school with actually is an umpire.
In Major League Baseball?
They're in the minors, working their way up.
Okay. That's pretty cool. Can you give us your best strike and ball calls?
See, I would give them my strike 3 would be a hut. You know what I'm saying? You gotta ring them up like that. And then if it's a strike 3 looking, it's you gotta punch them too.
Wait, do that one more time.
It's actually starting to hurt my shoulder.
You gotta stretch out. Fantasy Hawk says Foot Locker employee. A cat groomer, says Bonzo. Oh, what a fun exercise.
Emerson was a bouncer. That's pretty funny.
Zachariah says, anyone notice that no one has suggested play-by-play announcer?
Funny.
Very good. Nicely done. Then again, the question was if we weren't here. Umpiring was fun when I was like 10. I would do games for T-ball. Some of these kids, like, they can't pitch. So, like, they throw these fastballs from 45 feet in the dirt and it hits your ankle. And I'm like, oh, like, that hurts, man. That, not to mention, like, a foul ball off the chest. Oh, this chat is fun tonight. Chat is good. 4th and 1. They will go for it and not fake a field goal. Adams first down. RP says Glash would be the guy spraying bowling shoes and smelling them for a shot. Remember the scene in Holes?
I hate snakes. So that would never be my profession. I'm not even sure what that means, to be honest with you.
Scene in Holes where he's like, honey, just smell the shoe. Smell the shoe. Be me at a bowling alley. Smell the shoe. Is it your liking?
Free nachos for life, dude.
Dan the Man says, this was fun. You earned my like. Oh, great. Glad we're making someone laugh and enjoy themselves. Or just smile. Forget laugh.
When I was, I went to Indiana for 1 year. Not even a year. A half a year. A semester, if you will. And on Tuesday nights, this is the reason I probably had to go home, but they had 97-cent shoes, games, and beverages at the bowling alley. And it was like just incredible. Had a lot of fun at those places down on Tuesday nights.
Tuesday night, great night to go out.
Not historically. It's a contrarian play, Flash.
Oh man, I'm gonna lose an NBA. Barely though. All right, 4th and 1. They will kick the field goal.
6-point lead.
Looking at the Twitch chat. Imagine Glash selling insurance in an angry Glash voice. I'd hate for anything to happen to you. Dealt Fish, just logging in late. It's DraftKings. That was a fun night. Congo Cab. Lamarca trying to sell a rock he found like uncut gems.
I used to do a little hustle. I mean, I still do a little hustling in terms of, if I buy something that I think I can flip, I'll take a stab at it.
Can you do the KG, hey KG?
I do not have the whatever accent Sandler was going for in that movie. I cannot pull it off.
Hey, KG. Come on, KG. What do you think? This is how I win. My name's Howie. I'll get you the money. I'll get you the money, I swear. KG.
KG.
KG. Vegas doesn't believe in you, KG.
You're not going to get 12 rebounds?
You're not going to get 12 rebounds against Elton Brand, KG. Oh, buzzword. No, I missed it. Go. Potato, 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 puff, potato, 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 potato. All right, that's it. Wow. He's so passionate about KJ. Bruce says Ducey gets all of his takes from his dad. Someone brought up something in the chat the other day that it was something about the Jets that he referenced his dad. So me and Freeze Pops were role playing.
Dad? Dad? Who's your favorite quarterback?
Well, let me tell you, son. It's definitely not Joe Namath. Most overrated quarterback in Jets history.
But Dad, what about Chad Pennington? And Mark Sanchez? They were good guys. Might have fumbled
Chad
off his
was
butt.
a winner until his arm got hurt. Mark Sanchez cared more about partying at the club.
First down. Nice ball. Pats are still in this thing. 2:20 left. All 3 timeouts. Tony A says, worst buzzword ever. Yeah, you're probably right. I was late. I was doing the Howie. KG.
Dad?
Yeah, how old is Kenny in this example, by the way?
Dad?
Oh, that's what it was. Producer Drew. His dad finally came around on Tom Brady. Now, son, you should cheer for Tom.
But Dad? Dad? I don't like Tom Brady.
This is making me uncomfortable now.
Dad, what do I tell the Sim fam?
Son, show him some respect.
But Dad,
2nd and 3 for Newton. That's a bullet. Nice ball. Dalton Keene. No, it's Asiasi. You felt uncomfortable?
Not really. I mean,
okay.
It was a little weird.
That's always been my
Dad voice.
Excellent range, you know? Oh, go up and get it!
Oh, touchdown! What a play!
There he is.
There he is.
Asiasi.
That ties the game. Pats can take the extra point on a lead, or take the lead with an extra point, but a lot of time for Rodgers to march down the field for a discount double check.
Not a lot of time though, Dad.
Well, the tie's not going to happen, son.
Hey, they're winning. Stupid Patriots. They always win.
Gotta have faith, son.
But Dad.
Oh, it's getting late. Oh, man. 21-20. Bruce says, Clash, you have turned me into a hyena.
Things really do get weird around here after dark.
Yeah, I don't disagree. All right, who do you guys need here from Green Bay? I mean, of course, a field goal would be fine for the sim itself, but who do you need in your lineups? Trips to the left, Rodgers, incomplete.
He does have that X Factor activated again.
DK Simfam on Twitch. Wow, I got lucky there. Captain Dasiasi. Now I'm basically a lock to win after thinking I had no chance. Well, there you go. Good stuff, buddy.
Mad Monk.
Wide open, Funchess. What do you got?
Mad Monk says, Daddy, would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you? Have you ever seen that movie? That's a deep cut right there.
Dad, I'm hungry.
Not now. After the game.
But Dad.
Oh, wide
too easy.
open touchdown. Devin Funchess.
It feels like
Holy
he's had
mackerel.
a huge game.
Dad, that was awesome.
I mean, no one's near this guy.
Yeah, he had about 20 good yards in each direction.
Wow. They'll go for 2 to make it a 7-point game. Still 3 timeouts for the Pats. Jones in. This is not over yet.
Yeah.
Folks.
Now the tie is in play, son.
Dad. Can you tie? I didn't know that. Did we tie in our history of the Jets?
Probably.
Yes, Daniel, OT is possible. If we can get to 300 likes, that would be awesome. Smash that like button if you haven't already. Brooklyn blew out Golden State. Draymond Green got hurt.
I did see that. Didn't look like a particularly promising injury. It was kind of like a non-contact tweak, so we'll see if he has to miss any time, but Nets offense just too good. Even if they just play like average defensively, they're going to be a very, very tough out this year.
Fantasy Hawk says, can someone karate chop Glash in the throat for me?
But that would hurt.
Second and 4.
You could be like oh boy, here we go.
Nice play.
You could be like a cartoon voice person. If you're going to go that high, though, it either needs to be like the Rugrats or a female character.
Bill? Lil? But Tommy?
Newton dumps it.
Wow.
James White, timeout.
19 seconds.
Mad Monk
are now out of timeouts.
Mad Monk.
F you, Dad.
I want my sausage. Brandon, wow. Brandon says this is getting weird. Hey, it's not our fault that the Patriots defense blowing a wide open score. 19 seconds, no timeouts. You got to go to the sideline. Oh, we get a flag.
Wow.
Defensive pass interference. They're at the 18. Cam Newton in the shotgun. Here we go.
Get rid of it, Cam. Oh, no.
That's it.
That's Dunzo.
Wow.
Not fair. How can they do this to us?
Somebody said you sound like an anime character, and now that's been pointed out, that is exactly what you sound like. Do you know any Japanese, Glash?
I don't.
That would have been a nice word, a feather in your cap there.
Oh man. 28-21. It's kind of. I mean this as a compliment, Lamarca. It's kind of It's kind of dangerous when they put you and me together for back-to-back sims at night. Wow.
I think I mean I don't know for the most part, but I imagine that you have this much fun with everybody.
I do. No, I do.
You just are that kind of guy, you know.
All right, we'll look at the scores. We'll look at the stats, and then we'll go to the leaderboard, get you the schedule for tomorrow, and then getting the heck out of here. Cam Newton, 28 of 36 for 278, 3 scores. Aaron Rodgers, 24 of 32, 266, 2 touchdowns. Nick Folk, 5-yard completion on the fake. Nice pass, nice play. Here's the snap, the hold. Folk takes it, fires, first down. There's the play-by-play. We'll stitch it.
I would just superimpose that on.
Jones, 16 of 89 in a touchdown. Sony Michel. It was actually like this. Yeah. James White had 8 catches, 52 yards. Harry, 7 for 71, touchdown. Funchess, 7-123, touchdown. Adams, 6 for 46, touchdown. Asiasi, 6 for 83, touchdown. Edelman, 5 for 36. Edelman, 5 for 36, yeah. Lazard, 3 for 43. Aaron Jones, 3 for 21. Lewis, 3 for 20. MVS, 2 for 13. Bird, 2 for 31. Touchdown. Sony Michel, 1 for 10. I'm watching the YouTube on the side of you doing this. Coughing.
Yeah. Touchdown.
I just caught
touchdown.
I just caught. I didn't see you doing that. Oh my God. Oh. Sarah's home. Great. Here's the leaderboard right now. Patrick updating scores. I totally missed. That was great. JFCF 1, 2, 3, 4 in first place in the our free roll. Yeah, Rodgers and Belichick would dominate together, kid. I'm getting there. We're wrapping up. Go. Thank you. It's not Valentine's Day yet. 2-way tie for first in the $250 free contest over on DK. And the captain is Funchess, Newton, Jones, Harry, Asiasi, and Bird in the flex. So a lot of Patriots. Jones and Funchess, the only Packers. Patrick is updating stats right now. He just put it in the chat. Checking stats now.
Thanks, Patrick.
Thanks, buddy. So those guys will update everything. Meaning Patrick himself will update everything. So keep your eyes on the Game Center. And here is the schedule for tomorrow. starting at noon Eastern. Sunday of Sims. Eagles at Jaguars. You get Kaufman and Ducey.
Oh, I think they're gonna bring up the fake. Let's see if we can watch the replay. Oh, here we go.
Is the Sim fam gonna see it or just us?
I think it's just gonna be us.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe they'll put it back on.
I don't think they can. All right.
Anywho.
Eagles, Jags at noon. Koff, Kenny. Jets at Texans at 2 Eastern. You get Koff and Jeff. Then at 4, Falcons at the Raiders with Rossi and Jeff. 6 p.m. Ravens at the Browns. Rossi and Brandon Cristal. And then tomorrow night, Chargers at Bucks. Madden After Dark. Panthers at Colts. I'll be here with Tommy Freeze Pops. We will recap what should be a very busy, hopefully entertaining Valentine's Day for all of you. So, Lamarca, any parting words?
MVP Devin Funchess, least valuable player Marcus Valdes-Scantling.
Very good.
I hope you guys all have a wonderful Sunday, a wonderful Valentine's Day.
Gotta get that, man.
And just wonderful days in general, including, of course, our great production team, Daniel, Drew, Patrick, Mr. Glasheen, and you, of course, as well. Do something nice for Sarah, okay? Don't just be that guy.
All right. All right. Thank you. You mentioned him. Daniel, Drew, Patrick. That's it for us, guys. I'm back tomorrow night. Lamarca is back in Simland, probably next weekend?
No, I'm actually on during the week next week.
Oh, perfect.
Thursday night.
Very good. So we might be together Thursday. All right. Cool. All right, everybody. Have a great night, and see you tomorrow. Peace.